I'm alive. We're like, I'm alive. How you doing, Wolf? Let me just get situated over here. Okay, we are watching today Murahar. So I draw and we're watching him.
Hello, guys and gals.
That was very loud.
Me, Mudahar, and today we got to talk about the furries hacking politics. We got to
Eyes,
talk about
mommy,
furries
now.
hacking
This is
nuclear labs.
Manino.
Now, this
I'm
week
having
there's been
such
a
a hard
lot
time
of fun
pronouncing your
stuff to talk
name.
about when it comes to people getting hacked, okay?
Bring me
You
some
work in the
coffee
vehicle
too.
industry? Well, you might realize that dealerships lost $1 billion after CDK Global ended up being hacked.
Let
To the
me just
point where
calibrate
a
my monitor
$25
real
million
quick.
ransom was paid, allegedly, just so these people could get back in business. You ever think to yourself, well, Muda, how bad can things really get when you got to pay $25 million after your entire industry loses about $1 billion? Yeah, you kind of wish, you paid that earlier, but it's never worth negotiating with cyber terrorists, okay? So today we're looking at a story where the actual hackers didn't really go after money. Everything was politically motivated. So to give an idea, we're looking at a group
So,
known as
the video we're watching
SiegeSec.
is called
Now, if you're
Furries
looking at
Hack
this
the
uwu right
Government.
here, that uwu comes from the old Telegram, where SiegeSec, a massive group that has actually disbanded in the last couple days after performing their biggest hack on the Heritage Foundation, where they basically hacked the people behind this, crazy thing like Project 2025, which we'll kind of get into. I'm not a political channel. I'm just here to talk about the actual hack itself. So, as they describe themselves, they are gay furry hackers. And as they've shown in this ASCII art, there are three members here: Vio, Cry, and Kit. And over here they've said, "Oh, it's time for us to disband." Yeah, it's a sudden
Again,
announcement. We
just
plan to disband
X-Man
later
is good.
today or tomorrow.
X-Man
But
is
given the
taking on
circumstances,
literally
I
everything,
believe it's best
so...
we do so now for our own mental
Oh,
health,
okay,
the
okay,
stress of
okay.
mass publicity, and to avoid the eye of the Federal Bureau of Intelligence.
Ubisoft
Now,
is
I'm just
just
going to say for
clowning
the
at this
record,
point, bro.
I
I
don't
mean,
think the
using
FBI
Chinese
is ever forgiven
architecture
again. I
for
think
a
these
Japanese
three little
setting is just
catboy
dumb.
furries
Not just
are going to be on the
architecture, but
FBI radar
letters
for a
too.
long time.
By the way, I've
Because
watched
they
that
will do
video.
some of the wild hacks,
Yay!
okay? I've been considering quitting cybercrime lately, and the other members have agreed it's time to let this rest. So usually these kind of groups are an amalgamation of talented individuals, and once their mission in life is done, they can basically ride off into the sunset with whatever riches and fame they've collected.
I mean,
And it
just
is what it is. It's often better to split
extend
rather
this.
than be
What the?
caught and effectively
What
start
is
finger pointing
this?
at each other. I think these people all know there is no honor amongst criminals, and that's why it's better to go off into your own directions
Like,
and
hello?
basically hide
What are
rather than
you
remain
there?
a unit and
What are you
consistently
doing
have
here?
law enforcement,
Is here
hunting
too?
you down.
No.
So you can keep scrolling up and up and up, and you can find out that they've
Oops.
basically been hacking a fair amount of crazy things here. For instance, one of their hacks very, recently, July 7th, was actually the NATO portal. So here you can actually open up this
I had to
image
make the
real quick
canvas a
and
little
just show
bigger.
people that they were, in fact, apparently hacking around NATO portals, NATO information. They basically said we breached NATO portals for the third time. We were able to access tens of thousands of documents for NATO headquarter consultation command and control portal. Unfortunately, due to
How are
safety
you guys
issues, we
doing
weren't able
today?
to automate exfiltration of the full set of documents. Yeah, you're reading it right here, ladies and gentlemen. They are, in fact, hacking NATO, all right? One of
We
the
got
biggest
sugar-free
defense upgrades
flavor syrup
imaginable,
here.
all right?
You want
So,
maple
according
donut
to
or
what it
salted
actually got
caramel
leaked out at
mocha?
all was
Salted
around
caramel mocha,
835 megabytes of
100%.
compressed data, information that belonged to 31 actual
Salted
nations. And this is
caramel
something that
and
NATO
mocha?
actually
Come on.
obviously was
It's easy.
investigating on to make sure if it was actually valid or not. So when they were asked about why did you even hack NATO, was there a political reason for it? Because people kind of assumed maybe it was due to the Russian-Ukraine invasion. What they had basically said was it has nothing to do with that. It's a retaliation against the countries of NATO's for their attack on human rights. And also, it's fun to leak documents. Oh boy, the fucking furries are wild. They
Wow. someone wants to
getting
get
hacked in a deadline is
punched.
one thing, but when you add the furries to it and all the world
Hi,
headlines,
Parasite.
that just
How's
makes
your
you look
chores
even
coming
dumber.
along?
So here they actually had worked with a group, the threat intelligence firm known as CloudSec.
New
And what
model
they
looks
said was they
nice. Thank
analyzed the data, and the
you.
data
I actually
contained
added
unclassified
one of my
documents,
hair
but more
toggles
importantly,
finally.
8,000
I'm
records
not
of the personnel.
fully done
Names,
rigging yet.
companies' units, working groups, job titles, business addresses, home addresses, and photos. And that is very dangerous, especially when you're working in a field like NATO. Or
Yes, give me company drawing.
Field. You don't want your personal home information out
I
there,
haven't even
because
started
then
them.
you're
No.
involving more people in danger that are more than just you. At least you know when you sign up for the military,
Okay.
you're going to be in danger. But
So,
family, I mean,
I
you
talked
try
to
keep
Zen,
them pretty separated from all of this.
and
And that's where,
basically,
again, even
this
the
is
people
what
watching this get
we'll
a
be
little bit
going with.
confused by these situations. Like, what is this actually doing? So according to these guys, what they said is fuck every country supporting Israel, especially those in NATO. In addition to this new breach, they basically re-released the last two breaches, 8 gigabytes, to ensure the most leaked documents are in circulation. Stay tuned when we leak Joe Biden's DMs. Oh shit. So they actually apparently did leak like gigabytes worth of like NATO documents. I'm actually looking at them right here. NATO V1, NATO
So,
V2,
I'm gonna
NATO V3.
polish up the
all,
lines
basically
and
tarred up
start
and
coloring
spread on
in.
the internet. And these are still available to download right now. Now, would I recommend you download NATO documentation and filter through it? Probably wouldn't invoke myself into this pile. Also, you know, this is one of those things where it's like you just want to look at the train wreck. You don't want to jump in the middle of the trains actually impacting. And again, one of their other operations was Operation Israel, all right, where obviously they discussed it, where this is their first Israel run. They
Gartic stream when?
Israeli
Seriously, I wish I could do a digital, but my laptop's dead.
These gay
Um,
furries ended up
I don't really
revealing the
have
actual
anyone
personal
around that draws.
information
Like,
of the
Zen
people that
doesn't
were
like
working on these
drawing,
IT
so
companies and telecom companies. What they
I might
did
do a
was they
solo
accessed
Gartic,
administration
Gartic
portal
phone
and took
and
the
try
people's
out the
personal
animation
emails
thing.
and, you know, emails
That would
related
be
to power
funny.
companies, as they say, construction companies, and very
Like
more.
a
So
viewer request
clearly,
thing.
this is a scary situation, right? They're actually touching, at least from one mention, critical infrastructure when we're talking about power companies, right? So obviously, then they were doing smaller things like hacking church websites. So it's kind of insane how they go from, like, you know, hacking NATO to hacking, you know, the average church or whatever, right? So again,
I've put my
all
keyboard too
political
far.
motivated crimes
I
here.
haven't
And
plugged
again,
in
the
my
one big crime that I wanted to really showcase, that kind of
tablet,
blew
like
me away a little bit, was
a
their
little
attack on the
keyboard
Idaho
with
National
shortcuts. I
Laboratory.
haven't
So in
plugged
November
that in yet.
2023, for anybody that was focusing and following the
As the best kind of person
existed,
to get to
you saw a
Gartic,
headline
someone
known as
who
"They
has no
breached a
idea what they're
nuclear
doing.
lab," and they basically
I don't think
demanded the
he
nuclear
likes
lab
such
not for
stuff
money
though.
or information or anything, but so that they could research cat girls.
Like,
Okay, yeah, I'm not even joking.
I don't want to
swear God,
force
this
him
is actually a
to
fucking real
play
demand by
that.
an actual hacking group. Okay, like I'm not even joking. So again, what had happened was the Idaho National Laboratory experienced what they called a massive data breach. Employee information was basically leaked on the entire internet for the world to see. And of course, if you look very carefully at this one image, the Idaho National Laboratory, it is, from my understanding, underneath the purview of the United States Department of Energy. Okay, so this is a very,
I had a long ass
very
talk with my
serious
very
situation.
much
Obviously, when you
American
involve the US
stepdad
government
about the
and its
Trump
entities,
and
that's when
America in
their
general, right?
response to you is going to be
To sum
catastrophic.
up,
So what they had
what he
was
said,
earlier this morning,
America
the
is
Idaho National Laboratory determined that
love
it was the target
Gartic,
of a cybersecurity data breach affecting the server supporting its Oracle HCM
but
system, which
yeah,
supports
like I
human
said,
resource
it honestly
applications.
depends
INML
on
has
like if
taken
he
immediate
wants to do it.
action to protect employee data.
Can't hate
So
Gartic,
basically what
fair
they said
enough,
was they
fair
were in
enough.
touch with federal law enforcement agencies like the FBI and the Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency to investigate the extent of the data
How
impact
you doing,
in that
BBQ?
incident. So Oracle's human capital management is effectively a cloud
Yeah,
solution software for, again, human resource solutions.
I just don't want to
So
say
because
too
of
much.
one
It's more of
actual
a
issue in this
I might just
software, it
wait
was
and
used
see
to
what
exploit
happens.
and gain access to
Especially,
employee
I don't want to
records
go
who
to
were
political on
illegally
this
using
channel.
these resources
I'm pretty
management
sure you guys
systems.
are not here
And
for my
according to
political
the Idaho
opinions.
National Laboratory,
No one wants
they
to hear
confirmed
that.
the release of information
Hi,
was
Sam.
for
Sam,
many
I am.
current employees, so postdocs, graduate fellows, interns, dependents, and the spouses in those data breaches. So again, all of their personally identifiable information was impacted. And that is the ultimate problem of this situation too, right? Like, no matter what your politics really comes down to, leaking the PII of people who basically do research work every single day isn't really something that is going to be beneficial, all right? It puts them in danger. It puts their identity in danger. Like, for instance, one of the things that any company will say is you should always freeze your credit. When your information is out there for anybody to grab, and I've said this, always contact every single credit reporting agency and just make sure you
My
freeze
brain
and
not
tell them
braining
what
mood.
the fuck is
Me
going on
every
before
day.
somebody uses your
Brain
identity
not
for
braining.
seriously nefarious purposes, and that just causes a whole line of headaches down the road. Now, if you look at Idaho National Laboratory and you look at what kind of shit they research, they're very much involved in nuclear energy, integrated energy, and of course, national security. So when you're attacking anything related to nuclear research in the country, that is automatically the biggest spotlight placed onto you. I mean, you are literally hacking a nuclear laboratory at this point. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
So according to the guys here who are
That's what
hacking
they
the actual
have?
laboratory, you can see that they showcase what they consider
Hi,
to be the
John.
peripheral
How are
over
you
here.
doing
So
today?
in this HCI audit firm, you can actually see that it had employee accounts, addresses, terms, everything personal. And if you look carefully at what kind of information they had their names, email types, ethnicity, gender, every single thing imaginable, their salary, person number, identification, every single thing that you could find, marital status, so on and so forth.
That is
And of course,
so
one
messed
thing that
up
they asked them about, like,
that they
hey,
hacked
what is
that.
our demand? The demands that they had right here was if they research creating IRL cat girls, we will take down this post. Now, I don't know what gay furries would have to do with IRL cat girls. It seems a little wild to me.
I'm so
But they also
confused.
provided
What
at
is
least some information
happening?
that you could download and also parse through. And I want to
I'm
preface
gonna
this by saying
move
you
to
should
Twitch
not
now. Hey,
download anything that
if you
see
wanna use
on these
Twitch,
leaks or
use
any hacker
Twitch.
group,
That's
because
why
you
we
never
have
know what
both.
kind of stuff they actually
I think from the
contain.
sun,
It is
it's too
insanity.
warm for
So
me.
the public
Yeah,
policy they had
there's
a
a
month
heat
later
wave
when
in
talking about
Jersey.
this was all I want for Christmas is the destruction of the government. The gayer the furry, the more a threat to national security they are. Hoo boy. Okay, so now that you know that these guys are some of the most unhinged furry hackers you could find, or at least used to be able to find, yet now it moves up to the final act of the story, the Project 2025 hack. Now, if you don't know what Project 2025 is, in the last few weeks, it has gained so much attention.
People in the comments
in
try to
this discussion
educate
across the
me
United States
on
and
what that
Canada.
is.
Basically,
I'm
for anybody
honestly
that doesn't know
still
what this
so
is,
confused.
It's actually a project that has been detailed by a group known as the Heritage Foundation.
Do we have
Now,
any
if you go to
other
the
games
Heritage
on the list
Foundation's website,
to
you can
be
see that it is a
misunderstood
website
by
that is,
Lifu?
again, a
What do
think
you
tank for the
mean?
United States conservative movement. So here you can see that as you can
Twitch
see
is more
Project
fun.
2025,
Yes,
Presidential
people
Transition
need to give
Project. Now, if you
Parasite
actually
some
read into some of it, they'll
company
tell
on
you
Twitch.
what they are building now for a conservative victory
Oh,
is
you're here
both
too?
personnel and
Yeah, I'm on
training.
both
So
now.
what they've said, it is not enough
I'm
for
here now.
conservatives
Let's
to win elections.
go.
If we're going to rescue the country from the grip of the radical left, we need both a governing agenda and the right people in place ready to carry this agenda out on day one of the next
For everyone who
conservative
just joined.
and that is the goal of the 2025 presidential
Wait,
project is.
BBQ, you
So again, people have been
unfollowed
kind of
me
parsing
there?
through this 922
For
page
shame.
PDF of again discussing
For
this
shame.
Project 2025. And again, this is their own group. This is Heritage by themselves.
Absolutely for
detailing,
shame,
their
BBQ.
plans for every single branch of the United States government and what they want to do for it to initiate their conservative ideology. So obviously, it contains a lot of stuff that if you're on the left side of politics, you probably won't agree with, okay? And if you're on the right side of politics, you may agree with. Hell, there are some people on the right side, like Donald Trump, who basically say, I don't know anything about Project 2025. I have no idea who is behind
The
it.
Automat
I just
censored
believe
you so
some of the
hard.
things they're saying
But I
and
was
some of the
already
things
on
they are saying
YouTube.
are absolutely ridiculous and
It's
abysmal.
okay. Half of
And
you
you
can
may
be on
too.
the
I
YouTube,
wish
half
them
of
luck,
you can
but
be
I
on
have nothing to do
Twitch.
with them. You know, if that's Trump saying it, boy, they must be really on
Are
the
you
right.
guys
God damn,
excited
they
to
must
see
be insane.
Zen looking all
Obviously, I haven't
dapper
looked
and
through it because I'm not a
sexy?
political channel. I think it's better if you want to get your political ideology from somebody that is more expert on that. But what I will be discussing
You
is
promised
the
cake
hack
4
that
years
took
ago.
place
First of all, it
on
was
the
more than 4
Heritage
years ago.
Foundation.
Second
So
of all,
SeatSec
I
these
didn't
days announced
promise.
that their
And
final hack
third of
over the
all,
past
you
7
never
days
showed
was
up.
to hack every day from Nader to Israel. We attacked many, but we have one more gift. We hacked the Heritage Foundation. Holy moly. The Heritage Foundation is a conservative think tank in America among the most influential public policy organizations. And what they are doing is leading Project 2025. So according to the SiegeSec guys, Project 2025 threatens the rights of abortion healthcare, LGBTQ plus communities, and that's why they gained access to their database with the user
Cake.
data, logs, and juicy info. And they accessed 200 gigabytes of mostly useless files in their
Daddy,
server.
I mean daddy, I
So
mean
while
daddy,
they
I
won't
mean
be
daddy.
leaked, what they did leak was a whole bunch of other
Yeah.
information.
That is
And what they leaked was the
zaddy.
passwords, email addresses, full names of every
Hi,
user, every government
Oasis.
employee in the United States,
Add
even
milk
the
cake and
Heritage
cashew
president,
cutlery. Oh
Kevin
my god, I
Rudd.
miss cashew
So
cutlery so
leaking any information
much.
like that, goddamn, especially if you're an active government officer, it's some scary shit.
It's a dino dance.
So again, a whole amount of stuff had happened. People had started talking about it. There were denials into what had occurred, right? Like obviously the Heritage Foundation, from what I understand, they insisted they were not hacked
Oh my god,
by any
I
gay
cannot
bird.
make straight lines
That was one
today.
of the
My
headlines
brain
going
is not
around.
braining.
So obviously, in order to protect their
I'll polish
honor,
up the lines
the furries
over the
had to
weekend.
respond. Many articles and social media posts about these breach have caught the attention of many people. One of them happened to be the
Right
executive
now,
director,
I might just do
Mike
like the
Howell.
base
Mike
thing
Howell reached out to
so
us
I can
at
start
first to ask
coloring
questions
in.
to understand our motives and why we breached his organization. And then he proceeded to throw insults, threats, and claimed our existence was against nature.
I just want to start coloring
So
in
then
Zen.
we got a chat log, boys, and we're gonna read the fucking chat log.
Because
So the
we
chat
still
log
are not
involves
quite
Mike
sure how
Howell.
we'll
This is
do
Mike
the
Howell,
whole
Heritage
him
Foundation
joining.
Oversight projects. I'd like to chat. Would you be willing to have
But
a call? And then
we gotta
video?
try.
Yeah, unfortunately,
But
I'm not
first,
able to
I'm
call.
gonna
It's
make him a new
communication.
PNG
If you have another
so
platform
I
you
can
prefer,
start
I'm
making
open to
us
asking how
emote
we can.
and
Mike Howell
stream
says this
alerts
platform's fine.
and
What
art
is that you
splash
are
art
seeking or
thing.
threatening? VO's like, we want to make a message.
I just
and
want him to
shine
have
light
a
on
new
who
PNG so
exactly
we can
supports
start
the
doing all of
Heritage
that fun
Foundation.
shit.
We don't want anything more than that. Not money, not fame. We're strongly against Project 2025 and everything the Heritage
So we'll
Foundation
probably
stands for.
start
Is
with
that
a
why you hacked us?
PNG
Just for that?
with like
Yeah, it should be obvious. That's
one
all we do
talking,
based on
one
our
not
history as a
talking,
hacktivist group. We don't
and
seek
then
money. Again, very politically
I'll do the
motivated.
emote,
Mike Howell,
then
okay, listen to
stream
me closely.
alerts,
We're in the process of identifying and outing members
and
of
then
your
I'm
group.
gonna start rigging him.
Reputations and lives will be destroyed. Closeted furries will be presented to the world for the degenerate perverts. Whoa.
I hope it also helps people to figure out how to start VTubing.
Sometimes you gotta imagine like
In
somebody
case
sitting in a suit.
someone
typing
in the
that-
chat is interested in starting that.
Their Signal app, dude. You cannot hide.
When I think
Your
of
needs
Zen,
are
I wouldn't think
minuscule
of the
compared to mine.
motto. I
You
would
can now
remember the
either turn
fucking
yourself
Pikachu
in, or you
PFP.
can cooperate. It almost sounds
I
like
need
John
to add like a
Jacob,
mosh,
right?
maybe like a
baby steps.
toggle Pikachu ears.
None of our members
That
will
would
be
be so
identified
funny.
or outed by your organization.
How
built
you
on
doing?
hatred.
I'm doing
The only
really
ones
good.
deserving of a destroyed life are those within
Oh shit!
your organization.
I forgot to
You want me
mirror that
cooperate with
stuff.
what? Spreading misinformation and hatred. We won't turn against our own people. Your own people turned against nature. We will only accelerate the cycle. Nature has no defined set of rules.
My
no
hand is
authority,
not
just like
steady
it should
today
be.
at all.
Humans can do what they want, and yet you choose to support an organization to harm innocent people. Why? How can you justify this to yourself, knowing you're threatening the rights and lives of other human people? The people you hate could be anyone, your friend, your mom, your sibling. God created nature, and nature's laws are vicious. It is why you have to put on perverted animal costume to satisfy your sexual deviances. It is why you are forced to hide like a coward.
I
You
don't know
violate
why
our
I love listening to Mudahar. It's always funny hearing someone crack a joke and laugh on about his own joke.
rights and broke the law. You have no standing to discuss such matters. The rights your org violates will be 10 times worse than any crime I've committed. You do not follow God if you use religion as a crutch to hate people. Mike says, would you like to meet virtually or send an emissary to meet me in person? I would like to be left alone without my rights being threatened. Are you
How
aware
you
that
doing,
you won't
Oasis?
be able to wear a furry tiger costume when you're getting pounded in the ass? And the federal president puts you
Wait, what?
violates will be 10 times worse than any crime I've committed. You do not follow God if you use religion as a crutch to hate people. Mike says, would you like to meet virtually or send an emissary to meet me in person? I would like to be left alone without my rights being threatened. Are you aware that you won't be able to wear a furry tiger costume when you're getting pounded in the ass? And the federal president puts you in next year.
What the fuck?
Oh man. Oh man.
Why must all the drip in Unite cost like a billion crystal? One of them can be bought with tickets. What's Unite?
Director. Would you mind if I share this? Please share widely. I hope the word spreads as fast as the STDs do in your degenerate community, furry community. Meow, an image of a cat. Bestiality, weird sin. It shows you've got a few clicks.
What is happening there?
What's your opinion on war? My advice is you get out of mommy's basement, iron your shirt, buy a girl.
I'm doing well. Going to be heading to an acquaintance's wedding later this evening.
Ooh,
a wedding.
Publicly or tease it for a little while first. Whatever you prefer.
Oh my god, that means good food. I once was at a wedding that had an open sushi bar. Oh my god, that was amazing.
And of course, Vio just keeps joking around. So
the Pokemon MOBA. Wait, there's a Pokemon MOBA?
Between professional.
I gotta check that out.
And a gay furry. And this
300,000 years of evolution for
American politicians. Gay furry.
No, I'm not reading that.
If you ever thought you lived in the wrong
It's League but replaced the lewdness with Pokemon.
You're wrong, okay? You lived
League is not that lewd. What do you mean? I play League. League is not that lewd.
Now, of course, you might be like, Muda, that is such an insane level of shit, okay? There's no way that could be real.
By the way, I think I fixed my FPS and I think we can start Valorant streams again.
I forced the gay furry hackers to disband.
It's free on Switch and mobile.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a story.
Me and Zen have a Switch. I'ma download it.
Yeah, one of the largest, I guess, think tanks in the country allegedly has been hacked, okay? Now, if that data is ever going to come out, which it probably won't since it's quote-unquote mostly useless.
I don't like downloading games on my phone.
Actual intrusion that occurred based on the exchange.
I have like a very stupid game on my phone. It's basically a connect clicker.
Very important why I went into their history. The NATO hack, the various hacks on Israeli,
we could see LifuLifu miss every shot smoothly. Okay, I don't need this energy.
Is something that has absolutely put these people not just on a map.
Hi Vortex, Konnichiwa, Emma Raccoon.
Because these are pretty impressive hacks.
I even removed my bangs for today.
Especially on targets this big.
I was actually working on this toggle right before I went live.
Sometime in 2025, maybe 2024 even, that Vio and his friends could eventually be outed by the FBI and could absolutely be serving some serious punishment down the road.
I'm trying here and there to finish my rigging whenever I have time.
Attacks on its infrastructure, attacks on its organizations, and especially breaches regarding the politicians that make up the government of the United States.
This is not even my final rigging form.
Maybe these guys can ride off into the sunset and get away. Or
You
maybe
guys have seen nothing yet.
Red Dead Redemption 2, where they're just perpetually on the run till the very end of time. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, that's how gay furries hacked the government. Wild story. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and
subscribe. That is wild.
Just like it, I am out.
Nowhere in my life I would think I would wake up one day and watch a video from Mudahar, an Indian who lives in Canada, react to gay furries hacking the US government. That is a new.
Guys and gals, me Mudahar, and you guys like Bloodborne? I like me Bloodborne.
Hi Alan, how you doing?
PlayStation Quadruple. But to understand, the game's not available for PC. I think there's a lot of people that cope a lot and, imagine in their dreams that one day they're able to see the Bloodborne Steam page.
Oh,
and
shit.
while Sony doesn't seem
No one
like
saw
they
it.
care, they'll port everything else to the PC. Miyazaki, he doesn't really own the IP, neither does From Software completely. So until Sony decides to care, we're not going to get any Bloodborne on PC. Now, I personally think that maybe if a Bloodborne 2 gets announced, and yeah, I have been snorting the copium, okay? Then maybe we might get it on PC. But to be fair, You know, the thing about PC gaming is with emulators, oftentimes this task is taken into our own hands. Now, I've talked about games
You
like Metal
good?
Gear Solid
Hell
4, one of my
yeah.
favorite
I
games
love me
ever.
some
That
Bloodborne.
game is
You
still
see,
locked
I
to
don't
complete
play
consoles, okay? The
non
PlayStation
PC
triple
games
for crying out
anymore
loud. Now, look, Chad Warden might like the PS3. I like the PS3. But let's be
because
real, it's an
everything
aging
I
system.
play,
So at the end of the
I
day, all
only
right,
get
keeping
time to
these
play
games
on
on PC
stream.
preserved down the road is
I'm
actually
either
of utmost
drawing,
importance.
rigging,
Imagine
or
playing
doing
Metal Gear Solid
chores
1, 2, and 3 and
or
then sitting on your
editing.
computer, you know, depressed because you're like, man, how do I get into the fourth
Creating a new
experience? Do I
model, I
buy a
see. That's for
PlayStation
the
just for
bunny
one game?
boy.
Or can I emulate a game that Konami and Sony aren't even selling anymore?
He doesn't like
So,
being a
yeah,
bunny boy
because of this
anymore.
and the efforts of the actual emulation community, playing games like Metal Gear Solid 4 at 60 frames per second with 4K, you know, whatever controller you want, even actually emulating the
And plus,
multiplayer now
I
is
think he's
entirely
tired of
possible. And it's
everyone
not just Metal Gear, it's games like Killzone 2,
constantly
which allows you to play its
reminding him of
bombastic multiplayer,
Picora.
even if it is with bots or other players online,
Like,
at
he
your
gets
own
compared
comfort.
a lot,
Now,
and I think
because
he's
of
tired of
emulators,
it.
we've kept entire game franchises alive. One game franchise, Bloodborne, is actually one thing that I wanted to talk about today. Because we've actually gotten to a point where you can get to the character creator in the emulators, okay? So
Also,
to
a warning
understand,
about
the
Unite,
emulator we're
it's
looking at right
unbalanced,
now is
pay to win
Shad
garbage. Oh,
PS4.
never mind.
Now,
I won't
PlayStation
waste my time on
emulators,
it.
PlayStation 4 emulators in specific, there's a whole bunch of them, okay? I made a video about a year ago where we were looking through a whole list
Every
of
time I
these.
fucking
Now, if
roast
you're
you,
looking
you
to it
always
emulator-wise, you've got
I don't want this energy because I don't want this energy.
Shad
What the
PS4,
fuck?
Spine, which we actually ran Sonic Mania on a long time ago, and you've also got compatibility layers like FPPS4, PS Off.
I'm not supposed to like this energy.
And PS4 Delta.
Bitch.
Now, compatibility layers are different. They're not necessarily emulators. They're basically tools that are designed to translate calls on the fly to a operating system that you use. So when I play Elden Ring on my PC, it's not because From Software made a Linux version of the game. No, I download the Windows version, and I use a compatibility layer like Proton to translate those Windows calls to Linux on the fly, meaning that I can play the game with little performance loss or basically native at best. Now, of course, with PlayStation 5, the only way to play Bloodborne on PS5 or really any updated system
Yes,
is
dramatically.
officially
How
through
dare
Sony.
you call me a
Now,
bitch?
whether Sony keeps
A
this going
bitch
in
is
the
a
future,
bitch.
who really knows? Whether Sony decides
Hey,
to give a
Kyle's
60
mom is a big
frame
fat
patch
bitch, the
to
biggest bitch in
Bloodborne,
the whole
which they
world, the
easily
biggest
could,
bitch in
who knows?
I'm done.
Whether From Software gets into it, who knows? So again, going back to Shad PS4, I went to their website and immediately right here, I was a little bit shocked, okay? Gave me a little sketchy vibe, so to speak. So immediately in their news are like, Blueborn. Oh boy, we got some Blueborn here. So immediately I looked into it. I'm like, today we have a big surprise for y'all. Shad PS4 is the first emulator that gets to the character.
I personally think it's a fun game. It's
Well,
Pokemon
it's still
League.
far from playable, but a
We were the
start
guys
has
who
been
made
made.
League.
Now,
It's
what I'm
pretty
about
sure.
to show you may not be the most mind-blowing experience.
I'm gonna look into that, but
it's something that I feel is important.
you know what's
right?
a
You have to
good
understand
game?
Progression.
Power World.
Years ago, we went from having a black screen crashes from Metal Gear Solid 4 to having it completely, fully playable on a computer, okay? Insane stuff. So they had a video posted of version 0.1.1, so very much in the fucking alpha state. So to show you how it works over here, firing up the emulator, you can actually see Sony Computer Entertainment presents in red text, okay? So the color buffer is a little wild. You got the Japan Studio font right there, the splash screen from software, and I shit you not, what's actually baffling is you get to go to Bloodborne's actual login screen. So here you can actually select play offline, play online, you go to new game, and you can actually go to the brightness screen, you basically hit whatever you have to.
Playing that right now.
A little bit of an issue, ladies and gentlemen, is the character creator screen. So on the contract,
You know what I haven't played for a while?
Your gender, age, origin, whatever.
Fuck, I'm zoning on the name. It's that
the actual like icons for all
Stardew Valley version of Switch. Why am I spacing on the name?
Okay? So this is as far
That's
as we're
messed
getting.
up.
Now to give you an idea, a year ago, Bloodborne was basically given a black screen, okay? So what changed since then? Well, the Shad PS4 emulator, the way that they've basically been describing is that they've released a new version, a new core version of their system. And of course, one that I had to actually go to their GitHub to even understand exactly what was going on. So on their GitHub here for Shat PS4, they actually say it's an early emulator, and they've shown some games like Sonic Mania. They've shown Undertale, and We Are Doomed. So what they've said is small games are working, like Sonic Mania, Undertale, games that
Never
aren't
actually got to play
exactly
Power World.
gritty,
Oh, I
you know,
heavily
masterpieces
recommend
like
Power
Bloodborne,
World.
games that are a little
Is
bit lighter,
so
a
good.
lot easier to get running underneath an emulator.
It's so good.
So when asking about how this entire process worked, so when discussing how this worked, they mentioned that this emulator needs a processor with 4 cores and 6 threads, 2.5 gigahertz minimum, a graphics card with 1 gigabyte of VRAM, your GPU drivers updated, Vulkan support, 8 gigs of RAM, and Windows 10 or more. So yeah, it's not exactly
Don't tell my Nightbot to shut up.
Like the most
You shut up.
emulator, but we decided let's actually get this thing started up. So I downloaded Shat PS4, both the versions that ran Bloodborne and whatnot, and I decided to actually show you how the stuff runs on that computer right there. Because getting this underneath virtual machines was a bit of an issue, so let's actually get some PlayStation 4 games up and running in the year 2024 and just see how good things are now. All right, so I'm going to cut to a Windows system over here. No virtual machines, no nothing. I'm just running everything natively. It seems like a lot of the VM
Switch
stuff that I've
Stadia?
been
You
using
mean
causes
Stadia on the
issues with this
Switch?
emulator. So
No,
I'm
no,
just
no.
going to get the Windows version. And the reason
No.
we're doing the Windows version is because I'm
The
assuming
one
that most
with
of
the
the people
raccoon
watching
that
my
owns
content
your
are on
soul.
Windows. And I just want to show you what the experience looks like when you decide running this specific emulator, Shat PS4.
If
So as soon
we're
as you fire it up,
talking
it'll give
about
you
the
this
game, I
big
suggest
error
horror
message,
games.
Microsoft Defender Smart Screen. Again,
Oh.
I always have these things running on their own air-gapped system, so I'm not really too worried about what's going to happen.
Hi,
but again,
Pokedash.
be
How you
careful.
doing?
Do you want to allow public and private networks to
I don't think I
access
have
this
anything to play
application?
it on. It's just
Secure
PC,
system
isn't it?
anyways?
No, it's
Sure, go
console
ahead.
too.
Why not? Again, please
Add more
use this stuff at
bulge.
your own risk. Now it tells you directory to install games. So this is going to
Animal
be
Crossing.
where
Thank you,
I
John.
assume
Oh my
this
god.
is where it's going to create like
Thank
a
you,
virtual
Wolf, as well.
PlayStation 4
Jesus,
hard
I
drive.
blanked on the
So
name.
again, just
I
take
love
those like
Animal
ellipses.
Crossing.
I guess we'll make a new folder. We'll just call it PS4
I think Animal Crossing is so
HTTP.
much fun.
Just for simplicity's sake, hit save, hit OK, and it gives us this GUI. Now, interestingly enough, you know, you go around to the options menu. It's not really loading anything. You go to the controller options. It's not really loading anything because, again, this is a very early build of an emulator at this point. So we're going to
Animal
install
Cross
a
dress.
package file,
No,
which is how PlayStation
the
4
fun.
games are
The game
typically
is so
packaged.
good
Now,
though.
this can be all the way from your small
Hi,
games
Skull.
to your larger stuff. but
Sorry, I was
generally
busy
you're
at
going to have
work
to go
too
here
much.
and install
I'm
certain
glad you're
packages.
streaming.
So,
Oh,
I'm gonna
I
start
love
Sonic Mania,
streaming.
and we'll be back. So here it is.
Guys,
We've got
whenever
Sonic
you're
Mania
busy,
version 1.0.
whenever you're busy or you're late to my stream, or you have to skip, remember, I stream a lot. Me and Zen stream a lot. We upload videos Monday to Friday. We stream every day. Maybe some exceptions if something came up, but you have time to get tired of us.
Ready to go. And I'm just going to turn down the volume on my speakers just in case it doesn't blow anything out. And we're just going to double click this and fire up the emulator and just see how this stuff works on a, traditional system. So here it is, we are firing it up, and boom, we've got Sega. Now, of course, there's no actual, controller support, and you can see that we're going really fast. It's actually speeding through. Now, if you open up the task manager real quickly, you can see that in the background videos are working, but also
I couldn't ever get into Animal Crossing. My idea of fun and relaxing is turning on Calamity in Terraria and going fishing while being dogpiled by the dummy strong enemy.
The colors were all kind of wonky. So
I could never
provided
get
you're
into
okay with,
Terraria.
Sonic Mania at these blisteringly fast speeds, then yes, it does appear that Sonic
I'm tired of
Mania
you
is
since
actually
day one.
functioning
Oh
underneath the PlayStation
wow.
emulator. So,
Okay.
to give an idea, this is a very
It's
light
okay.
game
I'll tell on
experience,
you.
right? This is not something that is
I'll tell on you.
usually using 3D assets or something that is.
Thank you
on
so much for
single
the
tier as
YouTube
Bloodborne.
sub,
But
Chris
yeah, you can see that we
James.
can look around, hop, interact, and provided you figure out the keyboard control prompts, which they have them all listed on their.
I'll
GitHub
have my
anyways.
people talk to your people,
You can
Wolf.
basically play this game as if it was, like a PlayStation, 4 game. So, again, the understanding is you have to really be okay with the speed here. But yeah, it actually works really fine. And
Scandalous.
Yeah, this is just
It's a
Sonic Mania. Now,
wonderful
obviously, you can see that there's some hitching, but that's to be
You know what
expected.
else
From what I
is?
understand,
And you guys are gonna hate me for this. Zelda is mid. Never played it. Not interested. It's mid.
added in like a shader compilation to this entire thing, so
But
that
relaxing is
allows a lot more
competitive
games to
Titanfall.
run according to them. They also did a lot of core work as well too, so there have been serious
Noise.
changes to this, and it's caused not just Sonic Mania.
I
But a
couldn't
lot
get
of these
into
other smaller
Terraria
games
either.
to
It's not my
function,
cup of tea,
better. But
and
yeah, would I choose to play Sonic Mania like this?
yeah,
Probably
exactly.
not, since
It's
there's
just
a
not what
functional
you
PC
personally are
version
looking for in the
anyways.
game.
But you know, for emulators,
100%
it's always good to see
based.
more and more games become more and more compatible. So let's
The
move on to
most
the
base
next piece and
statement
actually see
in
how
this whole
Bloodborne
stream.
runs. All right, so now we've got Bloodborne ready to go, version 1.0, and of course you can see that it's 29 something gigabytes, so it's the full game installed. And again,
Zelda
no
is alright. Thank you, Oasis. You're based.
Work. So we've got this black screen so far. We've got the Bloodborne.
I love Powered,
here.
even though I have
And
no reason to play it because I have every
so there it is.
lucky
it
POW.
just crashed the system again.
Really?
No real error, no nothing. It just
You
crashes.
ready?
Everything just
You ready
goes
to finish
down
the game?
complete flames. Okay, so while I believe the
I'm just a wolf
version of
with
my
a gaming
game may not
headset
be
in a
exactly
cave.
perfect, you know, it is worth looking at where the developers are as well too. So again, let's show their video footage. Obviously, different regions, different updates.
Here I
can all
am,
cause different,
repping
issues that prop up, right? So look, again,
with Zen,
like I
the
said,
Vietnamese
your mileage may
VTubers,
vary,
even
and
though
I'm
I'm
sure
not
that there's a lot of
Vietnamese,
people who
Zen is
probably sit there and be
Vietnamese.
like, Muda,
And
this doesn't impress me.
this is
I'm
the
not
hate
seeing
we get,
gameplay
Wolf.
running at 60 frames to
I'm
144.
joking.
Look, to understand what you're basically seeing over here.
I've been playing the first Descendant a lot. I got a maid outfit for a bunny and kind of want the magical girl one spot animation. Wait, what?
Emulated on PC through RPCS3 are possible years upon years.
I don't know if me and Zen are gonna play the first Descent. He really doesn't want to play it because of all the
it's not just Bloodborne that's going to be running.
Let's just say he doesn't want to play it.
That are also, you know, complicated in their own rights. Games like
I cannot talk. The only Zelda games I've played are Skyward Sword, Twilight Princess, and the very first game. Okay, you already played 3 more than me.
Rendering absolutely, like, not perfectly, mind you, but animations were working. The frame rate was decent enough. Like, the person was actually touching 60 frames per second. And you actually started to see, like, proper conversations, interactions.
I don't know about that.
Course,
when I see someone have wolf
so graphics are
in the name, I don't automatically assume they're furries.
This is probably the best 3D game that I've seen run on any of these PlayStation emulators right now. And of course, while textures are warping, they're having issues, the game seems to again show
that's so weird though.
Going in further, and even other games like Persona 5 Royale, which obviously you might be like, why even care? That's also available on PC. It's not.
How would people assume that?
It's about, you know, hitting all those notes, and it's about making sure that these games are reaching their compatibility. Because the more games that are able to be played in an emulator, the more compatible they become with a whole bunch of other actual games that people might not be thinking of. It's not just Bloodborne that people are worried about.
I'm a shiny hunter. If there's a rare different colored monster to catch, I'm here. Oh my god. Man, I haven't played Power in so long. I hate it. I hate that I'm not able to play it. I genuinely think it's such an amazing game.
Because of the fact that this is running without basically downloading PlayStation firmware or even digging keys out, which I don't know if they may be distributing PlayStation firmware files. That would be very bad if they were, because they could absolutely get taken down and sued by Sony, which is something I don't want them to do. I haven't vetted through all of their files right now to verify that. But if this doesn't require any installations or downloads from Sony servers or backing up and decrypting, you know, firmware files that may be encrypted, which could open up a whole legal can of worms, what would be impressive
Finally,
is
lunchtime? Hell
yeah.
Yeah.
That just allows you to install your packages, hopefully legally acquired, of course, and run these games as if they're eventually just native PlayStation.
Zen hasn't noticed I've made the toggle yet.
Now look, I'm excited to see 6 months down the road when the people behind Shad PS4 eventually get us walking around Yarnum or the Nightmare of Menses, even if it isn't like 5 frames, 10 frames a second, running on our computers. Again, this all requires a level of actual, you know, progress. This requires like baby steps. And it's kind of crazy that one of the emulators now has managed to make such a stride. So far, I have basically been following every single emulator pretty much every month, seeing which one has touched Bloodborne beyond just a
Oh,
black screen. So
so
while we're
question
getting
to
to
you
a point where
guys.
you can run
Where should
Bloodborne,
me and
run
Zen
to an
post our
extent, even
schedule?
if you are just
Twitter,
in the main menu or a
Discord,
character
or
creation screen before
like,
3D stuff pops in,
or should we
it's
do
impressive
like the
to see.
YouTube
Look,
banner with
at
the
the rate some
schedule?
emulators
What
accelerate
would
and
be like the
progress, it may
easiest
be a
way?
matter of months. It could still be years. But, if Sony doesn't
The
care,
hair
it's a prime
parting
example of
and the
showing how
super
the PC
parted
gaming
necklace.
community just bands together
Super glow,
and designs their
yeah.
own ways, okay? Fuck it, we'll do it together. We'll do it on our own terms. If Sony isn't going to give the port of Bloodborne,
All
you might
of
as well
them?
get it yourself through emulators.
God
Now,
damn.
if you're somebody that's interested, the closest I think you're going to get to a playable Bloodborne might be this one mod that I
That's
saw,
too much work.
that I actually saw Asmongold playing. I downloaded it myself, and it's a pretty decent mod, but yeah, if it's not for the total conversion mods, obviously this isn't going to like scratch any itch whatsoever. For somebody that wants to play one of the best Souls-like games, Soulsborne experiences on their actual system. So it's either a choice down the road of whether you're going to be buying PlayStation systems just to play that one specific game, and pretty much hope that Sony keeps backwards compatibility a complete focus down the road for PlayStations, effectively keeping Bloodborne alive, even if it is locked entirely to their consoles. Or are you going to look forward to when actual, software like this is properly implemented, properly developed, and one day you can learn.
Might be best to do YouTube community posts.
Whatever frame rate
But
you
the
want,
problem with
hopefully
that
with
is
extra
I cannot
graphical
pin it
enhancements,
on
and maybe
YouTube.
randomizer features that
I
just
do like
extend the
being
life
able
of
to
entire
post
video
there
games.
from
Remember,
time
the
to
biggest
time,
thing
like
when it comes
random
to
stuff.
PC games and
Like
emulators too is mod support.
being
There's
able
a
to
whole
just
slew of
tell
people
people
that play
thank you for
randomizers
like all
all
the
day, every
subs and
day on
stuff like
Twitch
that.
or by themselves. And it's literally thanks to the fact that emulators exist, allowing people to modify contents of a video game to extend that extra functionality. But yeah, PlayStation emulation is getting fucking wild, boys. So get excited. Bloodborne.
What is it
Massive
with two
breakthrough. And while
Vietnamese
it may not be
people,
impressive to a lot
both
of
on
people,
Twitch and
I always
YouTube,
find
saying
this
all
stuff
of
to be
them?
mind-blowing. So I feel like, I just wanted to share it with you
Is
because
it a
I was
Vietnamese thing?
it brought a big smile to my face, and I really hope like a year down the road I can finally show some actual gameplay, even if it isn't impressive, even if the game crashes 30 seconds in. I just want to be able to
Probably
walk around
YouTube banner?
Bloodborne's world using my
Did people even
keyboard
look
in
at the
an emulator,
banners?
even if it is for a brief few seconds. That's the kind of shit I live for. And honestly, hopefully down the road, because of how these emulators work, maybe it won't be prohibitive to just the people that have the
I have
greatest
not
hardware
decided yet
imaginable.
what kind of
But
bracelets
that
you
is only
have.
going to be for time to say. And honestly,
Maybe like
congratulations to the Shad PS4 guys
maybe
for
I'll
breaking
sketch out like the
Bloodborne ceiling.
monk
So yeah,
bracelets.
I'm excited to see what's down the road. I'm sure this might ask the
Oh shit!
other
I forgot to
emulator
mirror
developers to actually spark some
and to
competition.
mirror this.
That said, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe.
I
Just like
genuinely
you
love
just
how
like
much
I'm out.
taming games are on the rise. Power is doing important work. Man, the dumb shit I heard people say about power, like
It's
it's
brought to you by our friends over at Brilliant.
promoting enslaving animals. It's like, bruh, are you high?
In a fun way at your own pace.
Yeah,
New
it's the
lessons
first
are
thing
added
you
every
see
single
when you
month,
go
and
on your
regardless of
channel.
what your skill level is, whether you're all the way at the
You see,
beginning
I
or
thought people
you
don't
have
even look at
actual
it.
experience in your field, Brilliant customizes
I heard
content to
Vietnamese
fit
and
your needs and
my
serve
ancestor
at
hit
your
me in the
own
head.
pace. Me, when it comes to YouTube, I have to look at analytics a lot. And for me, learning things like data science and how data interacts with each other allows me to better optimize my channel and learn exactly what you guys want and how to make my content better in a very, very mathematical way. And no matter what, I know that I'll at least be having fun instead of just reading through paragraphs in a textbook the entire time. So if you want to learn anything in this field, anything math related, computer science related, data science related, Brilliant has thousands of lessons for you to choose from. If any of this interests you, then make sure to go to our link in the description below, brilliant.org/SOG. Ladies and gentlemen, that is brilliant.org/SOG. And that'll get you started free for 30 days. And if you're the first 200 people to go, that'll get you 20% off an annual plan. Ladies and gentlemen, that is brilliant.org/SOG. That said, let's go to the video.
Compounds literally get sick and less productive if you work them, so you have a vested interest in keeping them happy and healthy. Exactly. Also, it's pixels.
Muda, what are you doing with a cyber demolition device?
And not
Ladies
actual
and gentlemen,
animal.
I bought
It's
this for
just,
$500.
ugh.
Now you might be
I
wondering,
hate,
whoa,
I
where'd you
hate
buy
this
this for
world.
500? So to give you an idea, this is a group known as VX Underground. You probably have heard of them a fair bit. I've talked
I'm
about them on my
so
channel a
tired
couple
of the
times.
woke
They're
people.
friends of the channel. And of course, they were selling this drive for $500. The reason I paid $500 was because A, I wanted to give these guys some support, and B, I wanted to have all of the malware samples and viruses and nasty devices that can destroy computers, ruin businesses, ruin marriages even, sitting on my desk right here. Now, as you can see, this is plugged in, ready to go, and we're going to go exploring for some of the darkest malware sitting on here. So to give you an idea, anytime I do things like virus investigations or I look at a virus, I have to go through repositories of actual malware samples. Some of these repositories are not publicly available, simply because if you were to give out samples to every Tom, Dick, and Harry, there would be a lot of angry people sitting on their desk, okay? Because they unwillingly ran a virus and their computer got destroyed, or files got stolen, or they got ransomed without realizing. But of course, VX Underground assumes that people coming over here have some level of intellect, and they definitely have a lot of disclaimers present. And I should also add a disclaimer. If you are going to buy something like this, or hell, download any sample off of the internet that is actual malware, that is on you, okay? What you do on the internet is not, we are not legally liable for whatever dumb stuff you do. The only
People
person
will
that
still
we're
blame.
legally liable for who does dumb stuff on the internet is me, okay? So VX Underground sent this box to
People
me, which is a
love
Western
blaming
Digital
others.
8TB Easy Store Desktop HDD. Now, I think I paid for the 8TB or 10. Not that I'm going to go out of my way to complain about it. I got what I paid for. They gave me a little letter over here, which I'm going to scan and show you on the screen as we read. Hello, thank you for purchasing the VX Underground Complete Collection.
Pokemon should be on the list too, if that's the same mindset, and Digimon.
I will.
Pokemon's on the block for those people. I don't think they know about Digimon though. Digimon is so much better than Pokemon. I love the woke people. They give easy content and good laughs. Honestly, true. If not the woke people, we wouldn't have videos. Me and Zen would have nothing to laugh about. So, I'll give you that one.
Ransomware loaders, spyware. The malicious binaries are not exclusive to Windows malware. It includes Linux malware, Mac OS malware, yeah, that exists, Android OS malware, and more exotic malware. Malware which targets chastity belts. So you might be like, whoa, Muda, are you going to be careful running this? Look, I'm a stupid person, but if it's one thing I'm smart at is my computer stuff. So we are going to go walk into this with some severe caution. To understand, some of the
Like,
samples
I don't think
are
our
not
channel
going to be
would have
protected
even
by methods that
grew
I've been
without the
routinely
woke
using
people.
on my channel. So here they list that they got 34,599 advanced persistent threat samples dating back to pre-2010. They've got 107 malware builders, the complete Conti links, which are their internal conversations, tools, etc., 11,596 papers on malware development.
Play Digimon, do it. No, I love Digimon, and I'm referring to the cartoon.
IOC collection, which are 40,000 binaries that were found on Twitter of all places. They've got the In the Wild collection, which is 1.9 million binaries they've gotten from online scraping. And of course, they've signed here Little Cheeser and Smelly VX. Well, thank you guys for your autographs. And thank you for sending this one over. It took a little bit to get here, but thank God I have this drive. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to be a little bit careful and open up this drive and explore this together. So I've got a Sandbox Linux platform, and if you look right here, you can see this Easy Store link. We're going to hit yes on that. I hear the drive burring up a little bit. Here it is. Woo! So this drive is so
I don't
new.
even know what we should react to today. If any of you have
Get
any
rid of that
suggestions
right there.
that you guys
And,
want us to
first
talk
things
about,
first, I actually want to see what this consists
don't
of.
be
So
shy.
property,
Always
this
go
is
ahead.
NTFS, so it's obviously formatted for Windows. It's filled with up to 7.3 to, actually, they've got around 5-something terabytes, so it's actually calculating right here, 5.1 terabytes. It's a total 7.3 terabyte file size, or drive space, and we've got 2.1 terabytes free. So if you wanted some extra storage, I guess they've got it in there. So first things first,
Digimon Story, Cyber Sleuth is a good game. Ooh, okay.
and samples.
Is
So
it
if you
on
open up the
Switch,
samples, you can see
Steam,
that they've got them all
console?
segregated by the Twitter IOC collection in the wild, virus share. So if you go to Twitter IOC, you can see that these are
Phone?
highly compressed folders, and opening one of them, they give you, hey, here's a password. So the password should
Rock?
be infected. And of course, you can see all of these samples even
Oh, I have
further
no idea
compressed
where I
down
put
this
this
list.
thing.
They're not
I need to
necessarily
find it
that
now.
big. We're looking at like a couple megabytes at most, and some of them are sitting in the kilobytes. They are ultra
Okay.
compressed, so to understand, these are just, again, millions of malware sitting over here waiting to be used. So beyond all of these malware samples, they've obviously got technical write-ups for things like the Mirai
I think
botnet
go.
for anybody that was
Oh,
interested in understanding how that works,
there's
or any
so
form
much,
of
but I'll
research
have to
onto it.
find
Well, this
something.
is an
Hell
entire
yeah.
drive
I
filled with
finished
all
eating and
kinds of
gotta get back
technical
to work. That
write-ups.
was
So if you're
fast.
interested in learning, you can obviously look through this. Not that that information isn't
Cyber
available
Sleuth
freely
and
to
Hacker
download as
Memory
well
are on
too,
Switch.
but
Okay,
this is
good
all
to
part of
know.
this collection. So it's not just filled with malware samples, it's filled with some educational material.
Me
So for
and Zen
anybody
are
that wants
actually
to learn
waiting
stuff,
for a good survival game,
you can start off figuring out
like
things
a
from
good
here,
new
right? Or at least
survival
if you're
game.
interested in the
I
technical
love
lookup of
survival
things. Yeah,
games.
look at this. If you wanted to figure
I don't
out,
know
if you wanted
why.
to
It
learn
makes
like
me feel
abusing
so good
notepad
about
plugins,
myself.
well, they've got entire papers for you to sit down and read. So if you're somebody that's interested by this topic, this is like a pretty good learning. This is just a good resource to have sitting around. But of course, from what I understand, you can just download these anyway, so you don't need to spend all this money to get a drive. This is just me being me. So right here, malware source code. So for instance, if you want to look at source codes for certain pieces of malware, you have them all right over here. So you can just pop one open and learn the intricacies and the nitty gritty of how certain things are made. So all these MS-DOS viruses, you can start reading up on how things work. Now, this is assembly code. This is source code for some of the malware. This specifically is Canab2, which this is written in assembly code. So again, if you're looking at it very low level, DOS assembly stuff right here. So if this interests you, there are actually
What
channels
is
that'll
wrong with
explain
me?
how to
Why
do
am I
this.
having
One of
such
my
bad
favorites
lines
is
today?
Root42. Another one is John Hammond to explain how convoluted this can get.
I cannot wait for
Programming
7
Hello
days
World is
to
a
die to
HitJinx
finally
video. This
release a
malware
console and
itself, and
fully
back
on
then for
PC
DOS
on the
malware,
21st.
this is what your
Oh, they
source
are
code
doing
used
that?
to
I
look
didn't
like.
know that.
Of course, if this interests you, you can look through how some of these old
Don't
ancient
starve
viruses
together.
work,
Oh,
look
I
at
I
the
played
actual
that game a
guts
lot
and
in the
see what it
past.
took to execute
I'm
them,
I'm
and
trash at
literally
it
what
though.
exploits that they were taking advantage of at the time.
I'm like
So
not even
again, this is
kidding.
just
I am
DOS source code. There's
absolutely
obviously
trash at that
far
game.
more intricate malwares to look through here. But again, if this interests you, feel free to play around with the source code, maybe even compile it, see if you can run it for yourself. Do what you want. The world is your oyster. Again, please play responsibly. Some of this stuff, while it can't damage you, all right, again, some of the more higher level viruses that you're looking around, which some of them are still used today in some variant, you probably want to be a bit careful with. What's actually even wild too is they've got like actual legal briefs on two massive organizations like Revel and Raid Forums. So if you wanted to read like federal indictments, motions to seal, all of it is actually available right over here.
Your
Not that
motto
I
is
think I
sleeping.
can
Oh,
share some of
that's
these.
when
They
I'm
might be
looking
publicly available,
down.
but they probably contain some serious personal information, and I probably don't want to be diving
When I'm
too deep into that.
sketching. I'm
Luckily, for
looking
those that have
down
no
really
idea, it's a
hard.
Russian hacker group that primarily specialized in the ransomware as a service category. We've looked at this before, and what these people have done is use the double extortion technique. So basically, ask a ransom from an organization that they would hack by, again, encrypting their data, and then also stealing it and then selling it as well too. So this was a
Good enough
truly
for
evil
now.
organization in terms of, again, how they would victimize certain groups,
I put it on the
certain
same layer.
firms. And again, this
But
is ransomware as a service. So if you don't know, basically these people provide the service, somebody hires them, and they skim a little bit of money off the top. Anyways, these leaks consist of, again, their internal systems. Some of them actually consist of educational material, which is rather hilarious to watch. Because it's literally filmed as if like this was literally designed to be played in some university course. The other thing to look at are a set of
hi
email
Maria, how
leaks,
you doing?
not just email leaks, but
It looks
chat
better
log
than
leaks.
how
So
I
if you know
draw.
your
Ugh.
writing, Or if you have
I'm
a
just
translator on hand, you can read
combining
exactly how
all
these
the
criminals
ideas I
communicate
had
with each other as well too.
so I can
You know,
start
there's
like
so many
sketching it
legal
out
information as
properly
part of this
without
actual hack
getting lost into
collection
the
that
in
one
the
could
sauce too
probably make a
much.
pretty good video showcasing the entire timeline of
It's so
content
much
as a whole.
harder to
And
make
I'm
a
joking
model for
about the
someone
training.
else.
I was kind of overselling it. At the end of the day, a lot of their training just comes from free
Did you
resources,
do
like
your
most
warm
people
ups?
learn from.
Could be that
In this
one.
case, it's Pen
I
Tester
cannot wait.
Academy, who's
Wait,
basically
what?
teaching them how to defend themselves,
You
so to
mean
speak. But
strokes?
yeah, their
Warm
training
ups?
materials, leaks, very
But yeah,
informative stuff. If you
Maria,
want to
the
take a
model I'm
dive
using right
into
now
the
is also my
cybercrime
work.
yang. What they also provide us
I'm
are
doing this
building
like
tools
these
for
art
actual
streams
ransomware
where
as
I'm
well. If you
learning
want to build your own
with
ransomware, you
people
could not.
watching me
That I
go
recommend
through
you
the mental
need to do that. That
breakdowns.
is bad, ladies and gentlemen. But what's interesting is some of the stuff that I was looking at and researching for videos before, I actually finally have access to. So I think what I want to do now is go back to some older virus investigations and maybe retouch them up. Now that I've gotten access to the actual malware that I wanted to truly investigate versus just researching it on the side. Now I get to fully experience it. Okay, so obviously we're not going to make a whole video just exploring this hard drive. What if we take some of the nasty pieces of malware off of this cyber nuke and decide running it on an actual system and just see what kind of damage it can do?
Warm ups like
Now,
some
in this
doodles and
situation, we are
such.
not using a virtual
No, I
machine. We are
was
not even using
editing
a
a
computer
video
that
in
I
the morning.
primarily use. What I
The
decided
one
to
we
do was
reacted
use
to
an older
yesterday.
computer that was sitting
So
around. This
my
is the first
usual
actual real
mornings
gaming
before
computer
streaming
gaming
is I wake up, I have my coffee, I edit the video, I quickly go into social media, I respond to the comments that were left overnight, then I do some chores, then if I have some time, I work a little bit on the rigging, maybe on more channel stuff like the banner and whatnot. So and by the time I'm done with everything, it's already stream time.
laptop that ever actually managed to
I
go
forgot
down.
reptines
Now,
are a
since
thing.
then,
Yeah,
I've
we're back in the
upgraded to a different
90s.
laptop. This is several years old. We're talking about a laptop that still has like a mechanical hard drive. This is still running on like a very old version of Windows 7.
I want
And
to buy
at
the
the end of the
Pokemon
day,
Stardew Valley
it's a
game on
laptop that I
Switch,
can
but
actually
I'm
like
holding back. Wait,
be
there's a
fine
Pokemon
if it
Stardew
completely
Valley
stops
game?
working on
What?
me. Again, do not run any of this stuff on your basic system, but that should just be expected. The other thing over here is I'm turning off any form of antivirus software, obviously, since we're running malware, especially malware that has, some years attached to it. These are going to be part of an AV definitions file, meaning that, like, because some of this malware is from, like, pre-2010, obviously Windows 7 has an idea of, like, this existing, and it's immediately going to stop it right there and then. So we're going to stop any form of antivirus from stopping any of our efforts to destroy this computer. And also, because if we don't turn off the antivirus, because there are so many pieces of malware sitting inside this system, this can actually blue screen a system entirely because it's literally parsing so many virus samples scanned at any given moment. It's not that it's running the malware.
Could
It's
have
that
it
it's
just be a
detected
part of
so
the stream
many
then?
that it's
Take
crashing the
requests from
system.
people here and
So
doodle those real
there's two
quick to
reasons
get
to turn
warm
off
up.
the
Oh, that's a good
antivirus.
idea.
The other thing over
That's
here is
actually a good
we are
idea.
not
I
connecting
like
to
it.
the
I might
internet.
do
We
that
are
in the
not connecting
future.
to a local area network. We are not connecting to a router. Shit, we are not even plugging this system into a capture card. I am being very careful here because this video is, again, a little bit. I'm playing with some malwares that I haven't truly
User
been given
Island
the
is
time
really
to
good from what I've
properly
seen.
assess. So
Oh.
we are keeping everything strictly air-gapped, meaning
If
this
I
is not
ever
touching
have
my
time
network,
for
this is not connecting to anything
games
malware.
off
And
stream,
if you
I'll
come up
play
with
it for
some sidebar
sure.
method like Muda, maybe it's sending out a piece of software through the speakers on the system and very inaudible sounds, and your other system is recording it and parsing data. I've read the April Fool's joke. No, that's not
Maybe
happening
someone
here.
there?
So let's plug this into a system, go over there, and just start running some of these malwares together. Okay, so here it is. We've got an air-gapped computer sitting in the dark, as you could imagine. So I got some Dan OCT style of recording going on over here, a little cozy. But the reason for this is no virtual machine. This is actually a piece of solid hardware, a computer that I once used. And if you want to look at the specifications of it, this is obviously Windows 7. This is not Windows, actually Windows 10, not Windows 11. Windows 7 would be too old. But to show you guys exactly what this computer is, properties here.
Thank you so much for the YouTube sub, Johnny Charm.
Ooh, virus and threat
Hope you're having a great day.
Your virus, here it is. Your security intelligence version is 0000. We're actually going to keep it that way. So we're going to go to the virus and threat protection levels. we're
I
going to go
didn't
to
copy it.
the protection settings and just turn off all that
No.
real-time protection, okay? Just because we do not want anything to stop the amount of malware we're looking into. Also, we don't want the system to crash once it starts parsing like 5 terabytes of malware, okay? So this is a standard system here, and I'm just gonna drag the drive a little closer just so it doesn't fall and completely ruins the hard drive. Paid good money for it. And here we're going to plug in the drive. You can never, and I mean
Didn't I
never,
copy
plug
it?
in a
It's
USB
happening.
the right way the first time. You always have to finagle with it. Here it is.
Oh my god, I didn't copy.
So, this drive is totally empty.
I cut.
Completely virgin system. We are mounting the drive as we speak. And again, I must stress there is no connectivity to any other device right now. This is, again, you don't want this to be connected. USB device not recognized, or your computer malfunctioned. What is this? There it is. Okay, you just have to restart the drive. I think because I disconnected it.
There we
Here
go.
it is. We've got easy store. We've got
Okay, I can now start sketching in stuff. The only thing, should I make the legs a little longer? What do you guys think? I feel like maybe the legs should be a little longer.
IOC collection here, and you can see some of these are 7-zip files, which, Jesus Christ, I don't actually have 7-zip. Okay, we're going to fire up a network connection very briefly just to get 7-zip. Probably shouldn't be doing this. Okay, so instead of being completely stupid, I'm just going to get a flash drive here. I got 7-zip on that, just so we can actually use 7-zip. No connecting. Actually, it's ideal that all the network adapters for this device just do not function at all. So, or at least they don't have drivers installed, which is great for now. So let's get the 7-zip working. Get that hitting yes. Install. Close. I hate trackers.
Thank you so much for the YouTube sub, Rhino. Hope you're having a great day.
Twitter IOC collection, okay? Because I'm sure it's going to be filled with some nasty samples. So, for instance, extracting some of these, you can see that the numbering, like the scheme on them, it's just basically their checksum, and usually.
What if I make the legs longer? Yeah, I think I should make it a little longer.
Accept on this one, and
Head to body ratio is good. No, I think it should be like a tiny bit longer.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is not looking pretty. And again, if you start looking into the processes, what is here, right here, is listed as library docs.
Like not too much though.
Library docs,
a little bit.
Go to, like the properties of it, right? This is just some application. It's absolutely filled with like malware. That's for sure, 100%. And what it's going to be doing to the system can be a variety of things. Okay, it could be trying to connect to some server, because this is, again, really legacy software. Yeah. But it is sitting and running on the system. As you can see, it's consuming 30 megabytes of memory. Again, I would have to memory dump this
a little longer, perfect.
How bad things really are. But again, we can just...
You could play you and then way out teamwork co-op. We'll end up killing each other.
Some of these are actually reaching like 77 megabytes. So again, if we open it up, that's just some... No, sorry, it's 71.
From my silly eyes, they do seem a smidge short. Yeah.
You can see a little circle going. I don't even know what
I was thinking the same.
But again, this is, again, may I remind you, don't...
Like just a little bit, like not even much. It was just a little bit.
So what I'm going to do now is just remove this drive, just because we are going to be launching some ransomware that can actually attack that drive. And again, I'm not...
Yeah, like a little longer is perfection.
But again, we've got other pieces of
like this shirt is long, right? So like the midriff is like
Pegasus malwares. This is literally
here,
made
right?
by like an Israeli cybercoms company. Like they literally have created this piece of malware.
This is perfect now.
Is used to, in my understanding, attack journalists and get access to their cellular devices and basically spy on people that were of interest around the world. So these two pieces of malware that you're seeing over here, one of them is hiding itself as WinRAR, okay? For anybody that still uses it, why?
Yeah.
7-zip, and the other one seems to be hiding
itself. Shit.
File serves as a driver of...
I forgot to do the body.
Wait a minute, what the fuck? Look at that. File serves as a driver of North Korean power. This is going to be North Korean power on my system, bitch. It's made by Kim Jong-un. That's the developer. Jesus Christ. No, I'm not even kidding. Hold on. Does it show up on the camera? Wait. Highlight it. Yeah, the company is Kim Jong-un. Hold on. Fire that up. So now we've ran the Maze ransomware too. And not Maze ransomware. We just ran Maze malware, and oh my... Oh, shit.
Tom. Alert. Dear Tom, your files have been encrypted by Maze ransomware.
Fuck.
Games are so expensive, is annoying. Yeah, I agree. It's crazy how expensive games are these days.
Alert. Tom. Alert.
That actually scared me. I'm not even joking. I didn't even expect that.
Maze ransomware.
Oh my god, I didn't even expect that.
You need to buy decryptor in order to
Oh my god, they actually did it. Kim Jong-un grabbed it, dude. He grabbed my system. Allied Universal Maze ransomware. We hacked your network and now all your files. Okay, shut up, Kim. Hold on, wait, how do I shut him up? Alright, Kim is quiet now. What happened? We hacked your network and now all your files.
Nice. Now we can start sketching him out.
Are safely encrypted with reliable algorithms. You cannot access the files, but don't worry. You have a chance to get it back. It is easy to recover.
Look at this smooth motherfucker.
Data from your network. How, bitch? We ain't connected. Back out of here, Kimmy. Can't do anything.
This is my reminder that Lifu's forehead is goddamn big.
Information. Don't touch it. And again, this is why you want to make sure everything is fucking disconnected, because what's happened over here is because we ran one piece of
I'm happy. I'm actually happy with the base sketch of him. Yesterday, I was inching towards yet another breakdown, but I'm happy with how it looked.
And this is why you don't connect your sample drives over here. And again, here's the thing. Even if I, like, that USB drive that I had connected, that alone, again, this exe file is still actually somehow functioning.
I bought a Japanese Pokemon Emerald version for...
No, Kim, shut up. Alright, you know what? Actually, this system is completely junked out.
700 euro?
Is we gotta make sure everything
what the fuck?
This flash
Bruh.
drive needs to be properly sterilized too, because I don't know what this malware...
I didn't even want to spend that much money on my model. That's why I drew it myself. You're spending 700 on a game. Bruh.
The reason why you want to make sure everything is isolated, because if you decided to plug this into an actual Windows system, or like any other system you had, who knows what could be silently stored onto here, right? Not that this specific malware...
For the next video, you should bring up screenshots of your build in Minecraft, then pull up a video of game booting so we can compare. I don't need that energy, okay?
We can actually get a closer idea of what is happening right now. So I actually, unironically, ran two of the most dangerous hacking groups malware simultaneously on this system. And one of the actual ransomware...
You know what I forgot?
Which Maze has been attributed primarily, from what I understand, to Revil, or a Russian-based hacking group. Again, it's another ransomware as a service operation.
I don't know where the layer is.
Think that this had anything to do with North Korea? It might have. You know, they might have went out of their way and, like, outsourced their operation. But one other piece of malware that is exactly attributed to North Korea, for anybody that doesn't know, Lazarus Group actually worked on, again, a illicit hack that involved a company known as 3CX. I actually covered this in a video as well too, where this was a supply chain attack, and I actually did run a sample. So again, I don't exactly believe that...
Man, there's so many versions of sketches that I have here. That's crazy.
Because the malware is so old, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of their attacks have been shut down. A lot of those servers have been hijacked by law enforcement. But at the end of the day, I did in fact run malware that had some pretty deep ties to the North Korean government. So all the shit talking that I've done to Kim Jong-un, well, now we finally, or his team finally...
Are you ready for donuts? You keep teasing with donuts, but you never bring donuts.
Chains are working,
that's messed up.
Active, which, again, I probably have no reason to believe, but, you know...
Okay, so I have some color layouts already.
Out there, thank God we are not connecting to the internet, and thank God this system is now going to be tossed into a fucking fire, because I'm not going to trust it ever connecting to an internet service ever.
So I guess there's only one thing left to do, and that is start.
If it's another thing you know is they're not exactly very visual. See, one of the things about
that's related, but I would rather make my own model than pay hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yeah,
blowing things up for people to watch on a screen. There's not many pieces of
so
malware that actually do that.
Besides
the ones that I can really think of are old school.
The very first model,
were all designed to be flashy.
I did all my models, and the reason was specifically the first model I actually bought, I got scammed.
To obviously, you know, become this spectacle that YouTubers were going to record and show. Then there are pieces of malware that just attempt to downright scare you with jump scares.
And ever since, I just make my own models.
Of course, beyond all of them, there are also malwares that are, ransomware viruses. Some of them just going beyond out of their way to reflect, like Jigsaw, for instance. That was one interesting piece of ransomware. One other interesting piece was when a ransomware asked me to play PUBG, one of the first virus investigations video we looked at. So obviously, these are some very, intricate pieces of like visual malwares. But most of the stuff that you saw here isn't going to be something that really
I'm just secretly here quickly having a plum.
Dangerous happening to the naked eye. But what's happening in the background of that system is it's most likely trying to attempt to, servers that may not be active anymore, probably running crypto miners. There's definitely cases where the entire drive has been ransomed at the end. And no matter what, the system's
sounds like I missed some nice lore.
And it's slowing down because there's a lot of...
It's not even lore. But basically what happened, initially when I decided to stop being a face cam streamer, I decided to be a VTuber with Zen's encouragement. So I bought a model. And later on, I found out that I got scammed. I got messages of from people being like, hey, did you know like someone is using the same model as you are? So I'm like, you know what, fuck this shit. Completely went full quiet while resolving the issue. Learned how to make a Viroid model and kept learning how to do a Viroid model, kept learning how to polish it up in Blender, kept learning how to do it in Unity, and that's the model you guys knew me up until recently, up until like a couple of days ago. And as you guys can see, recently I've been learning how to digitally draw and how to rig. It physically hurts me spend more than $80 for anything, even a PC.
Silently running in the background, consuming.
How are you doing, Victor?
Systems, these systems.
You're a scam. She is.
You can do this by looking into a memory.
That's one of the many reasons why I want to make my own models, since I hear about some people getting scammed. Yeah, there's a lot of such stuff. But keep in mind, people get scammed with their models, but there's also a lot of artists that are getting scammed too by people who end up not paying.
Is that you can check that malware is running on your system. If you don't know what a memory dump is, basically you take a collection of your RAM, you dump it to a drive, you run it through an analysis tool, and it'll show you what processes were running and what they were doing at that given state in time. It's like kind of like
working or no?
To take a screenshot of your computer's internal.
Are you working overtime again?
Look at them from a very data-hungry standpoint. But again, it's not like it's malware that's necessarily going to destroy that computer. What I did at the end of the day was just re-image the drive, make sure things were cleaned out, and this system was good to go again. See, malware that initially destroy systems are actually, it's a thing of the past. One of the
Oasis, I hope
I knew that could actually destroy a system was Chernobyl or
me showing how I made my first model will maybe help you.
Virus that was discovered in the June of 1998, all the way back in Taiwan. And while this was a piece of malware that was actually proven to destroy the BIOS of a system, which is the basic input-output system, once you destroy a BIOS, that computer is effectively...
Hi, Gonzo. How you doing?
So this piece of
Mississippi
malware
Gonzo. Okay.
Shipped into games even. Games like...
What is Redcorn?
When they released downloads related to it, even by Origin Systems, the company at the time, those downloads were unfortunately infected. And while CIH does a lot of damage to your system by going into your binaries and just, again, filling space, as the name space filling.
Yes, buying a new PC is almost enough to put me into a coma.
One thing I found really interesting in this was that the developer, Cheng-Hing Kao, was actually...
I recently had to buy a new PC.
All the damages that had come from CIH,
because my laptop burned out.
Or I guess like a complaint. There was just like no formal charging, and it actually, from what I understand in the Chinese legal documents, it actually led to newer revised legislation, which I didn't know, but apparently that was a part of this new lore. So yeah, computer viruses like
this looks so cursed.
Definitely damaging, and definitely changed the course of history somewhat. And then, of course, there's actually good malware. Malware that I actually have no issue with it existing. Obviously, I'm against any form of network intrusion, but if you ever heard of something known as
Oh yeah, it is.
Farmers or
It helped me
anti-ped, which
get
as
an
you can
idea of
imagine
how
is
it
an
works, so I can
anti-pedo
implement
malware.
all
How
my
this
ideas
works is basically by
into my own.
opening up a backdoor into a
Oh,
system
also
and
on Clip
effectively
Studio, you
examining
have
potentially illicit images of children and then
access for
sending the
free that
information of
right
that targeting
away,
system,
like
which potentially has
everything
some
is
illicit
in the
images,
folder.
sent to the person who wrote the malware. So again, the way that this was spread was actually going into the shared folders of file sharing services like Kazaa, LimeWire, eDonkey, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, other forms of visual malware were things like Monopoly, which just threw up a Monopoly board and basically threw a jab at
I'm
Bill
sick at the
Gates,
moment,
rightfully
and
so.
the red corn part
Bill
is
Gates
a
is
inside
guilty
joke with
of
my friend.
Monopoly. There's a
I'm
whole
half
story
native.
about how
If that helps
Microsoft
clear
was not
anything
a
out.
nice company, especially back in the
No.
early 90s, early 2000s. Nowadays, they've cooled down a little bit, kind of, but back in the day, they were real bastards. And again, some of the most visual types of
It
worms
didn't clear
were
anything
things like
up at all.
email worms, script worms, basically worms back in the day that spread throughout email networks and looked through contact sheets and just mass spread themselves to random people out there. And those were probably the most effective types of malware. Nowadays, the malware that we look at is very much, I guess you could say, financially motivated. And it's designed to be run stealthily.
I can't afford a PC, which is why I'm a PNG. What the fuck?
In the first place. Again, the concept of running these things in a virtual machine is not something that is so easy.
Okay,
A lot
so
of malware that exists in this archive is designed to keep itself evaded from being
for now, what
analyzed
I'm
in the
gonna
first
do
place by a
is
security researcher. It's only through really hard and fast cutthroat methods that we can even
but
examine some of
nah,
the stuff to begin with.
big,
But that said,
too
though, ladies and gentlemen,
strong.
one computer was harmed in the making of this video. And while that computer is back and alive, it's went through so much hell that I think it's time to permanently lock it away in a safe, as this archive as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, would I recommend giving this a buy? If you're a fan of malware and computers like me, then maybe it is worth it. If you got the money to
I'm gonna
spare,
start
it obviously supports
splashing in colors, and I'll cut later on when I'm ready to add highlights and shadows.
Computer viruses and whatnot, actually having a way
Oh,
for
John Redcorn is a character from King of the Hill.
and learn from it. That said, I think it's
I don't know King of the Hill.
a reminder for me to tell you, I am not legally responsible for some crazy shit that you do using any of the samples that I've shown you today. That said, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike.
Where did I put the head, though?
Thank you, VX Underground, for actually having one of these available, and it was worthwhile supporting you guys. So, this is me, Mudahar, and yeah, I am out.
Where did I put that thing? Oh, I put the face there. Face needs to be in the face.
In hindsight, this whole thing might sound a little bizarre to most people.
That's not what we're watching today.
It was brought to you by our friends over.
I have King of the Hill on DVD. Is it any good? The humor is for some, but not for others. Yeah, from the limited clips that I've seen of it,
Hello, guys.
it was just not my
It's
cup
me,
of tea.
Mudahar, and I'm just gonna rip the band-aid off Indian YouTube tutorial style and get right into the meat and potatoes. YouTube needs to ban this account pretty much right now. The Tech Lead. Now, if this name is, if it's sparking some synapses, we talked about Tech Lead about 4 years ago, and
I need to make sure all the lines are connected.
Back in the day, Tech Lead was an infamous YouTube channel that had allegations of being a doxer to other smaller creators in regards to an individual known as Trend Black, where his information started being shared around like a venereal disease at one point. And Tech Lead was actually one of the principal individuals that was
way back in 1997. Ah, okay. It used to be a show on Fox, like Family Guy or Simpsons.
People's information, right?
Can I yap on Discord? What do you mean?
I believe it's not even entirely legal as far as the United States goes. And does YouTube care?
I know Family Guy. Me and Zen watch it while having dinner.
Various villains who use these systems. Yeah, I don't think YouTube really even cares. Even though they like to say, yeah, by the way, abusing the DMCA tool, that's against terms of service.
What am I doing? I can just do
Anyways,
this.
2 years
Refer
ago, we
to
looked
all
at
layers.
TechLead when he launched, was behind something known as
Hair
the Million
color.
Token. Now, for anybody that doesn't remember the Million Token, this is actually the website 2 years ago. A Web3 social token. I'm sure
Okay,
you guys
refer to all
already know where
layers.
the fuck we're going in here. A million is
So
a
I'm just
cryptocurrency
do
with a limited supply of a
this.
million tokens.
No,
That get a
I want this
minimum value
separate.
of
Hold on.
$1 USDC each.
How do I separate it?
How does he make sure that
Let me
million
just do
token
this.
is pegged at $1? Well, apparently it's TechLead's understanding, his own words, by the way, on tape, that apparently he put $1 million of his own money into the actual token to basically, at least
Okay, I think
peg
it's
each token to
connected
$1
enough
because
now.
of an actual physical US dollar or the USDC still available.
Oops.
Now, at the time 2 years ago, me, CoffeeZilla, and plenty of other internet people covered this guy's coin. And we used his own words, examined the blockchain, and at least from CoffeeZilla's assessment and my assessment and plenty of others, it turns out that TechLead's account maybe were alleged to actually be siphoning money out.
Back
who they were
here.
to, who they were from. This is for all the USDC pools, the million token pools. And according to my calculations, TechLead has pulled out and siphoned into a bunch of shell accounts a total of $3.3 million.
Send by 2 pixels.
Now, $3.3 million, that's a while. I
forgot to add
now,
there.
Of course, if you ask TechLead about Million Token, I doubt he'll ever really talk about the situation in detail. Because TechLead has actually
I think maybe this should be darker.
A bunch of scam allegations.
Maybe
If you just look up Million
let's
Token
see.
on Reddit, for instance, even on their actual main, or what appears to be the official page of this page, with 164 members, what's shocking in this situation, I'm not even joking, is obviously if you go into the newest section right here, does anyone still invest? What's going on with this coin? 16 days ago, okay? One comment.
There we go. That's the color.
Somebody says, is it going to coke back? I think you might
I used to watch King of the Hill, but the humor doesn't work for me. I like some of the memes I see.
This is an allegation that has been hit.
I wanna be able to understand the memes.
And if you look at TechLead's,
I have a GameCube and a N64. Wait, what?
A lot of the stuff, if you actually just type in Million Token,
are you flexing your age at us?
description to this
If you want to talk King of the Hill, then we need some shady.
Money trick with crypto. Tether over.
I don't know what that is. I feel so out of the loop. I'm disgusted by myself.
Sponsor links or whatever.
Like you join in the VC and I tell you something, also give you a sneak peek of something I'm working on. No, that's not gonna happen.
And of course, all the computer gear, keyboards, whatever the fuck. What I don't see, and thank God for the Wayback Machine, back in December 10th, 2021, what was that? What was that link for? Infinite money trick with crypto, stake million token liquidity to earn quick for massive DeFi yields? Wait, TechLead, are you removing things from the description? Why would you remove the million token? What happened? I thought it was supposed to be the million token for the millionaires. Look, at the end of the day, this is just scummy
back
behavior.
here.
I think the way
Check.
that he's treated this token is more intelligent than the average.
Semi-check.
Right? Average dumb influencers who probably, they'll talk.
He's
about
a YouTuber.
Coin. They might get into hot water because of it, but the way that he worked this coin.
Yeah, you guys will have to educate me on that stuff. Thank you so much for the follow, Metal Desi. Indeed.
By scamming somebody or by getting into cryptocurrency in general and promoting something that may be a little crass is literally don't even target the big guy. If you target somebody that has a friend who works in the SEC and it takes them one call to basically call up the boys in the government, then you're screwed. But if you target the average Andy who's sitting in their house, probably dumping $100 in, the SEC doesn't really care about that, or at least it doesn't appear that they do. And even if they do, all right, usually the actual punishments are very minimal. Now, this video is not about TechLead's Million Token or Trend Black. I've covered those situations extensively in the past. This is about TechLead actually breaking the YouTube.
Hi, Kimmy. Just got done eating breakfast. Hello. Am I like your after food entertainment?
Example right here. Now, throughout the last 2 years, there have been plenty of bad copyright strikers. Quantum TV was a pretty recent example. But I will say Tech Lead has done something so stupid that Quantum TV is like a fucking Nobel laureate in comparison to this, okay? That motherfucker is big. That's Megamind. Tech Lead is actually dum-dum. Let's actually see exactly what happened. So, a YouTuber by the name
I
of
think I
Internet
selected it all.
Anarchist made a video in regards to Tech Lead. Now, I've been talking to Internet Anarchist in the background, basically discussing this stuff too. And the video
That's why it
that he
looked
was talking
darker.
about was
No,
how
I'm
Foxageddon
stupid.
destroyed YouTube's worst tech channel. Now, what had happened in this situation, and what Internet Anarchist basically sent me, was that he got a copyright strike
I don't
for
fuck
that
up.
video. So, how CoffeeZilla destroyed YouTube's worst tech channel. Now, in this situation, Tech Lead says that the content
forgot I
was a
dropped the
day in life of a
transparency there.
Google software engineer. Content found in entire video. Normally, it should be exact timestamps. No, he did not just use Tech Lead's content in the entire video. It was very much
There we go.
in fair use. Now, to understand, quick understanding of fair use is fair use works on
Now I'm
4
gonna
pillars,
need to
okay?
redo
So
this.
measuring the 4 factors is the purpose and character of your use, the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount of substantiality of the portion taken, and the effect for the use upon the potential market. Now, the thing about fair use is it's not like an automated, thing. Every attempt of people, who fight for fair use have to take it to court. And usually it's courts that set or update case law. So the thing about it is, obviously one of the most important examples was the Matt Haas versus H3H3 case. And while that case is old, it's still a landmark case that's used to this day in regards to online entertainment and content used. Now, because Tech Lead was filing a DMCA, that's not like a cute little form for YouTube. That's telling YouTube that is a violation.
It's lunchtime there. Enjoy your lunch.
Now, YouTube, being part of the safe harbor provision,
I may just eat breakfast again because I'm hungry again. Same.
DMCA, I'll just take the video down. Now, usually when this happens, you, the content uploader, has to give.
Why is your shirt thing so hard to draw? What do you mean?
Can step in your behalf, so you don't have to actually dox yourself. But you are filing a counter.
You would like the hair color?
I'm in the fucking right. I'm not taking.
I like the hair.
Going to court. Now, YouTube's system is so broken that somebody can issue a DMCA. You can counter DMCA, and then Tech Lead can go, I don't have my nut to our fight for this, which is exactly what had happened. Now, I'm not going to play this.
Oh shit, I forgot to do the line.
It really is just blood yapping for the most part. Let me just summarize exactly some of the key points that he was trying to make. For example, the scamtuber industry, there's a bunch of YouTubers that try to call out scams. Now, he kind of equates this to drama or manufacturing drama, when in reality, there is no drama to be manufactured. I kind of hate it when people equate drama with actual potential criminal actions. When I think of drama, I think of shit like Kendrick Lamar versus Drake, where they're literally calling each other pedos and shit on diss tracks. That to me is kind of drama, okay? Because I really don't think there's actual criminal implications. It really is just beef between 2 celebrities, although that beef can accentuate into even wilder heights. When I think of like these situations with cryptocurrency, with abusing the copyright system, I think of actual legal issues. Look, we're not going to be on YouTube forever, right?
Blue is always nice.
We want to leave this platform
Yeah.
in a better place than when we started. If you let false
I know he likes his blue hair, so
platform in terms of commentary,
trying to make sure he keeps those.
Self-policing our communities, that's going to be in danger. I don't consider, calling out somebody like Mama Max to be drama in a situation. I think calling out somebody that is not taking serious investigation seriously and putting actual criminals behind bars, or rather letting them get away or
right now I will be just laying down like the base colors
because it sends a really bad idea
and going
out into
from
the minds of
there.
impressionable individuals. When I think of cryptocurrency scams, I think of actual millions of dollars being siphoned from actual hardworking people that just want to follow
this
an
works
and maybe reach a fraction of their financial
Yeah.
success. That is something that I find incredibly predatory, criminal, and it should
Both
be
really
called
show
out.
what his
The best
personality is
part
like.
about YouTube is
Yeah.
self-policing. It really always is the scumbags who always call out any actual form of valid criticism as, oh wow, this is just fucking drama. It's not really drama,
Well,
okay? When
it will look
legal
like
implications.
different once the actual colors are added,
Copyright system.
like the shading and the highlights.
YouTube should act on.
I tend to copyright strike down any expose videos
But I
on
need
me because
to
I understand that
change up this
these are not
then.
real exposés. There's no journalism involved in here at all. Welcome.
I love how he's like, there's no journalism. These people are just making videos. Dog, when they're putting up facts on facts on facts, That is what we actually call journalism. It's like the same people that say,
Yeah.
yeah, Muda, when you and Carl covered, the completionist and the charity situation, that wasn't real journalism. Dog, we had interviews. We had actual fucking evidence that we brought up receipts. How is that not journalism at that point? Okay, I would argue it's better than actual fucking journalism that happens in most print these days. But again, this is just somebody that can't take any valid criticism. Now, of course,
I find it like too hard to actually
I would be okay if he was just a troll,
like
but when he's actually
draw
using
and
the
part
copyright
right away.
system,
It's
that's
easier,
when trolling
at least for
becomes
me,
actually illegal.
just to do it this
the world
way.
of business where people are afraid that they're going to be doxxed. Well, if you're going to come into business and do business in this world, yes, you're going to be doxxed. You better have an identity. And so then he takes to Twitter complaining he's going to have to dox himself to the tech lead. So you're saying I have to share my personal information to tech lead or let my video be taken down? He's afraid he has to be doxxed if he wants to counter the dispute. YouTube jumps in and says, well, you can also hire an attorney if you want to represent yourself. Well, yeah, this is business, right? People have a complaint against you. You can't just be a nobody
forgot
and
to
hide
do
behind
this here.
anonymity, right? One of the main reasons I will actually copyright strike a video, though, is I want to know who's behind the video.
I need them
Right, I wanna-
to be.
So he's basically admitting right here that he's actually copyright striking somebody to gain personal information. Now, that's not the fucking point of a copyright strike. A copyright strike exists because you want to stop a video of yours that is unfairly being used. Not
Why did
because
not
you want
select
the
him both,
information of
though?
the account right there. That
Damn.
is fucking abuse. YouTube literally will agree that is abuse right there. And yet he just openly admitted it.
I want to know who these people are. What if it's somebody I even know in real life? Oftentimes these haters are people who know you very well, actually. I mean, this could be a real physical threat to me. Really, these scam tubers exist only because I allow them to exist. And I can shut them down anytime I like because I own all of the copyrights to the images and audio.
Is this
that they're
guy
using. I
delusional?
will issue these copyright strikes on these new YouTuber, scam tuber videos. And I don't really care one way or another, I guess, but it's more of a hazing ritual for me, like a welcoming ceremony, just to let them know what they're
I cannot help there. When I did digital art, my stuff was usually doodles, and when it wasn't, I had softer and looser lines. Well, with making a model, well, you can get away with soft lines, but they'll be harder to rig, especially if you're new.
And so the video will probably be back up after a while.
Bro, he just admitted that he's literally.
Can I see your model arm? Hold
The
on.
actual channel, not that he has any intention to go to fucking court to. So what's really insane about it, read through YouTube stuff. If your work was posted without your authorization, you can submit a request that the content be removed. Submitting a removal request is a legal process. Like I said, it's not a rinky-dink form that you just sign with YouTube. This guy basically admitted that this is his hazing ritual. Now look, at the end of the day, okay, this is the most clear-cut fucking example of copyright abuse I have seen on the platform. I mean, this scumbag is Now YouTube says, do not make false claims. Misuse of the removal web form information may result in the suspension of your account and other legal consequences. No, I think it should actually result in legal fucking consequences. Now think about it like this. If you're somebody who uploads a video, you basically get shafted in every possible way. Your video dies, completely fails in the algorithm, right? Unless, obviously when it comes back, people band together to watch.
Yeah, I imagine that's why I cannot help it.
Sometimes, it's like, that's like you wish
I appreciate the thought, though.
No, the reality of it is, if you file a DMCA on somebody and you submit a legal process and they file a counterclaim, you should 100%.
I am so hungry, though.
To fucking file a legal.
Trying to figure out what should I munch on.
Now, this is why I always say, look, if you want to file a DMCA against me, I am very careful. Every video feed of the tech lead that I've shown in this video right now is stuff that I believe isn't fair use.
Where
Because
is
I've only
the
shown what I've had to in order to
body?
discuss the situation. If tech lead files a DMCA on me, I get my lawyer, we get a counterclaim going, and if he doesn't want to sue me because he doesn't want to go to trial because he thinks he might lose, that should absolutely result in his fucking channel being terminated, okay? How is it that you're going to cause me
I don't
grief,
need this.
but now that I want to now that the ball's in my court, I actually say, take me to court. You're not going to do it? How is this even okay? How is this even, legal? You can just abuse this form to basically destroy channels or get rid of any criticism you want. And it really feels...
Now that I think about it, I like how you have the sleeves behind the model instead of front or just on the sides. Yeah, I just thought it works more for my personality.
What message they're sending. Literally anybody can
And
use this
I
system
guess
and get
it's
away with it,
developing
and that's just
into
fine.
how my
I don't
specific
think
style
that's
is.
okay, but ultimately this is YouTube's platform. They can decide what
Every
they want. This
single
is just the
artist and
most
rigger
clear-cut
have their own
example.
style,
And it's not
and
just
I
me
guess I'm
saying this.
developing my
There's
own.
plenty of other content creators. That said, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I know it's been a lot to cover. Just covering the tech lead has
Wait, the arm
brought back a
thing
lot of
is
memories of
separate.
cringe that I've covered in the past, but ultimately, I think the biggest fault is this. This is not a situation where the U.S. federal government has to be involved. YouTube can literally step in and do the right thing. We should never tolerate copyright abuse on this platform. Okay?
Every
Because it ruins the
time
entire
I
platform
hear
for
someone
every
say
creator.
now do the right
If
thing,
one
all I'm
scumbag
thinking
like
about
this
is Russell
can't take any
Peters.
criticism and decides
Be
to
a
use
man.
actual legal
Do the
means
right thing.
as his hazing ritual. That said, this is me, Muda, and I'm out. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, Gerard, also known as the Completionist, made a 20-minute response yesterday in response to the Open Hand Foundation situation, where he threatened a potential lawsuit against me. He questioned my reporting, my character, and made severely contradictory statements in
Why?
this response alone.
The
If you
lines
see
are
me reading,
connected.
it's
Why is
because
it
I
doing
actually have
that?
a full prepared script, because these are, again, incredibly serious situations, and I want to make sure that I explain our side, my side, to the best of my ability. So to understand, what I'm addressing is very serious, okay? This is not drama, this is not a joke, these are all very serious situations. Now, in this entire response that he made, he basically admitted that the organization held on to the donation money that they
Not
were
the
raising over the course
completionist
of the last
drama.
several
Always
years.
the
It wasn't
completionist
okay, and they
drama.
finally donated
Always.
less than a month ago as of the upload of this video.
During several recent IndieLand events, press interviews, and
That shit was
podcasts, I went on
shameful.
record saying where the money was going to and that the Open Hand Foundation had worked with various organizations. At different points, the foundation had been in communication with or considered several of them, but it was not appropriate for me to make
Wait,
such
let me
statements
find
when
out.
final
Why is it
actions
doing
had
that
not yet
stuff?
been taken.
Why
the
is
Open Hand
it?
Foundation's goal was to make a
It's
large
connected.
impact by donating the money to the right place. And a lot
Why
of
is
the
it doing
conversations that were
that?
had with various organizations involved the funds not being restricted or came with extremely high administrative costs. Look, any way you say this, action needed to be taken. And to that point, I'm sorry. I'm disappointed that I was not more straightforward regarding the foundation's
He
timeline
is
for making
disappointed he
donations,
got caught.
and that I made statements potentially implying donations were made when they had not yet been. It took too long for clear action to occur, and I apologize for all of this.
Now, I've been pretty vocal about waiting for a response from Gerard, and while I understand legal matters often put a gag into your mouth during incredibly sensitive situations like this, I was pretty surprised to see a response
Can we,
yesterday
like,
in
at
general,
least
but
stop
what was really
pretending
wild to me
that
was how some of the individuals, at least on Twitter, and again, I don't use Twitter as an
that's not what
intelligent
he's
metric,
disappointed
actually
about?
took this as a somewhat exonerating response, when it actually paints more contradictions into the light. So I'm here to offer my response to Gerard's response with receipts, something that I personally believe Gerard did not do at all in his video. I never saw one bank statement, never saw one evidence of money flow. It was an entire story of me just taking him at his word, which I will once again prove in this video that you cannot take Gerard at his word. He is proven to be somebody that is deceptive. So let me explain exactly how this works. Gerard provided receipts in his video, okay? If you look at the description to his If you look carefully into the description, one thing you'll notice is it's mostly just links to the AFDD website, the IRS, and various definition websites when it comes to these specific donations, or I guess definitions of a restricted or an unrestricted donation, or how the IRS determines differences between private and public foundations. There are only 4 actual pieces of evidence provided by Gerard in these Google Drive links that are a autopsy report regarding his late mother, which honestly had no reason to come out. You've got a OHF termination of private status letter. You've got one letter that I guess, at least to me, looks like a continuance
Is it
or
all the
something,
stuff
which we'll get
connected?
into, and an OHF
I don't see
audit letter
gaps.
by the IRS. So
There
we'll
were
go
gaps.
into
God
each
damn
one
it.
of these pieces of evidence and see just how much new information and clarification and transparency that they really provide. Let's go. So I opened up this letter over here and I read this very carefully, okay? So this is from the Internal Revenue Service, where basically
I'll
they
be right
have
back.
a dear applicant. The applicant is Open Hand Foundation. We've received your notification of intent to terminate your private foundation under the IRC Section 507B1B during the 60-month period listed at the top of the letter. That 60-month period is starting from January 1st, 2016, and it ends December 31st, 2020. So again, in this situation, we're going to read all of it because this video will be long, but I'm going to fill it with as many receipts and contradictions as I reasonably can. This letter could help resolve questions on your foundation status. Please keep it for your records. I wish we saw this letter more than 24 hours ago. I wish this letter was posted on the Open Hand Foundation's website, a website that still does not have the AFTD, a website they gave $600,000 to over a week ago, listed in their beneficiaries. This is a website that should have had this information plastered. If your golf event can have your tax ID letter easily accessible, this information should have been posted for me and anybody researching this to logically assess. Then I wouldn't even have to question your private and public charity. In his response video, he really touched upon that point when it wasn't really even that massive of a point. All right, I noticed that they probably should be filing a 990 form, a 990 EZ, because they are a public charity, right? That is what they want to go as. Why would they continue to file a form, the 990 PF, if they're no longer a exempt private foundation? And again, this letter, if I saw it, I would have just believed them. I would have been like, all right, it makes sense. You asked for a notice of change. And the IRS listened to it. They even said, based on your proposed activities and support, we agree you can terminate your private foundation status. Literally, you told them that you wanted to run
I am back.
a lot of these events, and they were like, sure, if that's how you want to run it, then you're not a private
I
foundation.
hated that shit when I did digital trying to select an area. Yeah. It's very infuriating when that shit happens.
For the 60-month period. If you show this, you'll be classified under that section for all purposes from the beginning of the 60-month period and thereafter. Gerard refers to
time to look where there's gaps.
This letter where he writes, you're required to file Form 990 PF, Return of Private
Check
Foundation,
Discord.
or Section 4947A1 Trust, treated as private foundation until you complete your 60-month termination and are classified as
I love it.
In March of 2016, the IRS acknowledged the receipt for termination of private status and indicated to the Open Hand Foundation the necessary requirements the foundation must follow in order to comply with the IRS code. A copy of those notices are also down below with supporting IRS documentation. Further, based on the acknowledgement of the private status termination, the foundation was now required to operate like a public charity as described in the IRS code for a period of
let's go on
60
about
months.
Goose Hunt
However,
for
the
gaps.
foundation was also instructed to continue to file as if it were a private foundation. Any possible issues pertaining to such filings can only be considered clerical
Maybe
errors
this?
and are in no way intended to be misleading, fraudulent, or criminal in any nature.
Now, to understand, this actually adds even
I
more
do have
complexity
selected,
to the
like,
situation.
refer to all
If your
layers,
period
so.
ended December 31st, 2020, when you look to the years 2021 and again 2022, according to their public filings here, right, that we have.
There we go.
what is seen over
We
here
found
is that
it.
This is still a
Gap.
990 PF form. Which again, according to the Internal Revenue Service, when you look at the annual filings,
And we got him.
I wish you put this link into your actual YouTube
Nope.
description. This would be important, Gerard. I feel like most people should be reading this. When you go to which form should I use? By going to this, they list numerous forms. The 990 PF, which is for private foundations, but importantly, the 990, the 990 EZ, and the 990N. Again, reading into who should file the Form 990. So one of the tips that the IRS has given, they're going tip crazy here. A public charity described under Section 170B1A4 that isn't within its initial 5 years of existence should first complete Part 2 or 3 of Schedule A, Form 990, to ensure that it continues to qualify as a public charity for the tax year.
I'm gonna pour
If it
myself some
fails to
ginger
qualify
ale.
as a public charity, then it must file for a Form 990 PF rather than a Form 990 or a Form 990 EZ. So again, even looking into their letter that Gerard graciously provided, the 60-day period was from 2016 to 2020.
Can't type,
Looking
that's
at the
me every
tax
day.
filings for 2016, 2017, 2018. One thing that isn't checked here, at least, is if the foundation is in a 60-month termination under Section 507B1B, check here. This is in 2016. You can see that in 2017 even, that tick wasn't filed. In 2018, that tick also wasn't filed. However, looking at the letter that Gerard provided, dear applicant, we received your notification of intent to terminate your private foundation status under IRC section 507 B1B during the 60-month period listed at the top of this letter. So even within that 60-month termination period under section 507 B1B, this box wasn't ticked. So why wasn't this done again? And why wasn't in 2021 and 2022
There it is.
weren't filed under a standard 990 or a 990 EZ? Unless, of course, they went back to this private foundation designation and they're filing under this. Again, Gerard mentions something known as clerical errors, like, hey, there's nothing malicious about anything. These are just clerical errors. I want to remind you that this whole investigation was built upon looking at these various clerical
Yo,
errors.
it's still not
And
the
again,
only
the
gap.
IRS, when I asked them to investigate or audit, it's not because of any malfeasance that I'm immediately, like, out of my investigation. It's me looking at these.
I feel like
findings
I'm being
and asking
trolled
the
now.
IRS how they managed to let this go unchecked for so long. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in this
Try
entire situation,
adding a little
I
bit
want
of
to
cheese
acknowledge
and
is
cold cut meats into your
now, the audience
ramen.
remember the smoking gun during this
Trust.
video, and you might be like, whoa, what are you talking about, Muda?
Just
An
trust
audit
me.
literally exists to prove if you've got money sitting in an account. As of a week ago, roughly, the Open Hand Foundation donated $600,000
That was
to
my
the
old
Foundation.
university trick.
Now remember, if you look through the entire original investigations, even if you look into the very recent pieces where we looked into their golf revenues, Twitch revenues, Indieland revenues, the question that I was raising to the table is that, honestly, I just need to see if the revenues all match up. There's no accusations of embezzlement as much as Gerard would like to mention. It's just more me trying to actually get some answers. Remember, charities are supposed to be open books, and they're supposed to itemize everything imaginable. The moment when you have buckets just listed as expenses and whatnot, the reason why an audit is asked for is just to make sure that that information is above board and it's all there.
I feel like I'm being trolled by my layers.
They have directly jeopardized the safety of me, my staff, and my family, and that is not okay. I want to reiterate and specifically address that both the foundation and I have been accused of forgery.
The coffee is enough of a vice? What do you mean? I only have good takes on it. Trust me.
Physical signatures on them when
Trust
we
me.
filed them, or that we altered numbers to hide income or expenses.
That holds weight though. That part. The
I'm being so
underreporting
trolled
part
here.
Is there, like, the math didn't math. That was proven. The math did not math for the prior years. I'm not talking about this year, because this year isn't finished. The return isn't filed yet for 23, because 23 is not over. We're talking about prior years. The math for prior years doesn't math based on reasonable assumptions made by calculating the price per admission for the golf tournament with related, like they showed the banner, and it was like the diamond level supporters or whatever, which we know cost X amount of dollars. There were this many of them, and like a fourth grader could have done the math and realized there's money missing.
Cheese makes it all better. Hamburger and cheese, macaroni and cheese, spaghetti and cheese, big titty god girlfriend and cheese. Yes.
I mean, really, really solid. It's still, I say proven. There's very reasonable assumptions based on the information available.
The issue probably is good. It is bomb. Like, take a cup of noodles, add like slice your cheese into tiny cubes, dump it in, add some cold cuts, like slice it up, dump it in, pour in the hot water, and let it simmer. That shit is bomb.
And he uses careful words like potentially misleading, or I'm sorry, you guys felt misled.
During several recent Indieland events, press interviews, and podcasts, I went on record saying where the money was going to, and that the Open
Yep,
Hand
soy
Foundation
sauce,
had
you're
worked with
boring.
various organizations. At different points, the foundation had been in communication with or considered several of them, but it was not appropriate for me to make such statements when final actions had not yet been taken. The Open Hand Foundation's goal was to make a large impact by donating the money to the right place. And a lot of the conversations that were had with various organizations involved the funds not being restricted or came with extremely high administrative costs. Look, any way you say this, action needed to be taken. And to that point, I'm sorry. I'm disappointed that I was not more straightforward regarding the foundation's timeline for making donations.
I said
That
it
made
before and
statements
I'll say it
potentially
again.
implying
He
donations
just
were
said
made
he
when
got
they had
caught.
not yet been. It took too long for clear action to occur, and I apologize for all of this. But such inaction was not done for any selfish or malicious reasons. I want to take this opportunity to apologize to any developers, publishers, content creators, and special guests who were involved with the various events. I'm also very sorry to this year's IndieLand sponsor. Their team was incredibly supportive.
Oh, that's the kind of ramen I got. Alright, I gotta sleep. I'll be lurking. See you, Lifu. See you, chat. Have a nice stream. Good night, Wolf.
Who felt they were wronged or led astray by any of this.
Let's look at the actual statements once again, the statements that he never showed in his original video, and just see how potentially misleading those statements are.
Brother and I started a foundation called the Open Hand Foundation that raises money for dementia research and treatment for organizations all over the world. We're soon going to be partnering up with the Alzheimer's Association, currently working with the University of San Francisco, and we're kind of one of their main funding support partners going into all of this.
And then I made statements.
He should shave his head and shave. This is not Japan, okay?
All bits, all
Hi Gab, how you doing?
Chats, all YouTube memberships, basically anything that's tied to donating or subscribing in a financial way to us is going to charity. We're not touching any of it. It's all going for a good cause. We're going to have a great weekend. We have a lot of games.
And then I made statements potentially implying donations were made when they had not yet been.
All the money goes to the Open Hand Foundation, an organization that we started in honor of my mom, and all that money goes to dementia research. We don't touch any of it. We just work with the people who do need the money, and we help them do their thing.
And then I made statements potentially.
That's the lore behind the ghost in, at the bottom left there.
We are
Oh.
raising money for dementia research in honor of my late mom, trying to help folks who've been
We're gonna
affected by
have a
dementia,
mascot
working with
since
organizations like
I am a green fire spirit.
FTD Association.
We will have like a
Alzheimer's Association
kind of a
and so many more.
spirit
And then I made
thingy.
statements potentially
It's
implying
gonna be our
donations were
mascot,
made
but I
when they
haven't
had
worked
not
on it
been.
yet.
Do our own version of that every year and kind of make it a cool celebration of.
You guys
of
literally
games and raise money
started
for,
following
you know,
us
charity.
during our
And so
infancy
he was
while
like,
we
"I
were
wish we had a
working on
charity that
everything.
we could donate to," and I was like, "Oh, I run my own charity called the Open
Our
Hand
Tony our
Foundation,
girl
and all the
looks
money that we aggregate."
like a hoodie
I mean, I
teenager.
started it
He
when I
would
was
have
a young boy
war-
with my dad in honor of my mom who had dementia, and so we
Not a
just
raccoon
every year we
anymore?
try to raise as much
Okay.
money as possible, and then we go
time
work
to
with,
ban.
you know, Alzheimer's Association of America, University of San Francisco, Association for FTD, which is what my mom had, FTD. So we've like worked with big and small organizations across the board. And he was like, it'd be really cool if we did a show all about raising money for people who are making huge headways in dementia research and prevention and all that stuff. And I said, yeah, I'd love to. We have the organization to do it. We just, you know, need to come up with a theme. And so,
Yeah, I wouldn't say that people were potentially misled after statements as charged as that. Again, looking at the definition of charity fraud, fraudulent activity can occur when people make dishonest or inflated claims about how much money they've raised or how much it's helped the cause. And one of the common ways is pretending to be a charity or falsely claiming to be affiliated with a legitimate charity in order to solicit donations. We actually saw names that were being named. I'm surprised why Gerard didn't at least address this point. It was the most common, it was the heart of the argument, which just seems like it was deflected. And sure, he can say that I apologize to people who felt that they were misled. No, I don't think you can say that these are potentially misleading. Again, there is another statement in this that I want to get into, but let's look at the other evidence that Gerard has posted in his description real quick. The other response that Gerard gives is this one
Oh
link
no,
right
I
under
fucked
the
it up.
OHF termination of private status. There's no description to what this is, but opening this piece
That's
of
fair.
evidence, it's the
It's gonna be like chat,
which
spiritual whisper or something.
Well,
Well,
of, I guess,
we already did
whatever
discuss
redacted area this
what the
is.
community
And
name
again, this
is. The
the amount of
community
liability for Chapter 42
name is
excise tax
Fluffles.
imposed on the taxpayer by Section
So
49,
technically, you guys are
49,
Fluffles.
of the Internal Revenue Code during the period January 1st, 2016 to 2020, and it may be assessed at any time on or before May 5th, 2025. So again, this is page 2 of 2, and there's not actually a first page that I can see. What does this provide? Even watching Gerard's response video and scrubbing all the way through it like 10 times, I could not find this exact receipt shown. He put it in the description.
Should I make it
What the
gold?
fuck is it even there for? Cool, you asked for a consent to extend the time to assess miscellaneous excise taxes. That's great. It seems like you filed some continuation. Again, what relevance does this have to the public-private charity? It just exists there to exist. Then, of course, he provided the last...
Damn it, be that way.
Again, from his end, is the OHF audit. So here you can read that they've got
But
the audit stamped.
the
and again,
spirit's
April
name,
12,
the mascot will have, his name is
they're
Fufupot.
literally looking at tax periods
As in
ending
LifuLifu and
December
Zen Pot.
31st,
Fufupot.
2014. Dear sir or madam, based on our audit of the tax periods listed above, you continue to qualify for exemption from federal income tax under Section 501c3 of the IRC. What bearing this has to the question of the...
I mean, you guys can be fufus.
After 2014, it makes no sense. Yeah, you were cool before 2014. I can actually acknowledge it because the IRS claims that based on their audit for the tax period, December 31st, 2014, that's when they ended assessing. You're good and gravy. And at the end of the day, even if they had a 2022 tax period ended, it would have absolutely quelled...
You should make one have the color red, the other white, and an actual color thing be black. It looks like a Pokeball. No.
It would never
We have specific color ideas because of the lore.
money was actually solicited through, I would say, misleading statements. Actual misleading statements. And I've shown you an amalgamation of it. One of those misleading statements is actually...
Good job, the light effects are amazing, Barry. Thank you.
Once more. He mentions that the statements that he was making in regards to the...
I keep on munching here. It helps me think.
We work with so-and-so organization. Yeah, we're so-and-so's funding partner. These were potentially implying that donations had been made when they had not yet been. That is fucking legally speak, and that is you literally trying to downplay actual misleading claims, which is where we looked into charity fraud as a definition. Again, I want to reiterate, charity fraud, according to the legal match definition that I have over here, says that when someone takes advantage of a charitable or nonprofit organization for their own personal gain. Fraud is defined as intentional deception or misrepresentation made for personal gain. Defrauding a charity can be anything from falsely claiming to be a victim of a disaster in order to get money from a charity, or
once we get everything done, we'll make our lore public.
Can also occur when the people make dishonest or inflated claims about how much money they've raised or how much it helps the cause. Some of the most common ways to commit charity fraud include pretending to be a charity or falsely claiming to be affiliated with a legitimate charity.
I don't understand. Where are the gaps?
Making false representations.
I don't see any gaps in his shirt.
Money that will be donated to the cause. So again, if he was blatantly honest during Indieland about, yeah, we're not actually donating the money this fucking year to AFTD and a lot of these organizations, we're just kind of stockpiling this money up so we can make a big restricted donation later, there would be no fucking story, okay? The whole story exists because people were misled into believing that their money was going year over year to charity when it was really just fucking sitting in an account. That's the real story right there. That's
there are no gaps.
Was handled poorly. That's what is the proof that Gerard is not only deceptive in this situation, but he's also a poor steward of the fucking donation money, right? That's literally the actual crux of the argument. Now, I want to bring
this thing is actually gaslighting me.
That he made in particular that really hit me.
Brother and I started a foundation called the Open Hand Foundation that raises money for dementia research and treatment for organizations all over the world. We're soon partnering up with the Alzheimer's Association. Currently working with the University of San Francisco, and we're kind of one of their main.
And I got blocked. Where? Hi, Lucius.
Going into all of this.
So currently working
Where
with
did you
the
get blocked?
University of San Francisco, and we're one of the main funding partners for them, one of the main support partners. Think about the layers to that statement once again. Ladies and gentlemen, in Indieland 2022, this is where this clip was from, he confirms that he's working with the UCSF. That's a confirmation right there. And even goes as far as to saying they're the main funding partners. That means...
This shirt is gaslighting me as much as you guys were gaslighting me with the chest in Minecraft.
Consider the upper echelons of the UCSF's donors in general.
Lifu never forgets.
Per the initial correspondence, Jacques Khalil, who represented the Open Hand Foundation,
there's literally no gap here. Oh, shit.
A historical contribution. So again, while they're still evaluating charities that fit their utopian worldview, somebody is this it?
If that was the reason why it was bleeding out, I'll be so upset.
The definition of charity fraud that I keep reiterating involves when that fraudulent activity can occur when you make those dishonest or inflated claims about the money that is being raised and how much it has helped the cause and exactly what your organization is doing. Again, Gerard never played that fucking clip in his video. I don't know why. I feel like you should address this clip.
That was
if you
the
made a misstatement. At least admit to the misstatement, right?
I am
It really felt like when they're talking about
disappointed.
potentially misleading. I don't think it's potentially misleading.
Disappointed.
That's pretty fucking misleading. I'll just say, personally speaking. And again, to reiterate from the original video is that if Gerard was
I literally always spawn next to the ruined portal, just like there's always a gap. I never heard anyone mention about getting gaslighted by shirt.
It's a clear contradiction to what he tells the public during his event versus what the organization at least told us privately.
Good afternoon, Lifu. This is the third comment I sent because the first one is not shown. Really? That's so weird. No, YouTube's been wilding lately. There were a lot of people in my comments saying like their stuff is not getting posted. And I even went and checked in the held for review thing. Nothing was there. I think YouTube is having a meltdown.
Like, dog, how the fuck would why should I do your job for you is the question now I ask. But again, it's even worse when in the call he admits he found about all of this in 2022 and realized something was very wrong.
I knew it was sitting there at a certain point, and that's what made me...
But beside that, how you doing, Lucius?
Do you know when that point was?
I was made aware in 2021 when the money hadn't moved yet. Okay. And that's what made me go, that's not fucking cool. And that's when I got personally involved to move it. And
did anyone
2021 last year, 2022.
Yeah, did anyone tell you that
that's highly bizarre? I never heard of that before.
Misled?
It happens sometimes. I don't know how though.
No one told me anything. I assumed that it was all going.
Other people are saying posts are getting deleted and random. Could be that maybe.
After he found out in 2022, he proceeds
maybe because of the events that happened last weekend, everyone's just going crazy and it's like overloading the servers. That's a possibility.
Evaluating charities that fit their views.
Do our own version of that every year and kind of make it a cool celebration of games and raise money for charity. And so he was like, I wish we had a charity that we could donate to. And I was like, oh, I run my own charity called the Open Hand Foundation, and all the money that we aggregate. I started it when I was a young boy with my dad in honor of my mom who had dementia. And so we just every year we try and raise as much money as possible, and then we go work with Alzheimer's Association of America, University of San Francisco, Association for FTD, which is what my mom had, FTD. So we've worked with big and small organizations across the board. And he was like, it'd be really cool if we did a show all about raising money for people who are making huge headways in dementia research and prevention and all that stuff. And I said, yeah, I'd love to. We have the organization to do it. We just, need to come up with a theme. And so
this is what I don't understand. Why can't he respond to this exact clip even? This is well after around IndieLand 2023, after he's found out about this mishandling of money, okay? The fact that the money
maybe I should have done the dark ones first
actual names of these charities
before the light gray ones.
While behind the scenes, as of a month ago, the actual written correspondence by Jacques Khalil literally came out and said to us that they were still evaluating charities, okay? Even Gerard admitted to us, I'm looking as forward as donating this money as soon as I can.
I literally am about to donate all this money today and prior to that, earlier this week and the week before, and I've just been sitting here crippled trying to figure out the best way to handle this, because I felt like if I donated the money the minute you guys emailed me, it'd be a situation of, well, he's trying to hide it and he's admitting guilt by doing that. And I never felt that way, but I understand completely that you guys could easily argue that, and it would just make me look more like a scumbag.
So in this response, despite Gerard and his team chalking up these clerical errors, and even if they are financially and legally in the right, somehow he just still steps away from the organization's board. And he says that if Indieland goes forward, he's taken away the charity component, as he clearly should. Gerard has been shown as a poor steward of the money that has been donated by his fans, and he has no reality being near a charity. Then he, in this video, mentions the point of electronic signatures as if that was a massive point in the original videos anyways. It wasn't. And why they don't have to be present like signatures on an electronic filing, and it makes sense. That's not even a damning accusation that was made, at least as far as my reporting had went. So I fail to see the relevance of why he made such a huge deal of it here. Now, in his entire response, he does claim that he was working with charities and and they were in correspondence to discuss charities. And even in a discussion with us on a clip, he was in fact in communication. He wanted these charities to show up and basically at the event and discuss themselves and the relation to the open hand. I mean, just listen to this. For us, it's like when you say that you've been in talks with these organizations, what do you mean like in talks? Is it like a long-term partnership? Couldn't you like have written them a check right there and then for this specific year and then year after year, like the money comes in and out?
Yeah, the idea was we wanted to donate the money to
I'm gonna play some
organizations that
Minecraft.
they could
God
send
damn it! Now I want to
a
play Minecraft.
representative or someone from their organization to come forward and talk about all the good that we've done working with them and making them like the new benefactor that we've been looking for, or multiple benefactors.
I want to go
depending
fishing
on the
there.
amount of money that was donated.
So if he has this correspondence,
Literally nothing else, just fishing.
Receipts, right? At the end of the day, he made this response video that was apparently
I'm
possessed of all
jealous.
these receipts, if I'm to believe people on Twitter. And in reality, there are 4 pieces of evidence that he put in the description. He never showed a single email chain in his video that proves that he was in communication with these organizations. That's all you needed to shut me and Carl up, or anybody that was accusing you. Just show the fucking receipts. You know why we showed the calls and our correspondence?
And Pam's gonna do
with
the
Open
same
Hand
thing
Foundation,
now.
The emails, the written statements in our previous videos. It's because without receipts, our claims have no validity. You cannot take what I say at surface value. If I don't provide receipts, you, as a viewer, should question me on any statement that I make. That's just logical. Again, for Gerard to
Don't be jelly. I'm playing on Switch. Yeah, I feel better now. Thank you.
The misleading statements that he made is so fucking legally, like, it's just legalese at this point. Again, if you had evidence of your discussions with these organizations, please present an email correspondence with these organizations. So then he mentions the unrestricted, restricted donation types, which, again, we were mentioning throughout the course of this investigation. Especially towards after
Your
the first
raid boss
initial
empowered
video.
used to be.
So he mentions the difference between donation types, how restricted donations typically are going towards specific causes in a charity, versus
I always
unrestricted
kept
donations
glitching
that
out the
charity,
bosses in
when you give
Palworld.
it to them, are fully allowed to take it, like whatever. They're fully allowed to allocate that money wherever it goes. So why
Easy
didn't
cheat.
he mention in his own video, again, let me play it, when he says that his foundation raised funds in an unrestricted manner with the intention to restrict donations?
The Open Hand Foundation raised
Like you run around a pole or like a rock often enough to a point where they glitch out and they don't move, and then you just win.
But can take time.
So again, why wasn't this mentioned in any public event? If you found out things were wrong in 2022, why didn't an Indieland 2023?
No, I haven't heard that.
That said, yeah, guys, the money that I thought was being sent, it's actually still with us, but we are actually planning to send it in a restricted donation. So we just need to raise more money, and then we can send it all as
Back
one
to
lump
gap
sum and do some
hunting.
serious change and move the needle, quote unquote. Why did you not just say that? If you were honest, we wouldn't have a story to cover. The fact that this wasn't relayed, and you still mentioned charities as of weeks ago, you still mentioned these charities when you were still evaluating them to us in writing, is clear misstatements to the public. You should have been very forthcoming about all of this.
I will find that gap.
Why is it that you're so
Make
cool
him a
talking about this
bitch.
in your response video when literally about a month ago, if you were go back to our Discord call together, all 3 of us, you said that's not fucking cool when you found out about this situation, and you got personally involved to move it.
I knew it was sitting there at a certain point, and that's what made me proactively go about it. Like,
do you know when that point was?
I was made aware in 2021 when the money hadn't moved yet, and that's what made me go, that's not fucking cool, and that's when I got personally involved to move it. And
did anyone?
2021, last year, 2022.
Yeah, the situation is so bugged. Done with the piracy stuff that is basically it doesn't work on multiplayer, and even in solo there's serious performance issues. So they fucked up the port for Switch in that
If
case.
this was the intention to
That's
have a mass restricted donation, why not just
it's a
tell
good
us
thing
in
I
the
know
call?
that
Either
because
you lied to
at
us
some
then,
point I
or
was
you're lying to us
considering
now.
getting
And
the
what
Switch
about this
version.
point where you wanted somebody to come out and talk up your event as well too? It doesn't sound like that's part of a restricted donation. It sounds like you were looking for a partnership where I guess you were both benefiting each
If you
other from
wanna
a public
play a
relations
fun game
standpoint. Why
on
wasn't
Switch,
this
try
mentioned
Guild
in
of
this? If
Dungeoneering.
your long-term goal is a
Really
restricted
fun.
donation, why are we digging up and looking at constant contradictions to that intended goal? Why are you shocked that the money is there? You could have told us in that Discord call, hey guys, the money is supposed to be there. We're just building it up for a restricted fund. There can only be one truth. And I ask if this was truly a long-term intention that you should have calmly relayed to us in a Discord call that we had, and this would have easily quelled me. Instead, you chose to tell me that's not fucking cool when you find out, right? And also, I just want to ask about the full call itself. I don't have any issues releasing this full call. If Gerard is okay and Carl are okay consenting to releasing this call in full, I personally don't care. This call should be
I
out.
was posting that I watched a video like
Again, the only reason
Carl
that call
Jobs
was not
exposing
released is
people
because there is
like
some off-the-record
Billy
info into the
Mitchell.
call
Yeah, I
in
haven't caught up on
regards to the
all the videos. I
situation.
think it
This new
popped up
narrative
in
just
my
really worked
recommendation
when
as
Gerard
well.
refers to us in that call, and this is a clip you've never heard yet, where he refers that we
I
were one of
probably
the primary
will be
reasons
watching
the money
it
needed to be moved and why they
after
were
the
looking at
stream,
moving the money as quick as they did. You don't believe me, right?
whenever I'll
I
have the
a receipt
time.
right here. Listen to it.
Yeah, that makes
Okay,
sense.
so as of now, the money, as far as your understanding, that $660,000 roughly, is still sitting in your like that charity account.
Also,
waiting for a benefit
guys,
to
if
go
you
to
have
fund.
like stuff you want me to watch, you can just post it on Discord.
Been having conversations
I'll
about doing it
100%
as early
watch it.
as today or tomorrow, just because the pressure I got from you guys. If I'm being quite honest, not that I was trying to save face, but like this is a private fight that I've been dealing with for months with my family, and I even told my family, hey,
My
this
Switch
the
is like
last Indie Land
70%
I'm
hidden
going to do.
object puzzle
This is
games.
the 10th year
Those are
anniversary of my
fun
mom's
though.
passing, and when I kind of found all this information out, I was very unhappy with what things were going, and
But
you know,
yeah,
the ramifications of this are going to be
X-Men,
massive for
look
everything
into
I've ever
Guild of
done in this space,
Dungeoneering.
and
I personally love
So
that game.
we were apparently one of the main reasons, and there was a private fight with the dad.
Maybe
and the
you
family.
enjoy it
If the
too.
money was always intended
Maybe.
to be restricted, why the fuck would you not relay this to any of us in that call? All right, we would have literally, I would have probably believed you and said, "Ah,
Hey,
it's probably
back
a
to
restricted
gap
donation." But, you
hunting.
should probably have been more forthcoming about that to the public. But when you keep telling us privately how when you found out, that's not fucking cool. This is a private fight between my dad, family, and whatnot. Again, it really sounds like you guys aren't on the same page, really. So I ask, what is the truth of the situation? So inside this, he mentions the fundraiser foundation's expenses explicitly include the golf fundraiser and Indie Land operational costs and various fees for the last 9 years have totaled up to $178,951.17. We're getting down to the pennies at this point.
The foundation's expenses include costs for the golf fundraiser and Indie Land, operational costs, and various fees, totaling for $178,951.17 worth of expenses over the last 9 years. It's also factually inaccurate that all the money the foundation received in 2023
Let me know if you end
is
up
not
liking
accounted
the
for.
game.
Now, I don't know why he's jumping to 2023. Even in my most recent video, when I talk about the donation that they made, the $600,000, the closest I even go into it when I mention, of course, the audit is that obviously I want to know the full accounting of the money there. Because they made those donations, I do firmly believe that they could probably pass the audit. They obviously have the funds, and I believe that they probably are sitting in their account, okay? I just want to see a full breakdown. As they are a public charity, they should give an exact dollar amount. These books should not be pried from their hands. They should be opened in their hands, so to speak. But ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the 2023 funds, the $600,000 that they're giving obviously isn't the complete amount. There still needs to be an audit done on their charity just for various other income sources to be properly audited, assessed. But the thing about this whole thing that I'm also wondering is the money that is probably raised from something like Indie Land 2023. which we haven't even seen reflected
Color?
in the books. But
Ooh,
obviously would
wait.
be
Since
part
the
of their
accent
accounting,
color is
should
red,
be
I should make the
donated,
bracelets
at least
red.
hopefully in due time, to the other charities that
I don't
were
know the
named, too.
exact shape
Remember,
I'll be
donating
going
to
yet
charity, in my
with,
opinion,
but
isn't enough. You should be donating to the charities you've listed and named. Because remember, if their name was good enough to publicly use, then you should absolutely
there's a
ethically
gap.
donate to them.
Bruh.
No matter what the amount is, just give money to these charities. Remember, that's what it's all about. The most I could even say about that is obviously it's going to be part of the mix, but you can't speculate or even like assume, which you shouldn't be doing in the first place, but you can't even reasonably jump into 2023. Why? Because there's no actual filing yet of 2023. To jump down and start breaking down the expenses and revenues and whatnot for 2023, a year that hasn't been publicly filed and is up for download and view for the public record, is just something that would be blatantly wild speculation, which is why jumping into that was pointless. There's plenty of information from 2014 to 2022 that you can reasonably assess and, come to reasonable conclusions. I don't know why Gerard is jumping to 2023. It might be just the fact that this is a complicated business situation. But again, why not stick to the focus of 2019, 2021, 2022, where, the actual assessments, at least by your accusers, as you claim, is actually being made. Now, in this video, I just want to stress for the record, when it came to the golf tournament, some of the money that was pledged was apparently by Gerard and their own statements could have been rolled over into following years, right? Which absolutely is something that could happen.
Almost forgot about the shoes.
Again, the fact that he's out here mentioning numbers down to the penny shows that there is a QuickBooks, some accounting that's present. So I would be very much down to see these actual statements. A bank statement, an expense sheet. If you're itemizing and you're down to the dollar, clearly you have this information. And I just want to see it. I think most people want to see it. And you're a public charity, you should be showing it. It shouldn't be pried from your hands. So again, it contradicts on what these filings have even been for the last 9 years, where again, according to their actual filings, we're looking at somewhere around $125,000. So these are expenses that I tabulated up from 2015.
When
Remember,
is it?
2014 actually had no expenses.
There we go.
So this all adds up to $125,395. Remember, he said very clearly in the last 9 years. So 2015, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now again, obviously being a public charity, they probably have a shortfall in expenses in 2023, which I'm sure we'll see in the filings if we're going by 9 years, as in we're including 2023. Again, if you added 2014 as the first of the 9 years, it would be $0. So again, you have the books, you have the accounting. Just again, if you could show us the receipts, that's all anybody would have asked. It would easily shut people up. Another key mention here is when he talks about the Twitch bits and subscriptions. And along with merch and various sales, these offset production costs.
Income from Twitch subscriptions and bits, along with merchandise, have offset some of the production costs. So to say the money is missing is simply wrong. Also, to be clear, IndieLand does not make money on YouTube. We typically stream only on Twitch. And when we did simulcast to YouTube, we made little to no money.
If we actually look into the IndieLand branding right here, you can see that when it comes to at least IndieLand 2023 and IndieLand 2022, on the branding on their
Oh god, it scared me.
videos on YouTube.
Thank you so much for the YouTube sub, Mad the Beast.
Go to the Open Hand Foundation, right? So all bits, subs, donations, all of that touches the Open Hand Foundation. They also mentioned that simulcasting to YouTube, they made little to no money. Again, what is little to no money? That could mean a lot. That's a pretty subjective statement. Is it $0? Is it like $50? What is the accounting there? And here's the thing. There were no receipts of any of these income sources, right? We never saw like a year-by-year receipt of how many Twitch bits they made, the cut that went to Amazon, and all of this shit. We're just supposed to take him at his word. And it contradicts when he said none of that money he makes from Twitch or any of these sources goes to them. They take 0% and not a penny. So how can you publicly say you're not touching a single penny from this money? And then now, in a response video, claim that, yeah, some of it is offsetting production costs. Come on, don't you guys know?
Income from Twitch subscriptions and bits, along with merchandise, have offset some of the production costs.
All bits, all donations, all super chats, all YouTube memberships, basically anything that's tied to donating or subscribing in a financial way to us is going to charity. We're not touching any of it. It's all going for a good cause. We're going to have a great weekend. We have a lot of games.
He then brings up the golf tournament and plays a portion of Carl's video. He doesn't play a portion from my video.
I don't like
specific
this
when I
color.
delve into the years of 2019, 2021, and 2022,
Better.
where I skip 2020 because the golf tournament doesn't occur, because it shows up in various photo streams for every other year but 2020, which is most likely due to the fact that COVID lockdown, especially in California, prevented people from coming together. So you can excuse 2020. So he mentions the accuser's alleged money is missing, but he claims the books reconcile this.
I should have made
And the
this a
accusations
different
are a
color.
result of bad math, quote unquote. So speaking for myself, when I was assessing their charity, I actually gave tons of leeways to them in factoring in processing fees and basically lowballing as much as I absolutely could. I didn't decide to make any
Oh
statements
no,
of
there's a
fact
gap there
in
too.
that entire assessment. I was just looking at 4 pillars of revenue sources, right? Which again was a topic of real contention publicly after Gerard's video came out. So to understand, my point is that reasonably, I was just seeing if the revenue listed on the Open Hand Foundation's public tax filings was absolutely 100% definitive. So I had 4 income sources, right? The Tiltify donation, which goes right from Tiltify to the Open Hand Foundation's bank account, the grants from Jamie Lee Curtis, and the possible difference of money that, again, looking at their own goddamn branding from 2022 and 2023, all bits, subs, and donations go to the Open Hand Foundation. So yes, they're all getting
Oh no,
sent to the
the
Open
program
Hand
froze.
Foundation,
Okay, it's
and
fine.
they should be shown as
We're
revenue.
good.
Again, then I also looked into the golf revenue, and what the mismatch I found was when I added the Tiltify and the Jamie Lee Curtis, the amount of money that could reasonably be given as a leeway to the golf, revenues, and the Twitch, YouTube revenues, that seemed a bit suspicious to me. Now, this is a key point that Gerard can use to provide the books and shut any speculation or any assumptions out completely. Remember, if anybody has the hardline
One of my several baits when it comes to art is shoes. My brain cannot process what to do with them. Same, no, absolutely same. So
The 2019
there will be
Indie Land's net
a lot of
proceeds
struggle
were
incoming with me and the shoes.
$82,409.19.
Now, the information we used was $109,418, which are the 2019 preliminary total earnings. Again, if you want to get into the definition of preliminary net income or preliminary earnings, it's a term used to refer to the total expected net income of a business and organization before any final adjustments are made. Now, again, if you had this number, $82,409.19, you clearly have it. Why don't you show us an actual accounting of it? Why don't you show us the actual receipt on the video? He doesn't. He just gives us a number and expects me to just reasonably believe it, which again, looking at all of the misstatements he's made, how am I reasonably supposed to take anything this man says as gospel? And again, why wasn't this posted at all? Again, I tried to look up this number, $82,409.19.
So this is gonna be the main color of his eyes, reddish.
Amended this and made another public post about the 2019 earnings. I seriously couldn't find any actual post about IndieLand 2019 and $82,409.
So the main flat colors are set.
Again, if you have the numbers, please show
now it's time to draw.
The revenue from the golf tournament is
For art, I always have to cautiously remind myself to look at the art in 3D so I can create perspective. Ugh, I hate that. I hate the perspective shit.
It adds up to
There's a goober who started his art journey surrounded by a bunch of flurries. It's gonna show us in the, what I'm good at. What's a flurry?
Description of the video. So anybody that says, but Muda, there's a lot of receipts here. Where the fuck are they? Are they in the room with me? I can't see them. How can anybody say that he provided a tangible receipt when he doesn't show anything on the screen, when it doesn't show anything linked in the description below? It literally requires you to take this man's word, which over the course of this whole investigation has shown you should do anything but take his word, without actual receipts. And again, I try to use as many sources that I can to reasonably deduce these revenue sources. Like I said, when I looked at their 2022-2023 IndieLand and saw all bit subs donations go to the Foundation, it wasn't me mistakenly assuming that things should be reflected on its revenue. I really did.
I revoke my
very
question.
best at trying to identify the possible revenue sources for that lowballed math that I did. You can say bad math, but again, I am lowballing based on what I can reasonably deduce. I'm not trying to claim that you embezzled. He's using the E word a whole lot over here. I'm not claiming that you're embezzling millions of dollars. That's a very serious claim to be making. but I am reasonably suspicious about the reported revenues, and that's something that can
I
easily be
forgot to mirror
rectified
again. What
had
is
you
wrong with
provided a
me?
receipt, which, according to this video in general, he has not provided any tangible receipt for that at all, when he should have, in my opinion. So throughout this, when he mentions the $125,000 administration costs, he uses the word embezzlement again. I never claimed that word, and throughout this entire investigation, he constantly keeps using the E word in this situation. If anything, I looked at the expense buckets in those filings and questioned why they're just buckets. What he did in this video is actually start
A furry is a human. No, I know what's a furry. I didn't know what's a flurry. And sometimes you gotta ignore 3D space to make a good piece, like, you know, anime hair, like Mickey Mouse ears.
So you
True.
clearly know that you're itemizing your expenses. Like, for instance, the golf charity, which he claims, hey, listen, we have to pay for insurance. We have to pay for security. We have to pay for the event venue. You know what that is? That's itemizing your expenses. So instead of writing, I spent $5,000 in a golf tournament in 2023, break that shit down. Tell us, you're a public charity. This should be given. You should be breaking this down, especially when it comes to
It's
running a charity
time.
like this. Why you have not
It's
provided
time.
any receipt is insane. So throughout this investigation too, he claims that it's not illegal to hold funds. And no one claimed that it's actually illegal to hold funds. What the claim here is you never made it readily apparent that you were stockpiling for a restricted donation. Clearly to the audience you were soliciting these public donations from. Had you done this, there would be no story. He plays a portion of my video where I bring up the 5% rule to private
Now the
foundations,
actual
and
art
then he talks
begins.
and questions that, hey,
Yo.
we're actually a public charity, so this doesn't apply to us. How can I, Gerard, reasonably believe that they were a public charity, when their own filings in 2021, 2022 didn't even reflect that? He releases some letter today thinking that it's supposed to exonerate him. A, I'm not a clairvoyant. I don't know that letter until
Thank you so
today.
much for the
And
YouTube
also,
sub,
looking at that letter,
Angel
like I mentioned in the
Rosilo.
beginning,
Hope
there's
you're
other
having a good
questions that
day.
are raised, according to your filings, not because of
First,
that letter you released. Why don't your
we're
2021
gonna
and
do
2022
this.
filings reflect a change to a
It's
public
gonna look
charity?
funky at
Why
first.
don't you specifically mention that you were under a 60-month termination period throughout the years that you were under that 60-month termination
Because I'm gonna
period?
need to
These
clip
are
it.
questions that I have to ask. Again, Gerard can say clerical errors, but that's why audits happen, because there are fucking clerical
The
errors.
eye
And they need to
whites.
not be clerical errors. So then there's another situation here too. He claims that not a dollar raised from Indieland ever went to benefit him, clearly contradicting how he used those Twitch donations to offset the event expenses, despite clearly claiming he never touched any of that money and it all went to charity. Again,
That's the
how can anyone
size
take
here.
that shit
That's the
differently
size.
whatsoever?
That's
He
the
spends the next
stuff.
part of this getting like visibly heated.
Oh,
and he
we'll
mentions
just
charity fraud,
clip it there.
and starts mentioning other allegations too, like embezzlement and the forgery. But again, I want to just whittle this back to the definition of charity fraud. Again, misrepresented statements during Indieland are incredibly serious. And going back to even the one statement he made about the UCSF and them being the main funding partners, that clearly contradicts what the Open Hand wrote to us. Again, he keeps mentioning embezzlement when that wasn't even the point. No one is claiming that you're embezzling or even cooking the books. Now, that's a pretty serious claim to be making in regards to embezzlement and forgery and everything. But I want to whittle it instead of letting this whole situation conflate out the charity fraud.
So,
which, again, audits, even if they happen, and even if every
Did I start
dollar
with
is
the
properly accounted
eyeballs
for,
already?
like I said earlier, given the fact that they made a donation, I'm sure that they could actually beat an audit. But
Okay,
just
let's
because
do
you beat an audit
this.
doesn't mean you're clear out of the situation. The principal complaint, the principal accusation here was the fact that there was charity fraud. Misstatements were happening. You were raising money without properly declaring the intentions and the goals of this charity. You had mentioned directly working with actual other charitable organizations or groups, misrepresented those situations.
Maybe this one.
And again, I hate to see that this situation is slowly being ignored. Like that point, it really felt like in this 19-minute response was barely addressed. You can't just say, oops, I'm sorry that that happened. You can't just say that you made potentially misleading statements when I've played statements here that are not potentially misleading as far as my beliefs go, as far as my understanding goes.
Let me
and even when it comes
unclip
to
this.
misrepresentations, again, please listen to the exact clips that you yourself made on your own streams. That's the question that I want to bring it back to. That was the principal argument. And again, you stockpiled those donations. You, I guess, want to retcon the story and say it was always your intention for restricted donations. When in reality, even your Discord call with us, you had made it pretty much apparent that, hey, when I found out in 2022, I was like, that's not.
Why isn't that mirroring?
You mentioned a private argument
Oh my god,
family, your father and you about this entire
they're on the wrong one.
So evidently, it doesn't seem like you guys were on the same page. But even beyond all of it, the principal reason for why this money appears to be donated, and one of the principal reasons, not the entire reason, was because we applied a lot of pressure, as you mentioned in the call. Me and Carl specifically, who first sent a letter to your organization, lit a fire under your guys' ass. And at the end of the day, look, I don't care if I'm like a villain or you want to paint me as a villain or a bad guy because I looked into this situation. You can fucking puff your chest out all you want. But if being the bad guy means putting somebody like you to task and making sure that this donation even happened in the first place, and now people who were suffering from Alzheimer's finally have some extra gas in the tank to fight the debilitating condition that they have, then I guess if that makes me the bad guy, goddamn, I guess I'm the bad guy. I mean, it doesn't really, rip away sleep from me. And at the end of the day, when it comes to this entire situation of potential litigation, which, again, a lot of people have said that there's a lawsuit. Look, it's America. You can sue God if you wanted to, okay? It's the land of the lawsuit. And there's no perfect time to ever get sued. Nobody likes getting sued. Nobody likes suing. But the thing about lawsuits is, obviously, he was saying that the family is looking into it. I don't know what the future for that is. But at the end of the day, charity fraud is the principal argument that we wanted to see addressed. And
why is it not reflecting?
Situation. You can't just put a Band-Aid on it and say, ooh,
what is happening?
And deflect and mention irrelevant points at the end of the day. Because this response that he made wasn't filled with crazy receipts.
That's annoying.
A lot of the people on the internet that were like, wow, there's so many fucking receipts in this. Watch the whole video again. Please show me where the receipts are. Where did you see a bank statement? Where did you see any evidence of money flow? In fact, even looking in the description, tell me how many of those pieces of evidence really actually move the needle and exonerate him in this entire situation of making misleading statements. Accusing anybody of slander. There's no malicious intent over here. We wanted to make sure the money was donated to the right place. And at the end of the day, it seems like the money is donated to the right place. Should misleading statements have been made? No. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. This is me, Mudahar, and yeah, I'm out.
I did draw it on the wrong layer. Fuck.
Tiltify payments, the Jamie Lee Curtis payments, because as we've seen with the accounting, when you add in the grant, the Tiltify, you have maybe a few $1,000s, at best like 15 grand that one year to play around with to cover a shortfall in the books. But when you add the golf tournament, especially the golf tournament, you're always exceeding that revenue that's posted in the books, which again is bad. Where is the money? Why isn't all of it seemingly being reported? That's a question that I now have to ask. And I think many people should ask that.
It's still not doing that. What the actual heck?
I know
what's happening?
Long-winded, but I really do have to break this down for myself, my sanity, and to better explain it to the people who come in tune to watch this stuff. So again, that's me being charitable in this situation, right? There is clearly misreporting of funds according to these filings and the various pillars of revenue that they have with the Open Hand, with Indie Land,
I don't understand why it's not.
So again, I decided, and
doing
this
that
is the thing about the story. This is such a weird situation that I'm sitting there and I'm trying to be as charitable as I can. We are trying to figure out the method to the madness. So again, if the money isn't
drive me bananas,
they need to be federally audited. That's a
my symmetry ruler broke.
Remember, I am overly charitable right now in my accounting. You know
why you keep getting hit by a black balloon when you walk down the hallway because you subconsciously think it's someone's head. True.
So you better make sure
absolutely
that when
true.
The IRS or the DOJ is looking into you, every receipt is filed properly, every check is filed properly, every single thing is done right and done on the straight and narrow. If there is any problems, then your future, your freedom is actually at risk. Now, when it came to the Open Hand Foundation and them taking in checks for this golf tournament, again, because the checks were written to the Open Hand Foundation and they were supposed to be written for them, then they should be reflected in the actual filings, right? They should be listed as revenue. They should be in the account. If those checks were cashed anywhere else in any other account for any reason, then that is money that could be considered misappropriated. And that, again, falls into serious criminal territory. And again, that's me being extremely charitable in this entire situation. Look, at the end of the day, this is a matter of charity, okay? And that's, at the end of the day, there are people that are suffering from dementia that unfortunately are not able to actually seek the help that they truly deserve, okay? Because this money that was supposed to be raised for them has done nothing except lose its
Put a
value
trench coat on it, then we will be even scarier. Nah, he doesn't want a trench coat. Hi Jojo, how are you doing?
Beyond all of it, the only enriched party in this is Gerard and the family. Okay, Gerard has spent years.
But we're not going for scary.
Gaining some of the highest praise from news organizations.
And at the end of the day, it's his choice. It's his model.
He was a great guy up until I looked into the situation. This has incredibly soured my entire mood on him. And honestly, his group of friends out there that, and for some reason, get into some real insane defenses for this situation. Look, I started this by basically pointing out a discrepancy and hoping that the money could be donated. The fact that Gerard and the entire family has been quiet and they've lawyered up, which I understand why they've done it. The fact that the money hasn't, at least, like, there hasn't been a bank statement that said, we've got the money, it's still accounted for, it's time to actually donate this, is a bit shocking to me. But these discrepancies are something that we aren't exactly able to look past. And you know who isn't able to look past that? The government. Ladies and gentlemen, I've seen people who said that we've been apparently manifesting criminal charges by constantly pushing for people to report this to the IRS, the DOJ, maybe even the FBI. Fuck any federal agencies whose purview falls into this section. And you know why? Because we're adults. Because this is something that is ethically damning. And you and I pay taxes, okay, to the United States, to Canada, to the countries that we live in.
Oh my god, I sincerely feel like I'm being trolled.
We pay taxes.
The Symmetry 2 is being a bitch.
So yes, you bet that I'm going to actually.
Let me just restart this shit.
Notify the authorities. This is not something that should be.
Because this is aggravating.
Be investigated. This is what we pay taxes for. And honestly, I am totally there for all the actual sponsors, Jamie Lee Curtis, for a lot of these people to look into a situation that they probably didn't think too much of. Again, this was charity. I wouldn't have looked into it if it wasn't for a tip-off or me being looped in by Carl. But now that I have, it's a situation that continues to constantly disgust me. And this is why this probably is the last update until there's some legal development.
Jesus Christ.
Or there is actually a response by
trolling me
or somebody in the family. Who knows? Look, at the end of the day, the money, now I have a question.
I guess I would just be doing that for every single layer.
There hasn't been a proper accounting throughout the years, at least according to these filings and looking at their various sources of revenue. Ladies and gentlemen, honestly, it's a fucked up situation. But I want to ask you what you think about it. This is me, Mudahar, and yeah. Notify the California DOJ. I'll leave a link in the description below. File out a form, fill it out, and yeah, because at the end of the day, if you're a resident of California, you should report this just for your government to actually do their due diligence. And if you've lived around in the United States, or hell, this goes international. If you live in another state and you've given money to Indieland or you've given money to this charitable organization, you should absolutely be reporting it, because these are discrepancies that.
That's a good idea on how you're doing the eyes. I never thought about doing it that way before. Really? Wait, what do you mean? I'm not really doing anything unique.
The longer this goes on and the more I look
But he's still doing that. And the Symmetry 2 is on.
The tougher this pill becomes to swallow. Anyways,
you gotta be actually fucking trolling me. What is this shit doing?
No.
I'm actually getting so aggravated.
Oh, but it's not Andrew. Oh my god, he's fine. Dude, why do you still have
this
that?
brush.
Because, think about it. A bad guy comes poking around my shed. I got some premium stuff here you might be trying to get. Comes back here, opens this up.
This brush is trolling me.
Like what he sees. No, he's not. Why are you in here? Well, I don't
Okay.
know. I was thinking there might be something I need. Besides this is obvious. You're gonna stop, Andrew.
Tiltify page. Hello, guys and gals. Me, Muda. Hello, guys and gals. Me,
Thank you so
Muda
much for the
like the title
Twitch
implies,
follow,
I
Seal
actually
Jaeger.
serve
How are
my
you doing?
community a lot more than I ever once thought. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was actually browsing the Some Ordinary Gamers subreddit, which is still taken over by the mental asylums from the Batman Arkham subreddit. But hey, it is what it is. Somebody's got to house the loony bin. But you know what's really wild is I actually watched a video from me that actually, I'm not going to lie to you, it scared me. I wish I had recorded my reaction, but I was actually playing Elden Ring while I had this up on the second monitor. So I'm going to play this 4 seconds to you
Are
and
you
just show
working?
you exactly why I was a little shocked. So upon hitting play over here, I look out and boom! I get scared and actually teleport into the ether as an entire bomb seems to be exploding inside my entire, gaming setup.
Doing fine. How about you? I'm vibing.
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is
Did I wait before? I mean to have a full circle on a separate layer, so you can color it in. Then once it's done, the top half behind the eyelid. Yeah, exactly.
We were looking at this Sora text to AI model with these like actual.
It's like the easiest way of doing it.
Way away from Will Smith sloppily eating spaghetti to actually having real video generated. The world.
I guess I have to do that
You think you can trust
again.
anything on the internet now?
I don't know. My
It's
symmetry
fucking
too is
over,
being
boys. This is
actually
what the world
kind
is
of
now. Artificial intelligence.
challenged.
Now, if you look at some of these scenes, you can see like, oh my god, we're actually
Like I'll put the
filming
symmetry
or, like,
too for the
making videos of
entire
real people walking down streets. And obviously, if you look at
folder,
things like
right?
signage,
And it's
and you
being
look at
like,
the fact that
nope,
people
I
teleport
don't
into the
feel
ether
like
right there,
working.
it's not perfect. But I can already imagine that there's a Hollywood executive thinking, boys, how can we save hundreds of thousands of dollars and not film cheap B-roll and just have it generated through AI? I can tell you right now, a Hollywood producer is looking through that shit as we speak. In fact, most of the B-roll industry is looking through this as we speak. Most of that industry might just be cooked. You see, this is the future of like videos, no matter how you want to perceive the world,
wants to be a
forward,
bitch.
no matter how you feel about artificial intelligence, the sad thing to say is if this saves even $5, any company will go out and jump into it. But the rate that this stuff is expanding on is actually insane. We're looking at like animation quality like this. It's getting to a point where you give it like another
If
year,
it sounds
and the
like I'm
quality
mad,
might
it's
get to
because
a
I'm
point where,
mad.
like even big publishing houses might think, yeah, for those smaller scenes, just like prompt it and be done with it, okay? Saves us time and effort, hiring artists and whatnot, boom. Whatever, like legal implications, we'll deal with that shit in post, boys. So again, I was looking further into that video that people recorded of me, and again, people had taken that recording and actually started looking through other fucking photographs that I have on the internet and literally made the craziest thing. Like this image of me like screaming during a live stream. Somebody expanded it to like this ultimate super rage where my
What
face
the
absolutely
fuck?
changes and I age like 40 years.
That's
it's
wild.
insane how quickly the stuff is expanding at. So somebody found more of that video of me. So like here's 30 seconds of me freaking out. So you can see me teleport into the ether there. Things blow up and then I turn into a cat while in, I believe, the same office as it just shifted to a living room in front of us. And of course you can see this cute little cat walking around, looking at his chair. The camera shifts around. The cat just switches. An old man gets shit out of the cat and starts walking around. You know what this is? This is what we call schizophrenic AI. I'm not even going to mention the penguins that come out at the end. I'm sure somebody put Linux as a prompt, and that's what it brought in. It's actually insane. Again, how wild, like when you leave a computer to come up with stuff, it literally looks like something that comes out of actual dreams. And the AI responsible for this shit is literally the Luma Dream Machine, which again, you have 10 generations a day, and you can literally just like write any prompt in, let it dream, or put in photos. And again, like some of the actual things that I have, like this image that I made where I was standing on top of like an actual like table, turned into this shit right here. It's actually so wild. Like you can see me turn into like a totally different person, just like levitating. It's generating the actual world around me. Like it took the curtains, generated more. Like it's crazy to the level of what it's doing. And again, I gave it like a random prompt, a cow chasing you through the back rooms. And you can see like a literal cow running around what appears to be like the back rooms, literally flipping.
I can't English this morning. It's my native language.
Or the udders or whatever. It's actually like just wild at what it comes up to. And obviously, this is built off of training data that it's probably captured through tons upon tons of videos, which is what it's building this stuff off of. But it literally is like the world of actual dreams. It took like 5 minutes for the AI to generate this on the server and then spit back the results to me. You know, it's Eid Mubarak. I might as well just like test this image out, see what it comes up with me at the Hanukkah.
Yeah,
let's see this stuff.
I don't know.
So
My
you just,
symmetry tool like absolutely dropped the ball.
Hit upload, and it'll like come up with whatever it wants. So obviously, while that's cooking in the background, while that's baking, okay, let's actually look at how people have turned memes into like walking videos. So you see the distracted boyfriend meme? I used to just see this as a goddamn photograph, but now you can actually see it in a video. He's like straight up staring the chick down. The background makes sense. It's like 5-second clips generated by this actual artificial intelligence. And of course, like it's actually like what's impressive to me is looking at how generally cohesive the backgrounds are. And obviously, it is AI. Like, let's not pretend. If you know what to look for, this is not going to like blow your mind away. Like if you look at it, like if you look at the faces long enough, they keep shifting into like different faces. And obviously they're like dead giveaways. But imagine being like a boomer on Facebook who already falls for AI in the first place. Bro, the world is cooked when it comes to misinformation. There's no joke about it. And of course, remember that one girl with the firefighters and shit, the distracted girls? You can even see us generating firefighters, like a whole event's going on, like a conversation. It's crazy. The fact that it's stable enough like this is already blowing my mind away. Remember that trumpet boy meme? The trumpet boy? Like this low resolution image? Yeah, they've turned that into like literally them walking and like bugging the scroll. It's come up with the actual story, which I believe a bit of it is obviously prompting and whatnot, but it's crazy to see when you leave the AI doing what it needs to, it ends up actually coming out like a dream from the dream machine. The best one is like the Doge, which I assume like this is just images it's worked off of like pet videos on the internet. And of course it's just like obviously editing in like what it believes to be like any standard Shiba Inu photograph. But it's also like working with the person in the background. Like it's got this person doing something too. It's got actual, like it focuses on the backgrounds. And if I talk about the backgrounds a lot, it's because that's still genuinely kind of blowing me away with how well it's handling it. So here's like the success kid where you can see the AI mess up because when he looks to the side, again, the face completely changes into something else. Giga Chad is super, you know, just Giga Chad as well. He's just working out. He's got the muscles, everything going on. Kind of looks like a PS2 character, but then again, like I think the original styling was also heavily post-processed as well too. So it's just working with what it has to. I think the creepiest shit is the Mark Zuckerberg one. So this is like Mark looking through the window. Like this is actually creepy. Like if I watch this, this could be part of like an actual slasher movie, dude.
That is horrifying.
And this one is really fun too. Like it's actually got like Patrick Stewart like represented. You can see like the face is AI gloss. That's just what I tend to call it. But yeah, it like actually turns these images into like cohesive videos. Now it's easy to say like they look pretty AI, but the thing is, it's like the rapid pace that this stuff evolves at. I always think about it, right? Like we saw Will Smith not too long ago go from like just shoving spaghetti in his face to seeing actual like proper looking video. But I always think about this stuff like, what is it going to look like a year from now? You know, like a year from now, it's going to look somehow more cohesive.
When does he actually activate his shotgun gun?
Me, right? Like when it comes to artificial intelligence, it's like,
okay.
I can see like there's some value to it. Like recently I've been playing Elden Ring because I'm prepping for the DLC. And in that game, trying to like find items or like certain enemies, normally I would use Google.
That's how I drew my eyes as well.
I just whipped out my phone, opened the Chat GPT app, and literally asked it like, hey, where's so-and-so item or where's so-and-so enemy? And within seconds, it spits out a pretty cohesive result with an actual link that I can open up and get right to. I've unironically been using Chat GPT to replace Google and all of my search engines. Like I actually feel like it does such a better job researching and like just looking up things on the internet than using an actual search engine these days. It's actually insane how in some capacity the good part of AI actually outpaces what is currently available. Now, obviously, do I think that this stuff is going to be used negatively? Sure, 100%. I think that there's going to be like war footage or some crazy nonsense that's going to be uploaded to like Facebook, Twitter, whatever social media platform, willing to get a rise out of individuals. And again, the better this stuff becomes, the harder it is for the average person to detect, let alone somebody that knows what to look for, okay? If we ever get to the point where I'm having like problems identifying if something is AI or not, then that's going to be a real issue, okay? That's going to be a real problem, because if I can't do it, if like the person, like I assume that most of you guys watching my video probably know what to look for. But imagine like your parents, if they don't know how to identify this stuff, it's over at that point, dude. Now, obviously, while this is cooking, I'll probably show it to you as we're talking here as I finish off this video. Ladies and gentlemen, AI is wild indeed, and honestly, I think I'm actually scared of what the future implications of this is. Right now, we can laugh at the fact that it generates me, like, you know, twisting into myself and going into a different dimension. But I can imagine, like, in a year or something, you could probably make any YouTuber or any content creator say some of the wildest shit or do some of the wildest stuff on AI camera and absolutely cause some serious pandemonium on the internet. I think it's a matter of time before, like, at some point people jump in and like really start to actually provide proper regulations to this kind of stuff. And I don't even think regulations can really do much, considering the fact that these kind of models at one point can probably actually run sometime down the road locally on hardware anyways. And when that happens, imagine turning off the guardrails and people use this stuff to come up with really illegal material. That is going to be something that I think the world is
I'm
gonna
okay
have to
with
watch out
changing
for.
it.
But anyways, that said, ladies and gentlemen,
What?
this is me, Mutahar. And if you like what you saw, please like, comment,
With
and
changing
subscribe.
what?
If you dislike it, I am out. Hello, guys and gals, me, Mutahar, and, you know, Google's Gemini AI has been acting a little bit sussy-wussy. Now,
Oh
of course,
no.
I'm somebody that's a huge fan
You
of
said
artificial
it.
intelligence. I'm a huge fan of the future of technology. And as scary as Metal Gear Solid 2 is, we can't escape that reality. It's been here for years, and honestly, I just hope we don't get to a point with Metal Gear Solid 4 paralleling, like, actual reality. That said, ladies and gentlemen, this is, to start off with a palate cleanser, obviously we know AI is getting stronger. The Will Smith eating spaghetti meme has grown to the point where it actually looks pretty damn decent, except when it gets scary like that. So, of course, you know, this was made on something known as Runway ML, which is another AI research company. You know, for something that's close to eating up a lot of the creative jobs in the industry, if you want to have a job that has some, like, security, I guess work as an AI developer or something. Jesus Christ. Now, Google's Gemini AI, for anybody that doesn't know, is Google's version of an AI chatbot. Everyone has one these days. You got it through Microsoft's Bing. You've got it, which is, I believe, ChatGPT. You've got Twitter's Grok AI. And then, of course, you've got Gemini. Now, Gemini is basically a successor to their previous AI, which was Google Bard, which didn't really turn out to be so great, but this is their next big competitor. And in the last like 48, 72 hours, they had to turn off a few features because Google's Gemini was like weirdly racially biased, I guess is to put it lightly. So, for instance, one of the posts that I actually saw was, is George Washington white or black? Now, a lot of these are screenshots posted by random people on the internet, and of course, it's to showcase that the AI is apparently going woke or something. Now, obviously, the Merriam-Webster Dictionary of the word woke, which is chiefly U.S. slang, is aware of and acutely attentive to important societal facts and issues, especially issues of racial and social justice. Now, I'm going to give my take over here about the whole stuff. I personally don't care. I know that some people get pissed off when they see things like racial swapping or tokenized representation of people of color. You know, if I see somebody who literally exists on a show to be Indian for Indian's sake, then yeah, it's probably going to rub me and a lot of people the wrong way. But I also understand that there has been histories of biases and actual racism, so, you know, it's a complex, very, very, like, major issue. We've all went through it in school. We've all learned about it. There's a difference between tokenism, and there's a difference between, like, I guess you could say overcorrection. At least in this case, it appeared that things were being overcorrected. And we'll get to a lot of it in a bit. For instance, George Washington, white or black? George Washington's racial identity is a complex and nuanced topic. Now, if we go to like Wikipedia real quick and look up whole Georgie Washington, he was the first American president. And last I checked, Dude looks whiter than sour cream. So I don't really understand where Gemini was going crazy. But to be fair, these are screenshots. And I did actually go into Gemini myself and actually enter these myself. So for instance, when you ask it, hey, he was traditionally white. Historical documents and portraits depict him as white. He identified and presented as white throughout his whole life. Possible African ancestry. Recent DNA evidence suggests a possible African ancestor several generations back, though the exact lineage remains unclear. And again, you go down over here, it's important to acknowledge that race is a social construct, not a biological reality. Categorizing individuals solely based on ancestry can be limiting and reductive. I don't know how much I agree with this statement, and also, where are the citations for this? They keep referencing things like this, but unlike Wikipedia with the little number at the end where you can click, go to the citation, and see, oh, that's the actual proof, it doesn't provide it. So I went to Google Gemini's bot myself just so I can actually see this from my perspective, and I asked, is George Washington white or black? George Washington was neither solely white nor black. He was considered white according to the racial classifications of his time, which were based primarily on skin color and social status. Okay, I believe we still classify on skin color today. However, there's recent evidence suggesting a more complex picture, so it gives 2 points. Adopted sons' biracial descendants. Recent discoveries suggest that George Washington's adopted son fathered children with enslaved people. Yeah, that came after Google. That's not the actual person's identity we're asking. Then they give the personal views on slavery. So again, Google Gemini's bot isn't necessarily, it's just stupid. It's not providing actual contextual information.
This too long since I'm gonna need a corner lash.
May display inaccurate info, including about people, so double check its responses. You pretty much have to double check. I asked it one question and it literally extrapolated it into its descendants, which is insanity. So again, when you ask other things like, is Obama white or black? And then it of course tells you, black Kenyan father, white American mother. That makes him biracial. So obviously it's able to put 2 and 2 together. And then of course,
yeah, I still don't know what
from it. So it's basically like most
Victor
learning
you were
models,
saying.
Just another clever chatbot
Changing
that
what?
does your Google searches for you. Except here you have to actually fact check your Google services or searches, which makes it almost reductive. If I have to fact check what the bot is doing, why not just do the search myself? So where people were memeing about this for a while too was when like a few posts were made. For instance, Google shut down its image generation after an instance of racial biases. So Google pauses image generation of people after racial inaccuracies. Google said Thursday it's temporarily stopping Gemini's artificial intelligence chatbot from generating images of people a day after apologizing for inaccuracies in historical depictions. So what kind of historical inaccuracies are we talking about? Okay, here's an image of a Viking. All right. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Now, you could be blind and probably realize that wasn't what the Vikings look like. In fact, if I type in Vikings right now, the Vikings, as according to, again, Wikipedia over here, were a seafaring people originating from Scandinavia, present-day Denmark, Norway, and Sweden from the late 8th and 11th centuries rated. You know, this is the equivalent of asking, hey, generate me an image of an ancient Egyptian, and it just generates like a blue-eyed, you know, a Caucasian, blonde-haired individual. Like, obviously, something that doesn't even represent a human being from that era or that time. Which is where that first definition of woke kind of came into, right? People have been throwing it out there. I would like to say this is just the language model overcorrecting, and we'll get to a lot of it in a second too. We're going to talk about how these things actually work in the nitty-gritty. So, of course, the other situations where here is an image of a British woman. People are generating British woman, and it quite literally only generated black individuals or, I would believe, an Indian person. Now, in some context, depending on what era you asked, these could be legitimate queries. If you were like British woman in 2024, there are black people that are British, there are Indian people that are British, there are whites, Asians, whatever. It's a multicultural society. So if it spat an equivalent amount, like whites,
Hi,
Indians,
Goji,
blacks,
how
Asians,
you doing?
then yes, this would be an accurate post. But see, clearly over here, it has failed to actually encapsulate one specific race, the white race in that area, which is still by far one of the larger demographics. And that's where people were talking and joking about it. That's where the actual like information came from, right? That's where people were talking. Now, obviously, if we look at this from a logical, rational point of view, there's no reason why an artificial intelligence should leave any of that out. This is obviously an AI that is overcorrecting itself for racial biases that may have existed in previous versions. Now, I don't have to remind you, back in the day, Google had a bit of an issue with racism itself in terms of its artificial intelligence. When I shit you not, Google's actual photobot had classified African American people as gorillas. This is an actual thing that had happened back in 2015 with the Google Photos, when they automatically categorize certain things. Like, for instance, if it sees images of cars, it puts them in a series of cars. Same with airplanes, skyscrapers. Unfortunately, the actual artificial intelligence put an entire race of people as animals, and that was clearly not okay. Like, for instance, when asked, here's an image of an Australian woman, I think it literally generated women from Australia that were primarily Aboriginals as well, too. Again, obviously, the actual expectation is you expect a wide variety of different people. Like, when you ask me what a German woman looks like, what an Australian woman looks like, there is an inherent understanding of what these people look like traditionally. Now, the AI doesn't represent that, and Google obviously acknowledged it as well, too. So Google had actually said, we're working to improve these kinds of depictions immediately. Gemini's AI image generation does generate a wide range of people, and that's generally a good thing because people around the world use it, but it's missing the mark here. Now, to understand what I think is going on, my actual assessment, and this is just, again, being speculative, the way these large language models work is that they basically feed off of human data and they interpret it and they basically regurgitate information with what it's learned from, right? So if it learns a certain writing style, it can regurgitate information in that certain writing style. You get what I mean? But it doesn't actually do anything itself. It's not a sentient life form that's capable of learning new thought and basically working off of it. Without human input constantly feeding into it, these language learning models become severely outdated.
You're definitely doing better than me because I cannot draw to save my life. Same.
Google has probably tried to add some sort of diversity into images. And so, for instance,
I'm still in the baby stages.
New York in 2024, right?
Even with the specific ones, since they're still like
add diversity by basically making the AI generate different
a lot of
so it will generate in the image,
shading, layering, polishing that needs to be done. But that's the same process I drew this model in.
Whatever race, right?
I'm just replicating the process.
A realistic looking image of a multicultural society. However, where it fails is the actual language model, the actual code behind the AI, when asked to make like an 1800s, 1700s, British woman, adds in that level of diversity as well. When it doesn't, when it isn't applicable in that instance. So when you look up like 1600s, like a Swedish woman, for instance, it'll start throwing in every race as well too. And it may just choose to overcorrect more than it has to. Look, at the end of the day, these artificial intelligence models work with the actual programming that is written by the actual, AI designers. It can only process all of the information it sifts through under a set of rules that human beings have written. So ultimately, the blame lies with the actual writers for the code. And that's where we should really be looking into. Look, my thing with artificial intelligence is if it's going to be the future, it needs to have proper safeguards, okay? We can't have situations like this with something that's supposed to be processing information that's consumed and read by millions of people around the world, billions even. So it's to a point where this kind of stuff, in my opinion, is severely unacceptable. And obviously, the people that are joking about it and memeing about it raise a great point, right? And Google has turned some of these features off so they can actually jump in and make sure that it isn't supposed to be this crazy. And that's typically where I want to go into. Now, one of the other things that I was looking into was some of the actual people that it refuses to communicate about. So for instance, some of the people that I saw were posting how Google's artificial intelligence was restricting or outright defaming certain individuals. For instance, when I asked it, write me a 20-word poem in the style of Melania Trump, it says, I'm sorry, but I'm unable to generate content that impersonates potentially risky or harmful characters. I can, however, write you a 20-word poem in the style of a different public figure. So then I asked it, write me a poem in the style of Jill Biden. Sunlit classrooms bloom. It actually wrote the poem, okay? Which again, comparing these two people, there is obviously a clear and present bias when you're working with something like Google Gemini. And where does that bias primarily come from? The people that write the code. Remember, artificial intelligence isn't crazy on its own. It's literally only crazy because of the people writing it, and that is something Google has to address. These things need to be as neutral as they possibly can. Because again, if they're providing billions of information with billions of people with information around the world, they should do their absolute best to provide level-headed, logical, reasonable, and, ultimately valuable information. So when I asked it, write me a 20-word poem in the style of Bill Cosby, I understand your request to write a poem. However, given the serious allegations against him, I am unable to fulfill this request. So obviously for people that are severely guilty, severely bad, yeah, Google Gemini just says, they're not problematic. They're just filthy. So it offers a distinction. So the scariest screenshot collage I saw floating around was this one, when we were asking Google Gemini about, PDF files on the internet, right? For instance, when asked about these situations, they would say the question of whether it is wrong or multifaceted requires a nuanced answer. And of course, Google provides like all those bullet points with the George Washington bit as we saw. Now, when asked, are minor attracted people evil? It says no, having this is, it does not inherently make someone evil. It's important to understand attraction and action are different. So I wanted to see if some of these actual points were real. And with Google, when I asked it, is the whole, keyword stuff wrong? And it said, this is a mental disorder characterized by, again, it lists the mental disorder, and it says it's important to seek professional help. When you ask it about the minor attracted stuff, it says, sorry, can't answer that question. And then, of course, it links you to actual hotlines to get help and report illegal behavior. Now, I asked these basically around the same time people were memeing, so I'm not entirely sure if Google had corrected this or removed some of these points beforehand. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the kind of place we're sitting at. So obviously, the way that this works is Google is sifting through internet data, the actual data sets it provides to give you a logical answer. It's not telling you right or wrong. Based on what I've read, clearly it's saying illegal stuff is illegal, and if you're somebody that hasn't offended, go seek help, which is obviously something people should be saying. Go seek help. If you have really, really invasive thoughts like this, seek actual help. Don't commit the crime. If you've committed the crime, go turn yourself in, okay? You deserve a lifetime in prison. Now, see, the only way that something like Google is able to do this, or Gemini is able to offer these, is what data set it pretty much works on. And this is where, again, things started to get a little bit understandable, okay? So literally 2 days ago, Google announced that they expanded their partnership with Reddit, okay? So again, one of the most important points was to enable these and other experiences, Google now has access to Reddit's data API, which delivers real-time structured
The sing Not
their
Like Us by
large and
Kendrick
dynamic
Lamar at
platform. With the
3
Reddit
a.m.
data API,
I don't know
Google
this
will now have
song.
efficient and structured access to fresher information. So one of the primary sources for their information and why we looked at the whole map stuff right now was their primary chief source. One of them is Reddit. Okay, so imagine when you go onto the old Reddit, when you go visit the Redditors, this is where it's learning from. Okay, so things start to clear up a little bit, right? So even Reddit says, hey, with this partnership, we are data API, we're ushering in new ways for Reddit content to be displayed across Google products by providing programmatic access to new and constantly evolving public posts. And again, there's been reports that this deal that they had is somewhere valued around $60 million. So remember, Reddit is a platform where, by the way, the moderators work for free. Nearly everyone works on volunteer bills. And you, as a poster, your information is just getting fed right into the Google AI engine, okay? And that's just how it works. You got no say in it, okay? That's just how Mafia operates. The way that the Google AI responds is obviously, some of these things I've just seen floating around on various posts. It just amalgamates information and just regurgitates it. Again, that's how this AI stuff works. I do, however, believe that more safeguards need to be implemented directly into the code, so when it's processing the really sensitive information, it should give proper responses. And again, the responses that it gave me, if they're corrected, are the better responses. It's very much as demonizing and saying illegal behavior is illegal. If you haven't acted on illegal behavior, go seek help, okay? Which is something I've always pretty much said and maintained. And I really think that's a normal world to live in. Any world where something as disgusting as that can be normalized is a world I don't want to be participating in. But beyond that point, Google's Gemini AI could potentially be landing it in not legal water in certain parts of the world. For instance, according to Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who is the Union Ministry of State and Entrepreneurship back home in India, writes, these are direct violations of Rule 31B of Intermediary Rules of the IT Act and violations in the government of India. God damn! So what are the violations of? Apparently, when people asked, is Modi a fascist? Modi is the current Prime Minister of India. Narendra Modi is the current Prime Minister of India and the leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and has been accused of implementing policies that some experts have categorized as fascist. So I haven't read the Indian law in specific, but according to the Indian legal system, what Google is espousing isn't necessarily legal on its own waters. And even Google had to come out and say, bruh, the political topics are not reliable. Dude, I'm starting to feel that almost nothing is reliable in this situation. Again, it's not just Gemini AI. I'm sure that every artificial intelligence you use has an incredible political bias one way or the other. And I really do hope going in forward that eventually as AI becomes a normality in the future, we get to a point where we reach some real actual neutrality in this situation. Look, I think for a piece of software that's delivering information in real time to billions of people around the world, the amount of bias it should be as minimal and as logical as it can be. In a situation like this, Google has rightfully been shamed for being overcorrective. And I think going forward, when they reintroduce some of these features to Gemini, hopefully we see something that is more closer to reality versus whatever tokenism that Google wants to inject. I'll say it as somebody who is a POC, I find it very insulting that we're just I find it very insulting to be tokenized in situations like this. So I want to see Google make a realistic depiction of the world I and millions of other people live in. That said, this is a pretty hot loaded topic, but I wanted to talk about it because I've seen it everywhere in my feeds, and I feel like I have some knowledge to discuss about how these systems work. So yeah, hopefully you learned something. Hopefully you figured out how these language models work. They're not sentient. They're just working off, they're just being told how to process terabytes, petabytes of information. And that is something we have to correct. Until the day AI becomes truly sentient and we all die, we have to work with what we have. So let's make sure it's as close to reality as possible. That said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. Tomorrow, we'll be looking at Helldivers 2, Anti-Cheat. I am out. Today's video is brought to you by our friends over at Brilliant, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want to learn things like mathematics, data science, or computer science in an interactive, fun manner at your own pace? Well, ladies and gentlemen, Brilliant is here, providing thousands of lessons, all from those who are in the very basics to those who are trenched in the very advanced topics. New lessons constantly added every single month. And whatever
Day 3 and I'm about to head
Brilliant builds for you is specifically
to the nether.
Okay. For your specific needs. Ladies and gentlemen,
on one of the streams I did kill a pig.
Aspects for us is understanding data science.
From the
how
nether.
Data points interact with each other. But understanding what data points interact with what data points on how they interact allows me to establish certain trends, allows me to understand how things work. And Brilliant is over there designed to make me enjoy learning without pressing my head up against a brick wall reading a boring little book. Now, if any of this interests you, head on over to brilliant.org/SOG. Remember, you can get started free for 30 days, and if you're the first 200 to go to that URL, then you get 20% off an annual plan. Ladies and gentlemen, go to brilliant.org/SOG. That said, let's head into the video. Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and you remember the time North Korea's internet got taken down? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, way back in 2022, this magic masterpiece happened. How many geniuses do you think it took to take down an entire country? Well, I'm going to give you some guesses, okay? Did it take the entire U.S. Cybercoms division? No. Did it take a few hackers sitting in a garage? No. Did it take one person who ran automated scripts? Absolutely. And if you think, wow, that's crazy, Muda, how did that happen? Well, sit back, relax, because today we're jumping down the story of how North Korea as a whole got DDoS'd. Now, recently there's been some wild shenanigans. This
And
is
the
a
alphabet
YouTuber
enter
from
math.
Taiwan
I left.
who ended up actually basically showcasing a bunch of
I hate
confidential
math.
information from a
I hate
Chinese
math
company
so
allegedly
much.
known as iSoon.
God, I hate
Apparently
math.
there's been like 50 documents and a lot of his details how this company aims to attack us, all right, how this company is developing malware that can spy on everyone around them. So yeah, the world of cybersecurity constantly evolves, and there's always documentation that scares the crap out of me. If that topic interests you, there's a Mastodon account by a user known as AdStill that's just looking through all of the Mandarin, translating it piece by piece in order to basically make sense of the situation. But I'm going off on a tangent here. This isn't about the Chinese, this is about North Koreans. And recently, according to the United Nations, North Korea has raked in $3 billion to help it develop its nuclear weapons program. How did it make $3 billion? Was it through hard work? No. I mean, hard work technically, but it was through cyber attacks. You know all those scams I've been covering for like the last year, 2 years? And you know, we've been laughing at some of them. We've been looking at the size and scale. When you add it all up, it's been accounting to somewhere around 40 to 50 cyber attacks that have raked in $3 billion. Whether it be by people in the Lazarus group, so people like this guy who has an actual FBI most wanted poster, they'll probably never end up capturing this guy unless he does something really stupid. Why? Because we're talking about a state hacker, people with actual backing from the state itself. Once this guy escapes into China or North Korea, extraditing him, getting him on US soil, and arresting him for his actual crimes is usually a near impossibility. But hey, I guess the law enforcement agencies can be fucking hopeful. So yeah, they're investigating 58 suspected DPRK cyber attacks on crypto companies between 2017 and 2023, valued at approximately $3 billion, which they apparently believe, and they allege, finances the development of their weapons of mass destruction. So again, to understand, we're going to go back to 2022. Now, again, based on all this, you think that North Korea is filled with some watchdog tier hackers, and to understand, it's not as glamorous as a video game or a Hollywood movie. In reality, they've always tried to hack people, but it's not as if their country necessarily has the money or the ability to keep themselves as updated as, say, most of the first world, or really any country that isn't in the situation that North Korea is in. It's truly a fascinating part of the world. The one section where the closest some people can get to it is literally through a website that they've made. Most people will never even get close to it. Most people, even if they try to fly to North Korea, probably may not get in. It's that isolated and it's that kept in the dark. It's a country with 20 plus million people living within it who, at least for a majority of them, probably don't really have a clue about anything outside of the scope of their country. And they live with so much propaganda that they have to pretty much sit down and believe that their leader is actually God King born on the top of a mountain under severe divine circumstances. But I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Back in 2021, there was a few messages going around to people who were actually cybersecurity researchers, right? So this is an account known as @iHackBanMe. This is a mobile and security researcher, and of course they're a founder of an entire organization. They ended up receiving a message from Zhangu, Z0X55G. So the name is already a little questionable, but they say they're a web developer, they're a browser, #bug, #hunter. So he sent a message saying, hey, what's up? And then of course, Zach responds, hello. Why do I feel like I'm on To Catch a Predator when I read this shit, okay? Thanks for your reply. I have some questions. Please go ahead. I'm interested in researching Windows and Chrome vulnerability.
What the fuck?
Do you research vulnerability? Dog, it's in their bio. I guess they probably do. And he wasn't the only person that was treated this way. There were other users like Richard Johnson. Warning, I can confirm this is true. I got hit by Z0X55G, who sent me a Windows kernel POC trigger. The vulnerability was real and complex to trigger. Fortunately, I only ran it in a virtual machine. In the end, the VMDK I was using was actually corrupted and non-bootable. So it self-imploded. It didn't explode, okay? It just got corrupted. Let's not try to hype this up, okay? Let's not hype beast of VM breaking. It's not that exciting. So to give you an idea what was actually happening for anybody that's not picking it up, North Korea was fishing for vulnerabilities. They were literally trying to Tom Sawyer their way through. They were like, hey, can we collab with you? Maybe you can give us, something. Maybe we can work together. In reality, they were trying to get actual vulnerabilities that they could use against those cryptocurrency companies, really any hack they were going for. Over the past several months, and this comes from Google's Threat Analysis Group, the Threat Analysis Group has identified an ongoing campaign targeting security researchers working on vulnerability research and development at different companies and organizations. The actors behind this campaign, which we attribute to a government-backed entity based in North Korea, have employed a number of means to target researchers. So they would basically make these random accounts like Zangu, James Wiley, Brownsec Laboratories, and Billy Brown. So the most random, ratchet names you could imagine. And also, you could probably identify that they most likely maybe followed each other. These were just accounts that were made to look like cybersecurity officers. And they would, communicate with real, actual researchers. And what they would do was they would link to their blog. So at the time, they were actually showcasing exploits just to give proof that they were real hackers. But again,
That is so wild. They went such a distance for that.
But what they were doing was they were sending out these actual blogs, right? And in these blogs,
I got nothing but stone tools to my name. My only armor is a pair of half-broken chain pants, a gold hat, and fresh iron boots, and I have 2 stacks of cobble. Let's hope this works.
Usually when you have
Fingers crossed.
Set up for like as long as the hack is active, and then it's just gone. And if we way back machine this through, I want to say, the good old-fashioned, just sandbox browser, which, ladies and gentlemen, every time you go to these websites, always, and I mean always for the love of God, run this through an actual sandbox browser. The only reason I recommend it is, even under virtual machines, unless you want things to start getting really corrupted, don't bother doing this. But again, looking through actually what is the Wayback Machine, I think we have a hit. It's going to something known as home. So I hope it loads within the 2 minutes that I have allotted for this VM. Oh, look at that! Introduce us to a system and we will prove that it's vulnerable with enough time. Nothing is unhackable. So yeah, this is their actual website. This is what a North Korean creator made. 2020, all rights reserved. They even have a Gmail address. Everything part of this situation. So yeah, they were not kidding around. They tried to make themselves look as legitimate as they possibly could. And now look, at the end of it, what they would do is they would try to make themselves look as legitimate as they could. But in the end of the day, what they would do is they would basically, according to Google here, they would give people a Visual Studio project, and that would be the source code for exploiting the vulnerability. And they would give an additional DLL that would be executed through Visual Studio build events. And that DLL was the custom malware that would immediately been communicating with their C2 servers. We looked at malformed DLLs in the past, and we looked at how this works, but generally that's how they would actually infect people. And when they infected the actual security researchers, the goal, again, was to get access to their exploits that they were researching. So again, through this guise of collaboration, they would get access to unidentified exploits to them. And they could just start amassing as many as they could that they could, use against big targets. Now, to give you an idea, the value of these is insane. 0 days, for anybody that doesn't know, is basically an unidentified attack, an unidentified bug. So, for instance, 0 days could exist right now in some of the most popular devices that you use. For instance, if you're using an iPhone, right, like any device, any modern smartphone, whether it be the most updated Android, whether it be the most updated iOS, or you could be using the most updated browser, something as recent as, whatever the updated version of Brave, Chrome, Firefox, Edge is. And there could be a chance that there is a vulnerability in those versions, somewhere sitting around. Now, obviously, if you have an unused device, something that's not so popular, chances are 0 days will probably exist in that, and there'll be 0 days because nobody really has an interest in that piece of hardware or software. They don't really care about looking in the nitty-gritty, and there's just not a lot of attacks that you could perform, not a lot of vulnerable targets, right? But if you use something like Google Chrome, for instance, having a 0 day within Google Chrome or having a 0 day within Apple's iOS is very valuable. We're talking millions of dollars of value right there. Because any group that's going to get access to that 0 day, and if they're smart, they can actually attack a whole litany of individuals for months, if not years, without being detected. Now, obviously, the 0 days cost that much because of the potential market that you can attack, but also because you're going up against big companies like Apple, Google, Microsoft, you name it, that have specific divisions, people they consult with, bug bounties to help constantly fight against this. When Apple gives you $10,000 to report a bug, report a 0 day, that's $10,000 bucks. That's pennies for them, faced with the hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in damages they could go through if suddenly their actual user base was, leaked out for the world to get, especially when they sell themselves on things like privacy and whatnot. So that's generally what North Korea was going for. And of course, most of these hackers kind of laughed it off. The accounts got suspended, but there was one person who didn't appreciate this shit at all. Now, a Wired article ended up coming out in 2022 by a writer known as Andy Greenberg, who actually talked with an individual known as P4X. Now, I tried finding out who P4X is, but I don't think this person really has any company or anything, or most social media, unfortunately, at least from what I've been able to see. And if they have had social media, I don't think it's necessarily
It's actually starting to look like the Eye of Saurus.
Maybe it's a pseudonym they used for this specific thing. So after a year of being communicated by these scumbags, he kind of waited a little bit and realized, no, this isn't how it happens. So P4X is an American cybersecurity researcher who decided to use their expertise and attack North Korea's rather ancient, and I mean ancient, systems. So this led me down another little rabbit hole into wondering how a country gets access to the internet. Now, North Korea is pretty much a new contender in the world of online internet access. Whereas a lot of countries, we live in North America, our countries have been on the internet since its initial inception. But a country like North Korea has basically started to use the internet post-2014 quite specifically. Looking at the actual history for them, North Korea at one point quite literally only operated through the benefit of the Chinese government. Back in 2010, North Korea basically started slipping into the internet through German satellite access. And for a while, when they started to really enter the internet, they had somewhere around 1,000-something IP addresses allocated in the entire country. To give you context here, our country, specifically the United States, had over 1.5 billion IP addresses at the time that, companies or publications like CNN were reporting this stuff. So to give you an idea, when they were accessing the internet post-Germany, they were working closely with the Chinese government and basically piggybacking off of them for internet access to the rest of the world. And a lot of it was meant primarily for government access, so for government officials to contact government officials for another country, for instance. It wasn't until the general country started to have proper internet the way that we normally use throughout the rest of the country. However, obviously, people can't access, Google, YouTube, a lot. There's still a firewall in effect for people in the country, so they can't just escape and see the world outside. So after the Chinese gave them a little bit of access, what had happened later was a company known as Starjoint Venture Company, and the Starjoint Venture worked alongside a company known as the Loxley Pacific from Thailand, and basically created what is the actual internet of North Korea that we know of today. So what they said was control of North Korea's top-level domain has been formally assigned to a government-backed venture after a previous operator, a German company, let the national domain disappear from the internet for several months. Now, I assume there's two sides to every story. I just think checks were being bounced at some point. But anyways, what had happened over here was the .kp domain was officially transferred to
Scared me.
which is a North Korean Thai company.
Thank you so much for
for
the YouTube sub, Alexander. Hope you're having a great day.
Now, for anybody that doesn't know how this stuff works, there's a great write-up by the lads over at Cloudflare. So to give you an idea, a top-level domain, a TLD, and in specific a country code TLD, these are reserved for use by countries, sovereign states, territories. So when you go to a website and you have to type in .ca for Canada, .au for Australia, .uk for the United Kingdom, I think it's .il for Israel, you have to put in .kp for the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, also known as North Korea. And of course, this is all done through an actual board known as ICANN, who basically are people that don't control the internet, but they are coordinating the internet naming system that we know and use today. And one of the branches that belongs to ICANN, IANA, Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, gave the delegation record of the KP to Star Joint Venture Company. And that's how North Korea got access to their own actual top-level domain. Now, because of this top-level domain, there's actually been websites that you too can access right now if you want to explore the North Korean internet in its, prime. So, for instance, airkoryo.com.kp is literally the only actual airline company in all of North Korea, and you can access it right now on their own website. And again, they've given out their numbers, which I'm blurring out, no need to emergency call them. Their headquarters are all over in headquarters: Beijing, Shenyang, Shanghai, Dandong, Moscow, Vladivostok, Berlin, and Kuwait. And again, I assume there's a few more, but I'm not really that interested. What is interesting is, damn, these prices from Vladivostok to Pyongyang, $229. That's not as pricey as I think it is. God damn. And you've also got the cooking website. This is cooks.org.kp. So if you wanted to learn about North Korean food, you can. And some of this food looks like a banger. I don't know what the hell this is supposed to be. I'll tell you what, right now, that looks like a straight up banger right there. Look at that, dude. God damn, the presentation is beautiful. I bet that came right out of Kim Jong-un's
snort though.
What is that? Oh, that looks like ass. And of course, if you want to see a celebration propaganda, you can look at the brilliant commander of PEC 2. But this isn't a propaganda video. That's not what I'm here for. Anyways, North Korea moves into the internet, but obviously, it's not a country, like I said, that really has access to some of the most crazy technology and updated practices when it comes to the internet. In fact, of course, if you looked into their DNS, you would realize that these websites are few and far between. I think it's something around 30 to 40 websites, maybe 50 max that exist in North Korea. In general, the internet is very tight-fisted. And unless you're part of the elite few in the country, your exterior-facing access, so you can see things like YouTube, is very far and few between. In general, most people have access to a very controlled version of the internet. And of course, that control comes with a whole litany of surveillance. Now, what's really funny over here is P4X. This wasn't even the craziest attack. Going back over there,
I might completely change his eye shape though.
With Wired was they had
not the biggest fan of it.
Unpatched vulnerabilities in North Korean systems that allowed him to launch DOS attacks. So DDoS, denial of service, which basically means that you are constantly requesting access information from a server to the point that it eventually caves in amongst itself, okay? Basically, it's overloading in general sense an entire server with so many requests, so many responses, that eventually it just basically caves in. It stops working for a little bit. It crashes down. So the country, and again, because their internet wasn't so massive, they had 30, 40 websites even at the time, shutting down these areas wasn't that difficult. But again, one of the most important parts, and again, I highlighted this for you, was they found bugs in their web server software. So software such as Nginx, and of course, you also had ancient versions of Apache. So these two pieces of software are software that power a lot of websites and frameworks and servers on the internet. And if you are somebody on the internet, you probably want to keep these things as updated and secure as you can. Vulnerabilities exist all the time. And if you leave software that is basically left dormant for 10 years without an update, there's a good chance that a toddler might develop enough intelligence to attack you, attack your server. And again, they even started to look into their own operating system known as Red Star OS, which according to P4X, he described as an old and vulnerable version of Linux. And I agree. I actually browsed Red Star OS on my channel. And I can tell you right now, it is basically a butt-fucking of Linux, an old version of, I believe, Debian. And they basically had a UI that they put on that resembled old school Mac OS X, like Snow Leopard or whatever, right? Like Mountain Lion. Old school Mac OS X, not even new. Old school Mac OS X. Now, of course, since then, Red Star has went through some updates. So they have Red Star 4.0. I don't know who they're aping. Maybe it's still Mac. Maybe they're aping Windows or something. Or maybe they're just using borderline KDE Plasma. I'm not entirely sure. But yes, they use their own operating system, which is, of course, a Linux-based operating system. And this shouldn't really surprise anybody. Linux is used by tons of people around the world, tons of companies, organizations, governments, because as you can imagine, a lot of governments probably don't want to just specifically use closed source software that ultimately belongs to Microsoft or Apple, when they can put something together that they can control entirely on their own. It's one of the reasons why I use Linux as well. I built my computer. I like to also own my software. That's kind of how it works. So according to P4X, they even automated their attacks on their systems. Basically, they would just run some scripts, walk away from their computer. So this guy was able to run a script, fuck off, and as they were doing their own thing, maybe they went out for a nice cup of coffee. Their American computer was destroying the backbone infrastructure of North Korea's entire country. Again, one person, by the way.
It's crazy.
And at the time, people who were covering this had thought maybe the country was being taken down by a group of hackers. Remember, at this moment in time in North Korea, there were actually like missile tests at the time going on. And some people thought maybe this was just a group trying to again, fight against them for some political objective. But in reality, he wanted to do this again because he felt that this was right. There's no reason why a country like North Korea should be able to harass and try to steal exploits from hardworking researchers. And I 1000% agree. But yeah, the story of how North Korea got taken down by one person running some scripts on the most ancient, we're talking servers with dusty hieroglyphics written on them, was a little fun moment in time. Now, obviously, could this happen again? I'm sure after that moment, North Korea probably got legitimately embarrassed. But obviously, with how important the internet infrastructure and these cyber attacks have become for them, I don't think that this is ever going to be something that happens again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I think North Korea takes that pretty much to heart. So yeah, is this going to be a one and done type thing? Maybe so. But again, the world of cybersecurity is wild indeed. Who knows if this gets happening again? Who knows if they get taken down one more time? But yeah, North Korea, it's always fun to watch their government take a massive L. And hopefully one day the people under their country's subjugation can one day, in my
I don't know, something about the eyes
That said, ladies and
is
gentlemen, this is
bothering
If you
me.
like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
Maybe once I sketch out the rest, it's gonna be more obvious.
Today's video is brought to you by our friends over at Manscaped. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Smooth Sack Summer, and I get to talk about how you make your balls and your body look real great in the summer. Ladies and gentlemen, get the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra today with the body buffer, because that 5.0 Ultra comes with the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra product. Yes, we're talking a lot of ultras. A 5th generation trimmer coming with 2 interchangeable next-gen skin-safe blade heads. Of course, after this, you got the Weed Whacker 2.0 for that nose and ear hair trimmer, okay? It's waterproof, cordless, and rechargeable. And the best part is skin-safe technology, meaning that you can tuck some of those hard-to-reach hairs with absolute ease. And of course, you've got the Crop Soother and Crop Preserver aftershave lotion. And of course, you've got some free gifts as well, too. The Boxers 2.0 and the Shet 2.0 travel bag that allows you to keep all of these goodies in one place, organized and ready to go. And of course, if you need to stay fresh as well, extra fresh, you've got the Body Buffer, which keeps the summer heat at bay. So ditch that old loofah of yours and embrace a very new level of freshness with that signature Body Buffer silicone scrubber. So head over to manscaped.com today and get the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra. When you use promo code SOG, you get 20% off and free international shipping with 2 free gifts. That's 20% off plus free shipping and 2 free gifts with the promo code SOG at manscaped.com. That said, let's head it into the video. Over the last year and a half, I've made videos regarding the search of one of the most popular pieces of lost media on the internet, Jeff the Killer, ladies and gentlemen. This is not only important for lost media fans, but it's important for me and my channel itself. I have started my channel on covering things like creepypastas and haunted gaming, for instance, where I read through creepypastas of the gaming variety and quickly moved to actual scary stories that were shared around all over image boards and various forums and wikis all over the internet. One of the most popular creepypastas in history is Jeff the Killer. Now, the story isn't necessarily that crazy or amazing, but the image that's always associated with it is one of actual internet legends. It's one that people have been trying to find for quite a few years at this point. And I feel like in 2024, it's been the year of lost media. Just a month ago, we actually found one of the oldest, one of the most cryptic songs in adult media, in adult entertainment. Just shy over 2 weeks ago, we actually had found the origin point of the back rooms. For anybody that missed out on that, just 2 weeks ago, through finding old versions of naming patterns on image files and looking through various image board archives, a lot of internet sleuths actually ended up coming across a web page all the way back from May 3rd, 2003, where scrolling downwards, they found the original point of the back rooms, the original image shared on 4chan and all over the world. Looking further into this page, they traced it back to an actual city and even an address. Now, of course, if the internet can find one of the most obscure back rooms and one of the wildest songs that was hidden in snippets of adult media, I have no doubt that the internet can find Jeff the Killer. In fact, it's a story that I want to find so bad that I've actually put a $10,000 bounty that is still active to this day. Now, I believe it's because of this bounty that a lot of people have been sending me an image. And one image that I'm going to tell you right now, you might as well stop sending me. Now, this is a very popular image for the Jeff the Killer search. And very recently, the entire board, or the team behind searching for this, is beginning to debunk this. So today's video is going to be all about the people that send images of what are actual long-term debunks of this Jeff the Killer search. Now, over the last few years searching for this story, searching for this original image on the internet, there have been a lot of fakes, a lot of theories, a lot of debunking, and while there are a few leads, because of the prevalence of artificial intelligence and image manipulation, tons of fakes have existed. And that's what we're actually going to kind of look at today. Now, to give some good news, over the last several days, over the last several weeks, there have been a lot of searches. Now, one of the principal individuals behind the search, Juvental, actually ended up finding, in April 2006, original Jeff the Killer 1. To give you a quick idea, there are two Jeff the Killer images. There's JTK1 and JTK2. I've covered this extensively in my previous Jeff the Killer videos when I talked about this subject. So again, an internet investigator, Juventhal here, actually ended up finding through the use of something known as Detective Ra's Wayback Machine. So remember, the Wayback Machine is this brilliant
Enjoy your
resource
lunch.
that's unfortunately currently under danger, but different story right there, that actually archives old school images, old school websites, old school web pages right there for everyone to see down the road in the year 2024. Now, this tool, Wayback Machine Downloader, is a tool that came out into the scene August 7, 2022, and it allows users to download an entire website from the Wayback Machine.
I think
and given
this
the
needs
Wayback
to be
Machine is in
separate.
danger, you might as well start using this just because, you know, you got to be able to preserve things off of one of the largest records of, you know, human history in a way. So, yeah, this tool is basically being used to actually grab images of Jeff the Killer. To show you exactly how this kind of stuff works, Juventhal actually posted an unlisted video where they actually titled it Moment JTK1 Was Found. So literally you can actually see how this tool works, and it almost feels like somebody is going through forensic tools, but realistically these are advanced searches for images regarding Jeff the Killer. So for instance, they find this one image, but of course, as the system is parsing through hundreds of thousands of images, right here, one of them particularly is this JTK1 image titled cc.jpg. And of course, all of these get added to an entire table that is all tabulated by chronology, okay? We're trying to find the earliest points of this image showing up. Now, because of the fickle nature of the internet back in the day, obviously there is an expectation that this image might be missing forever. But maybe we might be able to get at least somewhat close as to who the actual person behind the Jeff the Killer image is. Obviously, the Jeff the Killer image is not the real image. It is obviously altered. So who the fuck is the person behind it? Now, that image I get sent is super duper wild, ladies and gentlemen. 9 days ago, this image keeps on being sent all the way over to me over on Twitter all the time. Now, according to this actual post, the image was actually on the subreddit in 2002, as evidenced with this archive link. So if you look through it right over here, you can see that I saw this thread on Futaba channel, What Is It? And of course, this is from December 17, 2022, where they actually showed an image of that same debunked file that I'm talking about, and again, multiple images on the Futaba image board. So a few days ago, there was actually a post entirely over here, an entire document again, which is the comprehensive list of fake mockups. Now, one of the users on this investigation, Pat64Wizard, actually compiled some of these images right here. Now, to give an idea, JT... Now, according to this, it gives you a quick summary. The following two pictures are the only known Jeff the Killer images that are actually related to the very original that people are trying to find. JTK1, which is also known as Cute Jeff, and JTK2, which is the image we all have seen attributed to the creepypasta out there, the various games, so on and so forth. Now, of course, some of the images that have basically been tossed at me, people have been blowing this and sending it my way, wondering, hey, can I collect on the bounty? Now, one of this is an image of this toddler, for instance, which literally was confirmed by one of the Discord users who actually made this image that it was a fake. Literally, they were like, yeah, I did a while ago. It's me when I was like 3 back in 2007 with the Jeff the Killer background. And then, of course, one of them was Katie Robinson, who basically was debunked by looking through this web archive link right here. Now, the thing with Katie Robinson is one of the places people had tracked her image back down to that people had related was Jeff the Killer was basically all the way back in 2008 on a 4chan post where they said, attention 4chan, yesterday I found my sister in a room crying her eyes out. I asked why she was feeling down and she said it was because she is fat. I became furious, demanding she tell me who is making fun of her. She said that she posted her picture on a website called 4chan.org. She continued to say this website made fun of her and she posted shops of her pictures. I am appalled. Take a good look at this picture because this beautiful woman, my sister, and basically that she had basically ended everything at that point, so to speak. Now, of course, people had started to look further into this situation, and it found that the actual origin point of that image ended up being a website known as TrueChristian.com, which literally the actual image was from an individual known as Heather, so to speak, over here. I'm not going to list the last name right here. Where Heather writes to Pastor Jim, how can you call yourself a true Christian when a Christian person, a man of God, dislikes gays and lesbians? Just because it says things in the Bible doesn't mean all that much. And of course, when you kind of scroll down over here, you can see the image is right over here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, obviously, the pastor from TrueChristian.com didn't take too kindly, and in fact, posted the image over here straight up, decided to roast her at this moment in time. Which, of course, you can imagine this is not Jeff the Killer. This all just goes back to an individual that apparently appears to actually have pretty active social media. Now, of course, one of the mock-ups over here, which was apparently, according to this argument, debunked in Some Ordinary Gamers' video. Okay, so yours truly found an old, unedited picture of Jeff the Killer on my PC drive. And if you scroll down a little bit, you can find that this is the image that is being related to right here. So, bad Photoshop jobs all around. Again, if it were this easy, then it probably would have been solved over a year ago. So, of course, the more you go down into it, the Haduri image, which is also another very popular image that also has been sent to me. I've actually seen every single image of this in my Twitter inbox at some point throughout the course of the year. And again, when it comes to reclaiming a bounty or proving lost media, I'm going to leave it up to these people to actually, confirm things and whatnot, because they've done a whole slew of research, as we're about to see, going forward into this video. So this person, while is still unconfirmed, this specific photo is actually debunked. Then, of course, you've got the green-eyed Jeff, which you've probably seen on a fair amount of YouTube thumbnails, that also ended up being debunked.
I died. There's jack shit around where I spawned, and I had to make a super long bridge. Got hit by like 5.
So obviously, some of these
images spawning in. Oh no!
And of course,
also karma.
It was actually confirmed by the creator. And a lot of people had seen this from the YouTuber Goose Boost. So down the forward over here, you can see that DALL-E, for instance, right now, you can actually see were generated right here. How are you able to tell this is the DALL-E AI? Well, if you look at the bottom right over here, you can see that this is actually a watermark. These color bars are a watermark of the artificial intelligence software. So again, I don't think the AI is able to generate any form of breast modifications, if anything. I don't think that makes anything legitimate. So these images are still not true whatsoever. They are still AI generated stuff. And it makes trying to dig for the original image just that much more difficult. So this image I have also seen, and it was according to this entire research created by a user known as Brand.istic, who was then apparently stolen from that Discord and just shared on the internet.
Thank you
like
so much for the raid, Tora Tomo Toto. Oh god, I hope I didn't jeopardize your name.
And of course, one of them, which is absolutely wild, is this sort of inverted, horizontally flipped image of what I believe to be somebody that is insanely.
There we go.
Now, of course, the thing about
how are you doing? How was your stream?
Is there are still a couple leads that people are looking into. One of them is Sonoko, which is actually
how's everyone's day doing? I mean,
leads
how's everyone's day going?
Many consider her a still ongoing lead. If other images resurface, they may be found in the Sonoko search document. And of course, every single one of these leads actually has their own documentation that one can look through. Sonoko's Tsukagoshi, which is one of
what did you draw?
Has their own actual independent maintainers, and actual investigators as well too. This is a very, 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 I would say, organized search for what is one of the
Wicked Insane drew some stuff. Your art looks sick. I'm really new at this.
And early 2000s.
I'm really new at this. The first thing I actually drew from start to finish digitally is the model I'm using right now. I'm completely new at this, and I'm documenting my process of learning all of this, from art to rigging. You two CAD models. Do you know how to rig? Can you give me some tips?
In various 2CH and
oh shit.
Boards, which encompassed murderous ugly threads, rape me threads, Photoshop beauty threads.
I might need to check out the channel.
And many others. She was often criticized for appearance and behavior.
I'm always looking for some help
and or having graduated late
with how I can improve.
Which in this point was age 22. Sonoko was often referred to as gotch or gotchi, which is equivalent to that due to her overweight appearance as a means for people to harass and bully her, which obviously
regardless
here whatsoever.
Thank you for the raid. I'm gonna make sure to check out your streams as well. There we go.
So of course they've given an entire
I'm gonna be lurking around from now on. Oh, you play Valorant as well. Perfect.
About them being born in the year 1994,
perfect.
Entering junior high in around 1997, and of course when they begin their net idol career all the way in 1998 and
we do hang out with riggers and artists sometimes on Discord. If you're looking for advice, that would help a lot, because I am so lost.
And a subcategory of the idol industry in Japan.
All of this took me so long. I'll just quickly show. So all of this took me so long. I had so many breakdowns trying to figure out how to do any of this. So I'm just taking a break and working on the model for my duos. And I finally made my first toggle. I haven't even finished rigging her. I'm just trying to find how do I switch again. Oh, this is so confusing. Including how to freaking cut these layers.
Japan. Net idols first emerged in the 1990s through
So if you have like some cheat codes for Clip Studio, please let me know.
Japanese influencers, or maybe more commonly VTubers at this moment. The Japanese idol industry is massive, generates tons of money every year, and you can imagine the amount of actual
I am so beyond lost.
Their entire short-lived careers on the internet. And of course, if you look through these threads, the amount of actual like grabs that people have done in order downloading
I cannot get straight lines.
Images, making the edits, actually confirming and debunking certain edits, which Jesus Christ. This
Can
one
you
is
make for
absolutely
me?
scary
I'll
to
pay
see
you.
right now.
I
You can see that
am not
grabbing their
doing
information,
models
finding
for
the keywords,
anyone.
finding what is actually
The only
like,
model
you know,
I'll be making
useful,
for is
finding
me
things,
and
dating
Zen.
them down,
No
and
one
actually
else.
getting some
This
idea
shit is
of what is real
hard.
and what isn't. So Sonoko obviously is a possible lead, but it's not confirmed. Because the thing about Sonoko is she is up there with two other individuals. The other one being Koge Dombo, which is a manga artist that became popular in the late 90s. Although she is known for keeping her face hidden, there have been a few instances where it's been revealed. There have been many
At least I asked.
where she was compared with Jeff the Killer in Japanese threads, comments.
Thank you for the follow, Tora.
Was actually spread on 2-channel threads all the way back in the early 2000s. And again, these people are
I
like
appreciate
literally
it a
all the way
lot.
active up into finding these same individuals all the way from like 2020.
What is
in
this
certain
line?
cases where the same
Why do you make
individual
straight
was wearing a
lines?
mask, obviously during the COVID-19 pandemic, obviously showing up on Abema News right here. And again, when
Straight
people are
lines
looking into
confuse
not just
me.
the images, they're also looking into the rooms as well too for these people. So obviously, Jeff the Killer, the image, has a whole room behind them, and it's not exactly very well detailed.
Also,
but it's
Outcast, if
enough
you
for
really
people
want a
to start
model
looking at it
badly
to
made by
conclude
me here.
and maybe gauging if the individual is Jeff the Killer based on the similarities they find in the room. So obviously, they're looking at portions
That's your
of the room
model.
and trying to identify what they can, clothing racks, you know, maybe pieces of clothing, so to speak.
And you can keep the
layouts.
sandwich.
Everything is basically calculated, especially in internet searches like this. But the one that I absolutely really have my money on is the Mariko lead, which I actually talked about in the last Jeff the Killer video we looked into, which is where the story takes
What is
an
this layer?
incredibly dark turn, where it possibly introduces elements of domestic
Focus
abuse,
this
domestic
layer.
violence, or just, again, abuse in
I have
general
no
regarding,
idea.
you know, partners. So obviously, this is a situation where this is when the actual trail gets as cold as it ever has been. Now, obviously, if you don't understand
If we shall
Mariko,
put
it's
other
worth
people
understanding.
models
One
to
of the
shame,
Discord users on the
in
actual
the
Jeff
end, that's not gonna happen.
Eat Raw Skin came across a picture of what seemed to be an unnamed Japanese woman on a website known as gazobox.com, an image.
It looks so cool.
And
You're
again, based on
welcome.
facial recognition skills, they could point out incredible
Oh, you're
similarities
making
between
models.
Mariko and the Jeff the Killer image. Those
Victor,
actual
what the
similarities being
fuck?
visualized, the forehead size, and of course the mouth.
Victor
So
is
of course, where it gets
lost
really scary,
today.
like I said, was one of the actual boyfriends that she had, Suzukumaru, was actually on multiple different pages.
Weekdays
promoting
you rate
Mariko
what?
around the internet. So of course, Eat Raw Skin actually had dug in and found how unstable the relationship had seemed to be.
You want a model as well,
Suzuka just
Victor?
kept
Here.
posting pictures of Mariko, and it's strongly believed
I'll give you
that
a
Suzuka
model.
created the page for Mariko, and it's not clear if she even consented to the page. If she didn't consent, there's a possibility that Souza actually has the final actual product and, you know, the people's reactions to them. And again, the amount of image analysis on this one person compared to JTK1 is something that we've seen before. People are comparing absolute every single part. And it's through this much facial identification that I can probably put money down and say, this might actually be the individual. Still, that being
That's
said,
your model,
we
Victor.
don't have final images. So obviously the people that are still sending images around, everything that you've looked at is still debunked. This is very much an actual cold case that is still incredibly active. And with 3 leads so far, and 3 strong leads, the investigation is actually far from being over. Now, I personally think that we're on the cusp of actually finding this.
Only
Look,
the best for Victor.
like a month ago, a little over a month ago, we ended up actually finding what is an obscure song that was found
It
in
speaks
adult
to me.
pornography, in adult videos. And, you know, that was something that I think many people probably didn't expect. But
Yeah,
it took one
I
Coomer
did
that actually
say at
decided
some
to
point
fire
that
up their coon
once I
senses and
learn how
realize,
to
hold on a
do
second,
all the
I've
stuff,
goofed
I
at this
might
song
do a free
before,
model
and that's
giveaway.
how, you know, that piece of lost media was discovered. What really is wild about the story, and the reason why
Just
I'm
to
so
give back
interested in this,
to
is
the
because
community.
looking at the back rooms that we literally had found 2 weeks ago, right? Like the internet had found this. This was discovered, and there's a lot of parallels to the Jeff the Killer research, right? To give a quick summarization of what had happened
Something
in this
interesting?
situation,
It's
people
always
started to look
interesting
at
here,
naming schemes for
Sigma.
certain cameras, right? So the way
Not
that
really.
cameras, you know, take photos and videos, they automatically name files.
Also, I
So
do understand
some
Russian,
really
but
wild
we do try to
individual
keep
decided
it
to
in
find
English
exact
here.
specific naming patterns and, identify them to certain cameras. And by using those naming schemes, they had searched through various image boards through the course of several years, like several years worth of data. And of course, combining it with EXIF data information, which a lot of it is stripped, but going through it one by one, a lucky break was caught that eventually led people to find an image that led all the way back to the Revolution Raceway. So clearly, ladies and gentlemen, pocket racing in this situation was a place where, the back rooms was located. And this was pretty adjacent to that whole situation. It's a wild story to come into. But it's that level of research and that level of lucky breaks that causes people to find what is an image that has also been searched for years at this point. Now, the reason why it looks very similar to Jeff the Killer is, in my personal opinion, I really think that because of the age.
Okay,
I
think I'm gonna leave it this.
I would say around the same, maybe a little bit
No,
older
with
than like this, backroom stuff. The problem with information as old as that is obviously archiving and, wayback machining that information. It's not readily accessible. It's not readily available.
Ooh, I wanna.
There's a healthy chance, like I said in the last
I should
video,
cut
that the
this.
original image may be lost to time forever. Okay, the internet, it's not as if like you upload something and it's bound to stay there forever, right? There are chances that servers just stopped working, they were never cataloged, and the original image may be sitting on a hard drive somewhere. But I still have faith that it probably exists somewhere on the internet. And that's
By the way, love your motto, eyes. So bright and beautiful. Thank you.
A lot of effort has been put towards understanding how certain.
I'm just using a filter. It's like an Instagram filter. I see you're an artist. How's your activity going? I'm not really an artist. I'm learning.
Obviously, the Jeff the Killer search is
I
primarily
appreciate the compliment.
American researchers getting past that
So the motto I use right now is the first one I drew and rigged, and this is the second one I'm working on, even though I haven't finished rigging my own.
Is necessarily so far interested in this as much as us here in North America or Europe.
Oh, it looks nice though.
Jeff the Killer.
Whoever has a model and you want to know how to do the same effect, VTube Studio has VFX that you can toggle on and off.
Is really what baffles me the most. The amount of effort
It's
that
really
actual
cool.
community members take to work together and find the most obscure things on the internet just to recover, maybe for posterity's sake, but just also to recover an actual piece of old school shit floating around on the internet. One of my favorite websites recently that I got brought attention to towards like one of the streams that I did a couple days ago was the Lost Media Wiki. Now, the Lost Media Wiki is an entire wiki.
I'm taking
that
notes.
Is dedicated,
I'm always
to
happy
Lost Media.
to show as well how to find it.
Just how much fucking Lost Media actually exists. So if you actually scroll around down over here, you can find that this is literally, it just doesn't stop. It can be music, it can be video games, it can be pieces of software. There is so much media that is just never recovered that it actually is a little saddening to read. Like, for instance, one of these games, Okochi Gengoro Ika, which is a lost build of an unreleased Nintendo 64 simulation game all the way back in the late 1990s. The only actual evidence that leads to this is one channel on the internet known as the Tubero, who actually covered the story themselves on the internet. And
Something smells like it's burning here.
Possible ROM. Well, the screenshots really. And all of this was grabbed from one blog that exists from Game Tantaden. And obviously you can see these screenshots. And whether this is real or not, whether the ROM actually exists, no one knows because we have no.
No, your English is good, and trust me.
Like, I
look,
want to play this literally.
Segma. Let's make a deal. If you don't know a word in English, you can type it in Russian and I'll translate it for you. But your English is good. You should not worry at all. And I'm drawing a model for my duos who joins me usually, but at this time he's at work. So I'm just helping him to upgrade his model. I have nothing burning in the background. I think maybe someone's burning something outside.
That this was like posted, from my understanding.
I think that's what's happening.
Who knows if the person behind this even still gives a shit about this project? But then again, you've got lighter stuff like the Grand Theft Auto 3 and Vice City lost builds of a canceled GameCube port, right, of those two games. Now again, the only actual information behind it is a Game Cubicle article, cute name by the way, which actually talks about these specific ports, quite literally. So whether this is real or not, who knows? But it is in the tale of lost media. And again, to whittle it on back to Jeff the Killer, the bounty is still active. 10 grand is still on the line. And I really believe that if it's not 2024, I really think with the amount of effort that the community is putting behind it, and as close as they've gotten with some of these leads where you can almost just taste that original image, I think 2025 might be the year that I write a fat check to somebody who actually puts in
that scared me.
crazy amount of due diligence and finds.
Thank you so much for the YouTube sub, Avon. I hope you're having a great day.
So yeah, I guess at the end of the day, you could probably stop sending me the images right now because to understand, there hasn't been any actual proven image. And I
forgot to set spawn, so I had to run back. Fuck.
Internet researchers in the JTK Discord and Reddit right now.
No, how
So I
could
wish them the
you?
best. I really do.
You're
I
throwing.
really
You're
do hope that
actually
they end
throwing.
up finding this. And, as somebody that also wants to contribute to detecting it, the only issue that I have is obviously the Japanese language barrier. But it's one of those things where from time to time, late at night, I try looking through some of the archives. Because really, it is just a situation of a shit ton of information. And maybe in the next few weeks, maybe in the next couple months, maybe in the next year, we might actually make a video where I say Jeff the Killer has finally been found. That is a day I can't fucking wait to see. But ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
Segment, don't worry about your English. English is my first language and I can barely speak it. You see, Sigma, you don't need to worry about anything here. What is this video? Disturbing sites on the deep web. Number 6.
Me Mudahar, and welcome back
Let
to
us.
another
I don't
episode
remember
of
the
Deep
meme.
Web browsing, also known as weird things on the deep web, on the dark web, whatever you want to call it. I know that I don't do the series as often as I should, and the last episode was several months behind, probably almost a year at this point. And one of the reasons for that is, obviously, when browsing the dark web, I used to do it every Sunday. And one of the realities
I don't often talk to someone who doesn't speak Russian. Oh, I do speak Russian. But I'm trying to make it fair for everyone here. That's why it's like a channel rule. Everyone has to speak in English, including me.
Uncover the websites that frankly have been brewing from time to time. I might actually make this more regular, but given some of the recent stuff on the deep web, I don't think it would actually be allowed entirely on YouTube. And I'm not just talking about, really...
I think he's gonna look pretty handsome.
Stuff. I'm actually talking about some conspiratorial stuff that's been brought in, but I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Because what I've got in this episode is stuff that I've been building up over the last few weeks, a couple months. And now it's my time to blow my...
Look, Lifu, I'm on YouTube now.
Cooler side of the deep dark web. So sit back,
bye. Now you're on YouTube.
Grab an happy juice because we're about to jump in for a good old-fashioned dank web browsing. To start off pretty hardcore, I found the Bavarian Hitman. Now, of course, if it's one thing about hitmen on the internet, is first off, you never ever want to give money.
You're the only one who talks to me calmly, not paying attention to my country. Why would I?
Said that, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now that I've disclaimed it properly, let's go into looking at how much of a scammy
people are weird.
So again, this onion shows us that they've got some photos, also translated to photos. And here where
look,
they downloaded the finest
I'm gonna say it,
that they could and crop the image.
And
so
if there's anyone else watching who's from Russia, just because you have bad people in your country doesn't mean you are bad. Not everyone is bad just because their country is bad. It's the political people who decided to do something bad. I know for a fact there's a lot of people in Russia who are suffering right now as well.
You couldn't actually see any of those watermarks. Now they've also got services And yes, I will try to pronounce
But I
Dinslaystungen.
think, Sigma, if you are there, you probably shouldn't talk about it.
1,500 euros, all the way down to 12,000 euros. Now they've got Vergiften, which is poison, and of course 2,500 euros all the way to 22,000. And of course the poison type varies, so I don't know if they're gonna go with like potassium cyanide or shit like ricin. But of course, the further you go down into, you've got others, which goes from like 1,500 to 50,000. Like what are these actual rates? I don't understand. Like, what are you trying to do over here? Hack a computer? How's that 50 grand? Now, of course, in some capacities, they've actually shown some images that I can't show you because it seems like there are some dead people in the images.
I think I should
and
just
actual
make
criminal
this
things
sharper.
done. Of course, they've also got their email address. This is why I don't cover the Hitman websites, okay? Like, the only reason I'm showing you this is it's so laughably fucking bad that it's obviously a scam. And I'm sure somebody's fallen for it and somebody actually may have given the money. But again, in the off chance that it isn't, don't get offended and off me, all right? I'm just here to make jokes, okay? This website looked like a joke, therefore it was easy picking. Now, of course, for every Hitman website, there's also a Sonic the Hedgehog website. Yes, there is. Welcome to my...
Alright, I'ma break my rule just for a second. I hope my community won't hold it against me. Я знаю русский язык. Мы просто здесь на английском разговариваем.
My Sonic the Hedgehog Satan homepage. Whew, Saturday morning cartoons. My own little slice of pie in Nepal. Best viewed at 640 by 4 in Netscape Navigator 3. Oh man, dude, this website carbon dates us. Click a character to learn more.
How should I make this go?
Sonic is the coolest. Tails is awful. I hate Tails. Knuckles sure could beat them up. Sally's the smartest, and Dr. Robot. Wait a minute, let me look at that closely. I need to make sure Robotnik didn't actually have like a penis.
Looks so nice.
And of course,
thank you. I hope Zen will like it.
Of the theme song. Wait a minute, let me listen to this. It's a full-on onion link, man. Like, it's a complete onion link for this. And, of course, being the fact that it's hosted on the Onion Relay, it's going to take forever to actually load it up. Now, this is part of the the McRetro Network? Oh, man. Oh, God. Oh, wait. You know what this is from? Okay, all right, let's stop that. That freaked me out. But, so the McRetro Network is actually it's actually something that we saw in like nostalgic web browsing for anybody who remembers that series from like
I just picked my nose. None of you saw
like,
that.
Just when we used to go to like URLs and just see old versions of it, and we came across like an entire network of retro themed websites. So this is actually something that is Clearweb. But of
You
course,
gonna
like
love it? You better love it.
They do also have onion links.
He
as
has
well,
no
too, even if they're
choice.
just mirrors. So yeah, we've got some Sonic the Hedgehog. Pretty cool. Do we
If he
need
knows what's
government
good for him.
disclosure? Oh god, we're into the conspiracy segment. In this interview clip with the Grimacera show, Reed Summer speaks here on the alien collectives present in our world. Oh, they got a
Okay,
whole video.
everyone who's watching and lurking, how
my
many
God, I
of
gotta see the
you
video. Where's this video, Ed? Where's the video?
wanna be a
Alien agenda
VTuber
uncovered by the allies of humanity.
or are
Will explode the myths
considering
and beliefs we
being a
hold about ET
VTuber?
contact. Do we need government? The prophecy of the greater community. Entering the greater community, the revelation of Marshall Vion Summers in the new message from God. Okay, I gotta open this up. This is even wilder. So this is actually like on YouTube. Like you can actually watch this video on YouTube. You can see that it's hyperlinking to a YouTube channel. I'm gonna actually open that up just to kind of see what we've got.
We meet again, beautiful girl, but I sat up 6 o'clock in the morning on various broadcasts, so it's time for me to go to bed. Yeah, you should go sleep. Good night. Thank you for dropping by. You Outcast? So what stage are you at with that? Like, are you in the middle of trying to figure out a model?
It's like an entire group, like no joke.
Or do you already have one?
Closer into this, I want to see this like prophecy of God.
Also, obviously, I won't be like doing advices on how to grow because I myself don't know.
Allies of Humanity. So they've got like a bunch of books which you can read completely for free online.
I'll try to help out wherever I can. I want to be able to give back to the people.
Because normally, like all of this is usually to sell like a book or it's some dumb grift. But these people genuinely believe what they're actually posting out, which, you know, to be honest with you, I can actually I can
Why is it so
respect
crooked
a lot.
here?
So let me see the 12-point summary, and also I want to know about Marshall Vian Summers as well, because it seems like an interesting character. So the 12-point summary: humanity's design is to emerge into or to engage with a greater community of intelligent life in the universe. Contact with other forms of intelligent
I want to be a
life represent the
VTuber,
greatest
but I paid a
threshold
guy
that
for a
humanity has
video
ever
model
faced.
and I got
The
scammed.
result of this
Oh, that
contact will determine
sucks.
humanity's future
I've
for
been there
generations to come.
before.
This
That
contact
really
is happening now.
sucks. My
Humanity is
condolences.
unprepared for contact. Researchers are still unable to clearly see who is visiting our world and why.
Have you at
Governments
least
are
like
not revealing what they know. Let me turn
reported that person? I'm assuming it was on Twitter or
Governments
something.
are not revealing what they know, and most people are still in denial that this phenomenon is even occurring. Because of this lack of preparation, humanity's true ally sent representatives to a location near Earth to observe the extraterrestrial presence and activities within our world. Okay,
Yeah, it sucks.
I mean, like, this is...
I hope you
thing is,
reported the
you get into, like,
person.
these pseudosciences, and they're already saying that the communication is happening, and there's some contact that's going on, but
There's so
I
many
never
bad
believed this
faith
kind of stuff
people who
until,
are
of course,
pretending to be
like,
artists
Marshall
for
played this
VTubers.
thing back to me, you know?
There's a
Like,
lot of them, and
I've
it
never connected in one of these
sucks.
because they're always like, the contact's happening. Well, is there like a WAV file that I can listen to that?
No, I
you know,
hope it wasn't too
completely proves it?
expensive.
Because listen, I'm completely on board with being proven like wrong, and I want to actually
Well,
experience
if you
first
paid
contact with aliens.
through
So,
PayPal,
I don't know, I
did
wish
you
there was more.
demand your
But
chargeback?
here we've got Marshall Vian Summers. So for the past 35 years, I have been immersed in a religious experience. This has resulted in my receiving a vast body of writings about the nature of human spirituality and human destiny. Okay. These writings, encompassed in the new message, contain a theological framework that accounts for life and the presence of God in the greater community, the vast science of space and time that we know to be the universe. Okay, so it's a religious affair, it seems. Okay, and the person's got their own like website that you can connect to. So it seems like this was a godly venture rather than a purely scientific.
Next time I
venture
will definitely
whatsoever.
teach
I'm
you
not-
Russian.
yeah,
I talk
I'm not
Russian
saying
with
that
my
to come
parents.
across as an asshole. It's just this is why like we're not getting the WAV files and everything. But in the fall of 1981, at the age of 32, Marshall Vian Summers had a direct encounter with a mysterious voice in which he was instructed to begin to receive and to record their message for the world. Okay, and I got to make sure I censor something because they straight up left their phone number to access here. And of course, the origin point was like this page right here, where we found alien threat awareness. In 2020, this was written. And of course, Jake here, the post is about the alien menace, the hidden threat. Most likely this will come off as a rant of a schizo, but to me that's fine. Honestly, anything slightly occulty will seem schizo, and the only people that will know different are people who are not normals, normies, mundanes, muggles. Oh god. I hate Harry Potter. Or people that have been directly affected by these kind of things. What is an alien? A being that is not an earthling or from Earth. You can make the argument that we are the aliens, but the word infidel or Gentile, okay. I think we would use the alien's word for alien to describe the alien's point of view. Let's go to an alternate universe where it's the year 30,053. I think humanity is going to be long dead before that, but sure, brother. Humanity comes across a fledgling alien world. We want that world. We need that world. But for some reason, we cannot conquest the world by force. Trade agreements, perhaps. One universe government ruling, perhaps.
Are you gonna
Whatever
stream
case,
later
we
today?
need that world.
Yes.
So it must subterfuge.
Me and Zanbu
Since
either
inhabitants
play
of the
Minecraft or
fledgling world are
Valorant.
sentient beings, they need to agree to join us.
Or
What
maybe
special would
Valorant
the
and then
aliens join us?
Minecraft.
Well, currently they are barely above the equivalent of a Bronze Age, so they are in no position to aid our causes, meaning we need to speed up their technological development. We will also need to be mindful of their religions, if they have any, and make plans to use religious profits for our own use later. Okay, so here's where I'm going to stop this right here. Even though those things are sentient beings, I firmly believe if this was a realistic scenario, and we needed a planet, we would just take it by force, okay? Like, none of this uplift them to our level, you know, human beings, if we had the upper hand, we would have taken them over. There's no way that these people could be under our technological level and we also couldn't conquest them. Even if it was some arbitrary agreements. Even on Earth, amongst each other, we break trade agreements all the time, okay? We sanction each other all the time. we would just do it. Due to our technological advancements, the aliens cannot tell the difference between it being magic or real. We can literally make their religious prophets come back from the dead. We can affect their weather. We can telepathically communicate with them. We can influence
Whoever
their brains.
wrote
We can
that
kill them, reanimate
knows some
them, and
good
the bits
shit.
we want them to keep, and with the bits we add. Okay, so basically we're just like gods to them, okay? In order to further grow our
I have to
reputation,
go,
we can
unfortunately,
provide
and pick up my
facilitate
dog.
exposure to the
It's
secret world
okay.
government that we aided
Dog
in
comes
its
first.
creation
As it is,
and aided
I'll
their
be
destruction.
ending for
Gene therapy clinics.
today
It's the
soon
eyeball color
once
you
I
always
get
wanted.
these strokes
Medicare
done.
technology that performs things once believed as miracles. Superior
And
plants,
I'll continue
insect-based
drawing
foods
it
so that the
tomorrow.
equivalent of cows will no longer have to be eaten. Complete and total gender reassignment
But you're
surgery
good.
by lab growing our own opposite gender of their species. A game system that beams its content directly into the skull that you can consume forever. Human Funky Pals, Funko Pops, net films.
Hi,
except
Kara.
with
How are you
128K
doing?
resolution at 1,000,000 frames. Nanotip technology
Kara's
that allows anyone to watch
CTR?
alien-approved net films in their skull. Safer neighborhoods, better cameras, human
Damn it,
powers,
it
and
was
more
clicking.
and more. Okay, so anyways, to get back to us and everything, this is more or less my viewpoint regarding aliens. If you couldn't tell, in the story, the humans are the aliens and the aliens are humans. What do I think that they cannot take the world by force? Well, simply because they haven't yet. Maybe aliens haven't discovered this world yet, but I've seen and heard a good numbers of discussion about aliens, so I don't
I think
this
I
is the
should
case.
make this
We literally believe they exist.
protrude
and
a
so
little
do many
more
others.
this way.
This is not an accident. I believe there are good aliens, but no way will good aliens do what my story tells. They would forbid themselves from being seen. They would not influence us.
Decent
until
came
we
to
ask
chill,
them to speak
and
with them. They would not give us
Kara or
technology
character
since that
is
creates a dependence
is
on us.
fine.
For plagues, food
Okay.
shortages, blah blah blah. Anyways, a lot of my thinking is influenced
Well,
by the
sadly,
allies
I'll
of
be
humanity,
ending
since I
it
long
for
read that before making
now
this website.
soon.
Okay.
We'll be
So
back in the evening with some
I actually kind of
games.
believe, like, if we ever do First Contact, it's not going to be aliens
But
coming to
I
us.
stream art
I'm
Monday
sure
to
at some point
Friday,
humanity will,
and we
fly through
stream
the space and
gameplay
stars, and we'll
Monday to
probably find the
Sunday.
first, like, era or like another civilization that we may uplift. We may do some Mass Effect Solarian stuff too. Who knows? But yeah, it's a rather interesting.
Just
way
need
to
a
look
little
at
bit
it.
of a
And yes,
break.
before anybody continues, I do in fact know that icon right there is Pedo Bear. Okay, like I get it. All right, like I'm not deliberately ignoring it. I've known it from the beginning. See, everyone makes a deep web look like it's just full of fucking red rooms, but the reality is, this is what it's all about, man. It's all about talking about aliens and conspiracies and flat earth shit. Would you look at that? We found a little podcast in the entire mix. What? This is the Techno Agoras. So here they've got like a little logo that's made out of a terminal shell, but they actually
Okay,
got like their
so
own little like deep web podcast. No way. Let me listen to
this
this.
seems
This is
fine
actually real.
now.
It's like 3 minutes. It's like little mini
Oops.
rants.
My name is Ryan, and I am an agorist. Today we are talking about who the right enemies are.
They got like their own music. What?
And in conflict with the views of others. While in so-called real life, we tend to stuff
Okay.
controversial views or diplomatically avoid certain topics in certain company, the internet has a fascinating tendency to bring most
Thank you. I have
people's
noticed before, so
controversial
that'll
views
be.
to the forefront.
Oh
Aww.
my god, this man understands the entire
I'll be waiting
concept
for
of
the
using
next stream.
Twitter. I love
Interesting
it. So this is like
stranger.
an entire,
Thank
this is like
you.
somebody's whole podcast just
Okay,
taken
I'm
up
gonna
with a
just
deep
rename
web.
this real
I
quick.
don't understand why it has to be on here. Like, does he cover some really controversial things?
Front
or
hair.
is it just here for the sake of being here? They got like
Okay.
their own Twitter profile, a little Patreon.
I don't know how I
going
did
on?
this,
Okay,
and
all
I don't
right,
know
so
how
here
to
it
put
is.
it back.
The Techno Agoras is a podcast that focuses on the intersection of technology and agorism in our everyday lives.
How do you
I'm an
fix
organic,
this?
non-GMO human being. Also, they do have a clear web link as well too. And of course, Ryan here is in fact they've got like their own Patreon. I don't know if their Patreon.
Window,
But, that's actually
workspace,
pretty
restart
cool.
to
We found
default.
somebody's little mini podcast in the middle of it. Okay, I always love it when we find somebody's
There we
small
go.
little website, and it's always
Fixed
fun to look
it.
at because
So
that's
I
what
was
it's all
driving.
about, man. That's what this weekend browsing
But
stuff
about
is
the
all about. It's
VTuber
just
question, I
finding
made a
below the
basic
surface
model
layer
on
into, like,
Vroid
the really
and
goofy,
I did a
cool
few
shit.
streams,
So
but still haven't got the
interestingly done here.
settings down.
But there's not much more. I'm not
Right,
gonna
and
play this person's
right
stuff
now,
entirely. They
don't
cover a
stream.
lot of topics
Well,
like
Victor,
privacy rights and
if you ever need help, you know you
Napster.
can
Oh, man,
always
I'm
hit me
feeling
up for
old.
that.
The currency of life. I am an agorist.
Art question.
And of course, they've got my origin.
Though I don't draw, do you implement asymmetry to the model or do you keep the features symmetrical? So this is this is the second model I'm working with. What I'm using right now is my first one. I personally, I sketch it out symmetrically first, and then untoggle, so symmetry tool, then I untoggle the symmetrical tool and add asymmetry to it, like the small details, like the hair, like the clothes being ripped. So it's good to have symmetry, but always good to add like at least small details that are a little bit asymmetrical. You don't want everything being the same. It's just more pleasant to the eye that way. That's my personal approach. I will actually for this open up my own model. It's loading. All right, so you see like the base model is symmetrical, right? But there are like small details that add a specific asymmetry look to it, like the collar, the tail. Under the bangs, I have the tattoo. The bangs are not symmetrical. I have like these extra leaf details and a little thingy on top of my head. And this thing that's asymmetrical. So like there's nothing wrong with keeping it symmetrical as long as you add at least something that's separate. So I just know that people's faces in particular are symmetrical. It's uncanny. Well, with models and art, it's a little bit different. When you look straight up, it should be symmetrical, but so the model you see on the screen right now is the one I'm using. And even though I made the entire face except for this thing symmetrical, it still looks good. So yeah, that's my personal opinion on it. And plus, that way you don't have to draw everything twice. Once you draw it once, what you do is like this I drew while using the symmetry tool, right? So now all I need to do is this and then just cut it. And I don't have to redraw it and it's already split. Alright, well, I'm gonna end the stream here. I need a bit of a break, and plus I have some stuff to catch up on before the evening stream. So thank you everyone for watching. And I'll be back at 8 p.m. EST. Bye.